Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 601. Before arranging Mazu to work, he had to build a house by himself. However, Zhang Feng had other arrangements. He called Guzi and Zuzi and said, "You the two first took him to Zhang Butcher, and they said what I said. Let him look at this youngster and build a house not far away." Wai Shui heard this for a moment. Everyone was also taken aback. Feng Tsai, this is not right. Isn't all these people's residences under the mountain? How can he go? This is mine on the site. I said wherever he lives, he will live there. Zhang Feng is happy that his heart is blooming, and Mazu thought it was a great thing. After all, he was going up the mountain. At that time, he had already seen the houses built. At this time, he saw Zhang Feng asked him to build on the mountain and hurriedly bowed again. After Mazu and Guzi left, Zhang Feng smiled instantly. The one who laughs is called a cripple. The Zijiao people wanted to beat him up when they saw him. One enters the door. Li Shimin asked, "Youngster, where did you just arrange for him to go?" "You mean you want him to raise pigs?" "Yes." "Also, old Li, although you don't know him, I know him. I've been nowhere to pay respects before. This is how I raised horses for others in Cheng'an City and worked as a book boy. This horse has been raised for 3 years. Tell me about this person. Is he a pig raiser?" And I can guarantee that as long as he comes, within a year, this pig, absolutely it will be better than others raised. Dignified an academy student, you actually let him raise pigs. That said, go out. How shameless I am. Oh, Li Shimin sighed. How many students from this academy are there? Although I think there are a lot of people building houses under the mountain, most of them are civilians. How did you do this? Faced with Li Shimin's inquiry, Zhang Feng spread his hands. Then only ghosts know. How long has it been? Except for this Mazu, it was these people who had fled, picked and collected more than 50 people. This is really a weird thing. Okay, I have something to do. I will show you what happened. While speaking, Li Shimin left. Zhang Feng was taken aback. Stop eating? Stop eating, just a bowl of porridge, plus the chicken. Do you think I am a pig? Li Shimin is speechless. Well, it's easy to go or not to give it away. Zhang Feng is worth shrugged. This ghost place is messy, and it doesn't look like a place to entertain people. When it's done in the future, he has to make a good place for him and build a house. And as soon as the others left, Wai Shu and a few guys got into the small wood house. As soon as he entered the door, he collapsed on a chair. Feng Tsai, the youngster, do you know more than just knowing? But at this time, it was a bit inappropriate. Zhang Feng thought about it and said, I don't know. But when I was walking around in Cheng'an City, I heard about this person. It's true. Didn't expect he could come. It's not Feng Tsai. I mean, you pretend to be him. Do your family know? If you let him know, then you know the consequences. How serious is it? And if this spreads out, should we still open the door to do business at the academy? Zhang Feng glanced at Dugu. Why? Do you youngster want to go? Then go. I will replace him now. Duga speechless. There is no need to worry about this matter. If the youngster let me raise pigs, the fun will be really great. However, Duga figured it out and asked, so what? It should be 10 days before the imperial edict is issued, right? Anyway, there should be a little reaction, right? Why is no one here yet? Even if it's walking, let's not talk about the people who are far away. The people who are near Yuazu City should have arrived long ago. Could it be the effect of this imperial edict? Duga with that said, Wai Shu and Zhang Sunchong couldn't help but feel a little worried. Feng Tsai, let's do things with great fanfare here. This Cheng'an City should be spread all over. Could it be Guanlong people who made trouble in the middle of the period? Otherwise, why no one come? Look up this matter carefully, otherwise there will be a big problem. What big problem? Won't everyone come today? Let's a little patient. Even if no one comes, just you, plus the 50 people outside, we can still make the academy prosperous. Zhang Feng doesn't care. But to be honest, I really muttered in my heart. Now Mazu is here, then Lei Ji, Sun Chuiyu, Gao Zizu, Wai Tong Xuan, Go Zhengyi, Li Yi and Hao Chiajun. Where are these uncles? Is this plot wrong? It stands to reason that they are all in the state of Nuruk. The state of Luo is not far from here. I should have heard this. Did you see the imperial edict? In other words, is there really a problem with the opening method of imperial edict? Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little upset in his heart. The more I thought about it, the more irritable I couldn't help. I don't even think about it at all. Go to his mother, maybe these people are all in the disaster, and they will not come back until after the disaster. Zhang Feng can only comfort himself like this. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, Zhou was still 300 miles away from Chang'an somewhere by the river. Go Zhengyi and the others, looking at Chang'an in the direction of city. I want to think about the same thing. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 602. 3 days. 3 days have passed again. In these 3 days, Li Shimin gave out the messy pot of porridge mixed with chicken, duck, egg, duck, and even pork according to Zhang Feng's method. The food shortage in Chang'an City finally stabilized. No way. Not Li Shimin thought, but in the past few days, with the increasing shortage of food, the food in the city has also dropped sharply, and not only that, the number of deaths of chickens, ducks and pigs is also increasing day by day. There is no way. Li Shimin was able to open up the granary and put these chickens and ducks out desperately, but if it continues like this, although the famine problem can be temporarily solved, there is also a problem with the settlement of these people. No way. Li Shimin also followed Zhang Feng's method to let all these people go to the imperial farm of 800 miles, or on Mount Longzhou, open up wasteland, and plant all the grain that can be planted. They even encouraged the people to open up wasteland outside the city for farming. So far, this matter is only slightly stable. This person, it is lazy. After solving the problem of food and clothing, everyone's eyes brightly focused on Mount Q's direction again. After all, what does it mean to be full? This food shortage has also given the people hope and despair. Under these circumstances, those great family people have basically lost very little, and only their flat-headed people will get through the harder and harder, and even worry about a meal every day. What is this? This is poor disease. But what about Mount Q? The previous notices once again appeared in the eyes of the people. What is this? This is what allows them to get ahead and get ahead of others. The locust plague also made them realize that the only ones who want to get ahead are on the academy. And this academy, they can only afford this free White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. At the same time, at this time, all the people in the lobby have received the imperial edict. After a moment of silence, everyone broke out. I'm going to Chang'an. I'm going to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Go to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. This is what I hear most in these places. On the road to Chang'an, all the poor students carrying blankets, or riding the stove, or carriage, are desperately going to Chang from the direction of Fan. It's just that among these people, not all of them can come to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning as they wish. For example, Chang'an's eye market pawn shop. At this time, in front of a house in the Qian mansion, full of delicious food all over the place. Some are steaming, but some are already covered with dust. A noble lady knelt on the ground at the door, crying hoarse. 10,000 li, 10,000 li, what do you say? You have not eaten for 5 days. My son, you are going to the academy. Your dad has prepared you the qualifications to go to Imperial College of Supreme Learning. As long as you say a word, you can go anytime. Son, what is so good about White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? You go to see, you go to listen. That are all the places where the dolls of the slaves on the street go. Tell me, can you go to this place? My son, you are saying something. In the room full of wooden boards, there is still no sound. On the innermost beam of the room, a food box was hurriedly pulled up, and on the tiles of the house, a teenager said worriedly, Brother 10,000 li, this is not a solution. In the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, are you going or not? If you don't, we will leave first. Go. But, why am I going out here? I can't get out. The young man on the roof was hearing this, frowning for a while, looked at Qian Wanli lying on the bed, and said, "Why don't we go at night? Let's make a sound, and then get you out." "Why go out?" "Here." The boy pointed to the roof. The vacancy on the mysterious smile. Kian Wanli understands instantly. "Okay, I'm looking at it. If it doesn't work, we have to break out at night. How about it?" "Okay." After the two agreed, the crying outside the door gradually weakened. However, there was a sobbing sound, but it was still at the door. Obviously, surnamed Kian still did not leave. Kian Wanli is inevitably uneasy. But for the sake of his ideal, he chose to ignore anyone for 5 days. But now, "Mother, I'm fine, you let's go. I don't want to talk." "Tell your father, Imperial College of Supreme Learning or something." "I'm not going. I'm going to let him go, except for the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning." "Don't go." "Well, you're a wicked obstacle. Do you know that for this qualification, I spent almost half of his fortune? You tell me you're not going now?" "Okay." "My Kian family is really declining. If you don't come out, all right, then you will never come out. You all give it to me." "Listen, he doesn't eat anymore. What are you sending here for? Is it a waste of food?" "He doesn't eat it, and feeds the dog and the victims outside." "Lord, he is you my son." Outside the door, he stared at the door with a full face, and surnamed Kian, hearing this, hugged his dry leg, and cried bitterly. "Are you really hard-hearted? You are just such a lone seedling. You really have the heart to let him starve to death at home, and you won't let him go out? Well, if you don't open this door today, yes, with the surname Kian, then you will also buy a straw mat by the way, and bury me together." "Me too, no longer alive." "You." Kian Tong's eyes are black. Almost fainted. Listening to the stern crying, he was bored. One threw a key out of the embroidered robe, and shouted angrily on his back, "Go wherever you want to go. I don't care." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 603. Go out with Kian Wanli. Part of this Chainan City young master moved. They can't compare to the stubbornness of those second-generation officials. Those stubbornness are really stubborn, but they basically disappeared overnight, and the missing disappeared. I heard that the 4 great demon kings pulled them off. After being strong, these people are honest and dare not go out. And now, these broad young masters dare to come out. However, they only dare to wander around in the street and let them inherit those stubborn positions. Forget it. Since the last time the 4 great demon kings broke a stubborn leg who wanted to be in position, no one dared to do this thing. This is not something human did. That young man, but the only child of a 5th-rank official, has never heard of his family coming out. No one dared to mention this matter. It's not that I don't want to, but I dare not. However, during this period of time, Chainan City has disappeared, but this famine has also come. But when this famine spreads, the eyes of these rich, second-generation and broad young masters are nailed again on this Academy of Mount Q. They know that even if they go to the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, they are impossible to get ahead, because in this fucking era, those who can go to high school are basically related households. They also equipped. However, this Mount Q Academy is different. It even teaches doing business, and if you learn it well when the time comes, you can also go to the Ministry of Works and other important institutions in the Imperial Quarters errands. What is this? This is a pie in the sky. If others say that, they will definitely go up with it, but this is the Imperial Edict. Imperial Edict. Moreover, the person who was awarded the Imperial Edict was not someone else, but the Tongyue Street slacker, a lazy man named Jiang Feng. But before that, he opened some Chainan in Chainan, an university. But that place. Now Quaintniang is a group of stubborn people. This can't help but make people think. Academy opened by the street Lucy, can you take it seriously? This is where everyone hesitates. However, as Kian Wanli walked out of the mansion in a high-profile manner, he raised his arms so coaxingly, I am going to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Kyo young master in Chainan City couldn't sit still. It seemed like a signal lamp. It even caused a series of shocks in Chainan City. And just now, Dali Temple, This is an official post that is neither salty nor indifferent. Although the position in normally is not salty, it is one of the few authority departments in Great Tang, equivalent to the judge of later generations. The rare case is the one with the highest rating, and it is still heard directly. At this time, on a couch in Zhao Yuxing's home, Zhang Gang was blood-red and tugged at a notice, staring at a middle-aged person and begged, "Father, you will let Tang. Let's go. Although my body is damaged now, but my son. Do you have the heart to watch your son crippled by a stubborn beating? Now, this White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is my son's last hope, but I heard that Divine Doctor Sun, Mr. Sun Simiao, are on top of Mount Q. And I don't want to lie down for a lifetime. I want to go to the academy. Aren't Chensheni Uola Chingan University, Tang. White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. I want to take the Imperial Civil Service Examination graduate. I want to use my strength to kill them and avenge me." Zhao Gang's voice is hoarse. It is far from the previous elegance. Even Juni's face is full of vicissitudes and fatigue, and his face is stubble. Although he is less than 20 years old, he looks at least he is over 30 years old. At this time, his mood is very calm and cold. His hand stubbornly grasped Zhao Yuxing's robes, and under the bed, Zhao Gang's 12 concubines also knelt on the ground coldly, with Zhao Gang's biological mother. Together, pray for Zhao Yuxing. Gongzai, it's not that my father didn't agree to you, but that you are like this. You like this. How can you rest assured for your father? And if you hate me, you should remember it clearly. It's better to give I forget, otherwise, when the time comes is not your business alone. When the time comes you will affect our entire Zhao family. Do you understand? They all know Chen Sheniu and the true identity of others. But at this moment, Zhao Gang don't be blinded by hatred. He simply doesn't want the consequences. He just wants revenge, but he doesn't know that he can make such a big noise overnight, even if he is the first assistant. The adults enter the palace to see the emperor and return without success. What does this mean? This means that this is the acquiescence of His Imperial Majesty. According to the news, he learned that Chenan University was a trial set up by His Imperial Majesty for Crown Prince, and that Crown Prince's junior teacher Li Gang was also in Chenan University. What does that mean? This means that whether it is Chenan University or White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, it was established by His Imperial Majesty himself. The purpose is self-evident. If at this time, someone would dare to do thing, what is that? That was courting death. So, Zhao Yuxing dare not take the entire Zhao family as a bet to avenge his son. Although his son will no longer be able to continue the incense in the future, Zhao Yuxing has been desperate for this period of time. The creation of people, this incense, still will not be cut off. However, at this time, Zhao Gang stopped crying or making trouble after getting the father's final answer. It's just a lightly saying, "Sir Father, I have a request." Zhao Gang, ignoring the severe pain under his crotch, trembling to his feet, knelt beside Zhao Yuxing and said, Zhao Gang decided today to break away from Zhao family. I want to go to Mount Q. I want to avenge myself. Although they are all people I can't afford to offend, I am still young and I cannot avenge myself in a year. I will use it for 10, 20 years, even 30 years, when I climbed to the highest position. I don't believe Zhao Gang. I can't kill them. P. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 604. Zhao Yuxing knew that his son had been spoiled since he was a child. But what can he do now? There is really no way to avenge this grudge. If he tries to avenge him forcibly, he will definitely. At this time, Zhao Gang feels like that for Zhao Yuxing. Terrible. Lord, would you like to look at your only son and just fall down like this? He is your son. Are you so hard-hearted? Please, Lord. Please, Lord, can you bear this tone? You are the dignified Dali Temple. Now your son is abolished. You think you are in the imperial court. Can you afford to raise your head? Lord, don't think about it anymore. Whether those people are the sons of National Duke or the relatives of the Emperor, they still have to pay attention to the law of the king! Exclamation mark. enough. Shut up. Zhao Yu was angry. Do you think I don't want revenge? I think more than anyone else. But look at him. What did he do? Rival for love, less than 20, married a dozen houses concubine. I went to Yanlai building to make trouble, and openly competed for the great demon king. What is this? This is a rebellion, do you know? This time, His Imperial Majesty already knew about it. Last time in the Morning Dynasty, His Imperial Majesty also deliberately mentioned that if you act rashly, it means that my Zhao family will be annihilated. What? His Imperial Majesty actually knows everything? That is to say, even if this matter was acquiesced. But this shouldn't be. Zhao Gang's eyes were covered with a layer of dead grey. But in an instant, his eyes became clear again. Father, my son won't be a burden to the family. Father, mother, take care. While speaking, Zhao Gang got up, tremblingly took out a stack of divorce books from under the pillow, and read the concubines kneeling before the bed said, I'm Zhao Gang. I'm waiting today. I had a little property in Qian before. I sold it all. In my study, I hope Master Mother can do it properly. Assign to them. While speaking, Zhang Gang still left absolutely. Zhao Yuxing trembled a lot, but when he thought of His Imperial Majesty's words and the entire Zhao family, he couldn't help but squeezed the joints. Lord, are you so cruel? Shut up, you bitch. If it weren't a new normally too much pampering, can he be so arrogant and despotic? What would he fight for in Yanlai building? Chainan for great demon king? Do you think that is something that everyone can fight for? That is His Imperial Majesty who is placed in the folk and rectifies me waiting for a method. I don't understand this. Let Tang give him revenge. If he wants to go, let him go. Come on. Send me a notice. I'm Zhao Gang. As soon as I left the house, I was deemed to have been evicted by my Zhao family. No one could contact him anymore, otherwise, he would also be evicted from the house. While speaking, Zhao Yuxing left. It's not just Zhao family. Even if it is now lonely, Ghost family, who is struggling on whilst at death's door in Chainan City, is preparing something at this time. Their lord, the monastery of the astrology supervisor, was beaten to death by the retired emperor when he reported His Imperial Majesty to the retired emperor, and His Imperial Majesty did not care about it. Just assume that you don't know anything in general. And this time, eldest young master, the Ge family who has the most hope to enter the DPRK, was also kicked off by Cheng Chumo. After dormant for a while and saw that Zhao family did not stand up, this time I met the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, the people of Ghost family, and held a family meeting. Basically, as long as it is from the Ge family, all have arrived. They don't do anything else, because after young Master Ge received a letter from Zhao Gang, he was clamoring to go to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. This is a major event. Although young Master Ge will never be able to do that sexual intercourse in the future, it also made him settle down. He wants to study poetry. This is a good thing. And this is the Imperial College of Supreme Learning and the General Academy. Because he is currently incomplete, he is definitely unable to enter. That's why today is here. Everyone, you are all the elders of my Ge family. Our Ge family has developed since the Han Dynasty. Although it has been lonely, it has been brilliant, but today our Ge family has been dusted. In the ancestral hall of Gao's family, a grey-haired old man, leaning on a cane, looked at the pale-faced young Master Ge who was sitting on the head and said, now, even though Patriarch passed away in humiliation, this dog, regardless of the Emperor, he encountered Huai's extraordinary shame and humiliation again. What is this? This is the catastrophe of my Ge family. We did not stand in a good team. But, this is nothing. There is still hope for my Ge family. Seeing that, the old man pointed to Ge Dashao and Ge Yui said, you all know that Huia has been sharp and intelligent since childhood, and although Tang has been wronged this time. Then Huashing Temple asked the master, and the master only gave me one sentence. Nirvana rebirth. What? Nirvana? What does this mean? Does my Ghost family still? The old man hushed his hands and said, today you all know the purpose of my teaching you. Now Huia wants to go to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, and our enemies are in the Chainan University where all the stubbornly gathered, This is our opportunity. As long as 3 years, Huan in high school, then everything that our family has encountered will be easily solved, and even our grievances can be made public. After all, the Dog Emperor once said, whoever is a high school Imperial Civil Service examination graduate can satisfy his wish. Then, this is a glimmer of survival of my ghost family. Even if there is no revenge, our ghost family will not lose the Imperial Court power. You agree to Huey to go to the White Deer Academy in Mount Q of Classical Learning. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 605. Have you heard? Those dolls from Tong Yui Street have all gone to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. This sentence almost became Chang. The people of an city will hear or discuss things when they meet every day. At this time, at the gate of Chang'an City East Market Government Treasury, in the queue waiting for the porridge, everyone squatted on the road teeth, smelling the scent of bone-strengthening powder and boiled chicken and duck meat in the air. All of them were swallowing their saliva, even if there was money left in the house. People are coming. Even if you buy a bowl with a penny at this time, it is worth it. Why? Because this porridge not only contains the bone-strengthening powder which they can't eat normally, but also the delicious stab-eye chicken and dab-eye duck. Can porridge made from something like this be bad? So the people of Chang'an can't sit still. Even if it's dark, you have to wait in line for a bowl of porridge. At this time, everyone who was bored, watching the smoke, began to talk again. This news of you is outdated. Have you heard of a pawn shop in Hentong? Among the crowd, a short and chubby middle-aged person wiped his face with Jinpa the sweat, loudly said. Sure enough, everyone hearing this, couldn't help but look over. It doesn't matter if you look at it, and when you look at it again, everyone can't help but flash in contempt. Who am I? Isn't this Mr. Accountant from that Zuji food shop? Why, your food has been sold out. You actually came here to beg. That fatty hearing this, glared at the speaker. Boom. I will greet this bite of bone-strengthening powder, otherwise I won't be squatting with you here. And most importantly, it's really an old lady. I'm sick. I want to eat this. Everyone heard it and couldn't help twitched his lips. Although I don't believe it, this thing is really delicious. The key is that the bone-strengthening powder can make an old woman eat it for 3 days, even if it's a pick of water. Can run fast. What does this mean? This is a good thing. At this time, everyone remembered what this fatty said before and asked, you just said that the prosperous pawn shop, what's wrong? It's yellow chicken. Hey, let me tell you, I drank with the accountant of the Hentong pawn shop last night and learned about a major event. Do you know that? Do you have money? The richest person in Chang'an City is the pawn shop. It is conceivable how much money has been made in these several decades, and his son, Qian Wanli, actually put the money in the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, which he bought for a big price. If the opportunity is not gone, I will go to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning newly built by Mount Q. Hearing this, everyone's heads could not help but explode. What's the situation? Imperial College of Supreme Learning, what is that? That can represent the highest institution of the Imperial family. Never go here? What are you thinking about? So White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is really so good? Everyone thought about it, and hurriedly urged again, Moo Accountant, you continue to talk. What else? This connection is also very popular in Chang'an City. Character. He can actually let his only son go to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? Crazy. What kind of stuff are taught in that place? But if you find a master to learn about a years, you can go to battle. Where can you go to study? 3 years. Even if you are eligible to work in Ministry of Works, your chances are basically slim. In the Imperial examination, which ordinary people can do dog shit luck. The fatty surnamed Mu looked at the crowd with a full face, and slowly said, I don't know the specifics of shopkeeper doing this, but I know, Master Gu, astrology supervisor, do you know? You all know about Dali Temple, Zhao Da? I heard about it last night. and both of them acted. Their noble son will go to Mount Q's White Deer Academy of Classical Learning even if they leave the family. Everyone couldn't sit still at all when they heard this. Although everyone is very interested in the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, it's just an interest, that's all. It's all you need to have a round belly. Basically, Chang'an City except few people in Huitong Lane dared to send their son there. Why? Because of fear. I'm not watching this to see who can take the lead. But now, Master Gov Astrology Supervisor and noble son who is a 4th rank officer can go. Although Master Gov doesn't know how to be executed, this thin camel is always fatter than them, and he can go. Besides, Zhao Yuxing is also a 5th rank. His son would rather leave the family and go to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning in Mount Q. What does this mean? Don't they have any personal connections? No. Which one of them has no contacts in the imperial court? But even then they have to go. This is something to say. People who are dignified and noble son can go. Can't they go? What is this? This damn thing. Are they more expensive than those famous great clan? Everyone could not help but feel a tingle of panic on their faces. I also began to wonder whether or not to go to the gates of these houses to see if I could find someone and ask if it was true. And just now, not far from the government treasury, suddenly there were countless bags carrying rags. Fleeing people swarming over with large bedding rolls or parchment rolls. Among the headed people, there are 4 young people walking and asking anxiously, "Excuse me, please tell me how to get to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning." "Sir, may I ask, Mount Q is White Deer Academy of how can classical learning go? Everyone was dumbfounded. Cautiously asked, "Is your accent from Liuozu?" Walking in front of the crowd, Hao Qiujun, who is still quite neatly dressed, arched his hands and said, "Xiaxing not talented, Liuozu Hao Qiujun, came to Chang'an White Deer Academy of Classical Learning to study, dare to ask sir, how does this White Deer Academy of Classical Learning go? Everyone was dumbfounded. Can't help but panic. The people from Liuozu of this damn family are here, and they don't want any of their damn things near the water. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 606. Everyone can't sit still. Someone pointed to the direction outside the city. But at the next moment, everyone behind him didn't know what was going on. Seeing that the meal was about to be served, they ran away with a bowl in a hurry. The person who gave the directions hurriedly pointed to the outside of the city, and hurriedly ran back with the bowl while hurriedly said, "Out of the city, turn east and go straight." People are gone. No way. I was waiting before. I wanted to see who is leading the way in Chang'an City. Now the eldest young master of Qian Mansion, Zhao Mansion and Gu Mansion are all gone. Their hearts are a little moved. But now, people from Liuozu are here. What the fuck are you waiting for? And the others White Deer Academy of Classical Learning put up a sign saying, if there are enough people, no more recruiting. Are you going to ask for help? Grass. Everyone can't wait for fiercely to smoke a few big mouths. This damn thing, letting eagles go all day long. I was blinded by eagles today. Hao Qiujun was dumbfounded. He grabbed the slow-moving old man and asked, "Sir, what does this mean? Why did they all run away?" "Oh, they eat. I'm full. I'll make room for you when I see you are all hungry." Satisfied. Isn't this government treasury hasn't opened the door for porridge? Is this full? With suspicion, Hao Qiujun and Lei Ji and the others met their gazes before removing the burden on him and squatting on the side of the road to wait for the porridge. It's not that they can't afford it. On the way, where do they go to buy? Now that you have the money, you can't even buy a bite to eat. On the way, the dish you brought was left untouched, and the hungry people were dizzy. This is Chang'an City heard that this government treasury porridge not only contains bone-strengthening powder, but also chickens and ducks. A bowl of it can last 3 days. Everyone came here in a hurry, just wanting to buy a bowl of rice. After eating the bark and grass roots all the way, this mouthful is full of bark taste. If you go up the mountain like this, if you see the teacher, What face is there to read the sage book? Come on. It's this time. With a sound of harmony, the gate of government treasury finally opened slowly. With a burst of tempting fragrance, the hundreds of greedy sage books from Liuozu were temporarily placed in the back door of their heads, holding the bowl of revenge, and rushing towards the government treasury. And just now, Li Yi Mansion hurriedly shouted from behind the crowd, "Hao Qiu-jun, come to Ji. Something has happened. Hao Qiu-jun, come to Ji. Come out quickly. Don't eat porridge now, it's a major event." But there are too many people, and everyone is hungry and fainted. Who can care about the shouts of Li Yi's mansion? Li Yi's mansion also doesn't care. I threw the bowl in my hand to Gao Zizu, and this was an embarrassing way to get a bowl of porridge. After waiting for a few people to eat, Hao Qiu-jun smacked his lips and said, "This legendary bone-strengthening powder really has a different taste. By the way, Yifu, what did you tell me to do just now?" Li Yifu took the last drop of porridge in the bowl and put it in his mouth with a spoon. Then he touched his belly and said, "The group of turtle grandchildren, do you think they are really giving us a place? They went back to drag the house to Mount Q!" Hearing this, the voices of the hundreds of young people who were still commenting on this bowl of porridge suddenly stopped abruptly. Everyone was stunned. Next moment, I don't know who was furiously shouted in the crowd. Bang broke the bowl in his hand and shouted, "Turtle Grandis-un, what the fuck is the ghost Grandis-un? Go up Mount Q. Let's not fall behind. Niangla, let's go." Next moment, in the horrified gaze of government treasury's porridge manager Zongguan, counting a refugee-like teenager, everyone broke their job, and Sayazi ran away. Only a bowl of scum remains. What's the situation? Several tasks in charge of porridge glutinous rice are dumbfounded. I really want to hear that they are going to Mount Q. Several people looked at each other. Next moment, everyone was surprised. White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. They are going to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? Hundreds of people from Los Angeles are going to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? Not good. Boss, I'll take a leave. Go back and take my son to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. I also take leave. Me too. With a pen in his hand, an official who is registering today's porridge and porridge sales. The ink on the nib drips on the paper, rendering a large swath of ink. Flour. He didn't even notice. Rather, he stared blankly at the people who left in a hurry. What happened to these people? Mount Q. White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? What are these? Are these people crazy? But, next moment, he couldn't help but think of something he had forgotten, and that was an imperial edict before the food shortage began. It seems that on the imperial edict, it seems to be this White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. It seems that what these people talk about most recently is this White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Isn't no one going? What's wrong? Have you got a convulsion? So many people are going there. When he thought of this, he suddenly had a bad feeling, and he slapped his thigh and shouted, "Not good. Come here. Go and report to the old man." His voice, at the door of this empty government treasury, apart from a few chickens in the government treasury, and the high-pitched duck chirping, there are only a few boiling bubbles in the pot and the sound of bursting in the porridge. He was stupefied for a moment, before he came back to his senses, and saw that there was another person around him. Angrily, he threw away the pen in his hand, and fiercely said, "Man, are you dead? No one will go. I will go by myself." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 607. Jiang Feng didn't know what happened in Chainan City. In 3 days, Ma Zhao's house was finally completed under Jiang Feng's deliberate arrangement. The Tostrixia Hongzwen house was moved. The bottom of the house is divided into grid-like things. This grid is not big, it is a square meter. Each grid fence is only built up to the person's chest, and there is a sink inside the trough. There is also a door. It's just that there are dozens of such things. It can be seen that Jiang Feng deliberately greeted Ma Zi how big the house is. The second floor is where people live. One is where they sleep, Mazu knows, after all, there is a bamboo straw bed inside, and the other house is similar to a study room, except that there is only one bamboo. There is nothing more than a woven table stool and a bookshelf. By the way, there is also an oil lamp. But there are only 2 rooms with a study like this, and the remaining 9 rooms have only one bed, nothing more. Zheng Chufu and his son-wife, the family elated, became his neighbors, and in the other house lived a person who asked Mazu to have one's hair stand on end. I heard that the old court eunuch came out of the palace. When he was in the palace, he was a great character, mainly for purification. Such a master, living next door, Mazu always felt a little have one's hair stand on end. Of course, the house that eunuch lives in is much higher grade than Mazu's. After all, his house occupies the largest and best house apart from Zheng Chufu and his recipes. Behind any house, you can see a waterfall on the deep mountain of Mount Q. It is enough to prove that the weight of this master is incomparable to Mazu and Zheng Chufu. Mazu does not understand this arrangement, but it is a glorious thing to have a place here. After all, except for the teacher Jiang Feng and the others, everyone here still lives with branches and sheepskins. Built shack. Every time someone passes by, they will comment on this house, and show envy. But Mazu always feels that something is wrong. As for what's wrong, he doesn't know for the time being, but he always feels something is wrong. At this time, just when Mazu put his few books on the shelf, and put a layer of dried thatch on the bed, Jiang Feng was holding a quilt in Zheng Butcher's family. People walked into Mazu's room with envy. When Mazu saw this, he hurriedly got up and bowed. Student Mazu, visit the teacher. Mazu, are you satisfied with this house? Time is rushed, and I haven't had time to paint. When Li Qian's youngster is finished, he will personally let him bring someone to paint you, and then furnish you with furniture or something. This is like a house. But now the conditions on the mountain are limited, so you should feel wronged first 1 inch. Mazu hearing this, I burst into tears instantly. Thanks to the teacher, Mazu has what skills and abilities, so that the teacher can show his love. Mazu is really a little frightened. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Jiang Feng rubbed his hands. Since you are okay, so what? I have something to tell you about here. Jiang Feng pointed to the floor and said, you know what's down here, is it? Mazu shook his head suspiciously. The buildings here are simply unimaginable. How does he know what the circles below are? Although I can probably know that this is not a place where people live, it may be a place where animals live, but he really doesn't know what this is really useful for. I hurriedly bowed and said, may I hear the teacher's teaching? Jiang Feng was speechless. But what he likes is Mazu's strength, so it's easy to use. When I came to Mount Q, Jiang Feng basically gave Mazu everything he could think of. This made Li Chenqian jealous, but Jiang Feng just said, this the house was given to them, but there is a condition, that is, to raise pigs. When a few people listened, one ran faster than one. I dare not see Jiang Feng anymore. Jiang Feng took back his thoughts, and after looking back and forth on Mazu, he said, I have heard that you have been in Chainan for 5 years. Why did you last imperial examination? At that time, you didn't attend. Mazu's eyes darkened, but he didn't dare not answer, saying, if you return to the teacher, the imperial examination needs to be named, and the student is meeting the teacher. I have posted greetings to all places where Chainan can deliver before, but I heard you raised horses. Jiang Feng didn't want to listen. He was long-winded and asked directly. Jiang Feng has known all about these things for a long time. Mazu hearing this turned white, and said somewhat helplessly, it was indeed done. It was all for the livelihood and wanted to buy a book, so I was forced to make this bad decision. Okay, very good. Good horse raising. Mazu's expression stagnated. How about raising horses? Where is it? If it wasn't for the original copy of the former Chen Great Confusion, would he bend to feed the horse? This is a humiliation to literati. He doesn't understand what Jiang Feng is going to say. What is the connection between these and the small pens below? He can only bend and wait. When Jiang Feng saw this, he patted Mazu on the shoulder and said, when I see you for the first time, I have to be destined for you and me. So, I have an important thing now. Want to entrust it to you, are you willing? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 608. Marzu felt tight. I couldn't help but make my eyes red. What is his identity? To put it bluntly, he is a poor scholar. If he hadn't met Jiang Feng, maybe he would have to starve to death in this food shortage. And he has what skills and abilities can actually get Jiang Feng's favor? Is this the ancestor's blessing? It must be. Marzu was about to kneel in a hurry, but Jiang Feng's cough made him awaken in a hurry. This is not a kneeling, nor is he not kneeling. Anxiously, I scratch my head and ears. When Jiang Feng saw this, he couldn't help but smile. Don't do this for you, although we are in a teacher-student relationship. If you don't want to, I won't force it. Teacher, please rest assured, no matter what is it, those who thank the teacher do not give up. Accept me the wall of entry. Then my horse must go through water and tread on fire to repay the teacher. Well, you have this sentence. I'm relieved. Jiang Feng rubbed his hands. His eyes narrowed. He pulled Marzu and sat on the bed beside him, and then said, I will tell you one thing first. Now Great Tang needs the most. What is it? Food. Marzu didn't even think about it. Jiang Feng asked again. Then what do we study for? For what? Marzu couldn't help being silent for a moment, and then said, if it was before, then it must be a fame. Enter the official career, and serve Great Tang. What about now? Jiang Feng asks again. Marzu was silent for a while before he said, to save the people and the fire and water. Now my Great Tang has experienced countless catastrophes from feudal to the present, and now I have encountered droughts, locust plagues, and food shortages. Great Tang's wise emperor His Majesty has already brought out the cooperative that is beneficial to the people, and the teachers have also brought out beer. Received the sprouted wheat from the poor. In the eyes of everyone, you may be the kind of bodhisattva who saves people, but more people say you are wasral. But I think if everyone in the world can be like you, will there be disasters that day? What Jiang Feng heard is called Xiu Chang, although he doesn't want to listen to flattery. But if Marzu can take a picture of his flattery, his heart is still extremely comfortable. Jiang Feng signaled Marzu to continue. Marzu said, in fact, all of this is foreseeable. When everyone was working behind closed doors, the teachers invested 20,000 shi of grain to curb food prices. This allowed the imperial court, compelled by circumstances. We also lowered the grain. What is this? This is to the effect, this is what we need. And Great Tang is now basically out of the 10 people, 10 are rough guys. You don't know a few of them? What is this? This is a crisis. In a country, if even the most basic things cannot be popularized, this is extremely dangerous. It was also after I saw Imperial Edict that I thought about it for 3 days before I fully understood why the teacher should do this unprecedented thing, free of charge. The sage Confucius once said in the book that no work, no matter what you are, even more how is learning. This is where students are most confused recently, although after seeing the things behind Imperial Edict and what they have seen on the mountain in the past few days, they have roughly thoughts. Jiang Feng interrupted Marzu and asked, you are right, my academy, although I don't charge money, it's something, but I also have conditions. You understand now? Marzu nodded. This is also the point that students most admire, Mr. Doing work for you. Although they don't charge money, they use another way to make up for this. However, this is only useful at the beginning. When this Mount Q is established, isn't this one? Jiang Feng waved his hand, said with a smile, you are very good. Now I can think of this, it's really not a few people, even those of Chen Sheniu, have been harassing me for several days because of this. Didn't expect you to have realized it. In fact, this is also our task. You are right. How can these poor people get rid of their poverty? On the one hand, the people in power can use benevolent governance, but more, these people, still need us. These people, to improve them, and then feed them back to the people. This is what the sage Confucius teaches us. Once I read a sentence in an ancient book, it's better to teach people to fish than to teach people to fish. And this is how I built this. The original intention of the academy Do you understand now? Mazu couldn't help being shocked. Although he racked his brains to wonder where this sentence came from, the impact this sentence has caused him and what Zhang Feng is doing now really opened him up. The door never touched. Mazu could not help but tidy up his clothes and respectfully worship. Students are taught when the time is right, Zhang Feng said. So, I will tell you one more thing now. Teacher, please tell me. I plan to hand over pig raising to you. This is the economic pillar of my White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Would you like to take over this burden? Mazu was stunned. So said a lot. Just want him to raise pigs. At this moment, Zhang Feng added, don't worry, every one of them who wants to study here will have a different task. This task will eventually affect your credits, but I can guarantee that after 3 years, I will recommend you to high official province anyway. Are you willing? What can Mazu say? I can only hurriedly worship but listen to the teacher's orders. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 609. Zhang Feng saw that the major event was over, and couldn't help feeling very good. I took a picture of Mazu, who was a little lost, and said, Mazu, you work hard. I can guarantee that if the Imperial Civil Service is 3 years later, if Zhang Feng, I can't teach you an Imperial Civil Service after the examination graduate came out. Zhang Feng offered my head with both hands. Mazu hearing this was shocked. He hurriedly said, the teacher can't do it. This can't do it. It is already a great honor to be able to study at the academy. Teachers must not do this. Otherwise Mazu will only feel ashamed of the teacher. Zhang Feng knew that Mazu would definitely feel aggrieved in his heart. This has a direct impact on the growth of these pigs. And then he carefully said, I know you must think that raising pigs is such a humble and shameful thing. So you can give it to a Confucian scholar student. You are wrong. If it is an ordinary pig, I will naturally not let any one of you touch him. Even if you want to raise it, I will send you out. But this is not similarly. The porridge you drink every day contains this pork. I ask you, how many people can afford mutton now? This pork is basically the main source of the people's absorption. But this ordinary pigs can only reach 100 catties a year, and they are extremely thin. But I have found a way to make this pig grow to 200 catties within 3 months. Moreover, there is still no smell or fishy smell. Not only that, but I also want this pork to replace the alga powder in the porridge. When the time comes, it can enter the Hall of Elegance. The best can become His Imperial Majesty. Food. The reason why I don't look for someone else is because I don't worry about it. You are careful, and you are still literati, knowing what these animals need to eat, etc. These all are knowledge. If it is among them there is a little problem in the first link. When the time comes, it will affect the taste of pork, so I will let you come. Do you understand my difficulties? This is for the welfare of the people all over the world. I am serving His Imperial Majesty. Manufacture excellent breakfast. Finally, Mazu was shocked by Zhang Feng's flicker. I couldn't help but tremblingly asked, 3 months, 200 catties, and there is still no sorrow and earthy smell? This ... or for His Imperial Majesty prepared something for the welfare of the people of the world ... Yes, Zhang Feng further induced, think about it, isn't this what Sent said, bowing his head and willing to be a bull, and pointing his eyebrows coldly at Qian Fu? Zhang Feng's famous line broke out again. He doesn't care whether Mazu can understand it or not. Mazu said that the skin on his face trembled at this time. Extremely excited. What is this? This is the teacher who teaches morality and righteousness. This is something I have never learned from those poetry, etiquette, and poetry. And at this time, Zhang Feng is actually pretending to beep. The purpose. Then I won't talk about it. It's just to fool Mazu and let him raise pigs for himself with peace of mind. After all, he doesn't greedy this stuff for a day or two. After that, Zhang Feng took Mazu with him, called Old Scholar, and knocked the door of the old court eunuch. The old court eunuch was called Duke Gao, but Zhang Feng was a little surprised by her common name, called Gao Zhengyai. Duke Gao. Gao Zhengyai opened the door. Somewhat unhappy. Miscellaneous ... Old man said it. Call me old man, or call me old man, you youngster. What do you want to do? Court. When eunuch is out of the palace, it is generally not allowed to use the name of the palace, nor can I use the word eunuch. After all, this thing is detrimental to the face of the imperial family. Even more how? Gao Zhengyi. I also felt embarrassed. I used to cleanse people in the palace, but when I got out of the palace, I started the pig business. Although they were all Dao child, it would be shameful to say it after all. Up. At this time, Zhang Feng scratched his head unconsciously, and didn't mind. He was as thick as a city wall. So what? Today I will find some helpers for you. This, Mazu, my brother, raise. Then what? Have experience. This is Zheng Butcher, and his son Zheng. Ahem, my name is Zheng Fengxian. Zheng Chufu's son knows how good this master is. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't know his name, he hurriedly added, today, I am thinking, since you all live in the same building, basically, in the future, you must take care of each other. Senior, this matter will be left to you. Ha! As for what you want, you just have to say to Mazu. Gao Lao twitched his lips. I glanced at Mazu, who was as thin as who, and looked at the tower-like bodies of the two Zheng butchers. Involuntarily, their eyes fell on the crotch of the three people, and the three of them couldn't help but their faces looked like white. Gao Lao twitched his lips. Amused to it. So what, since we all eat noble son Zhang, let's start the knife test today. Zhang Feng, hearing this, hurriedly winked with Zheng Butcher. Old Zheng, what are you waiting for? This is the old man who is ready to accept disciples. What are you doing in a daze? Zheng Tufu froze for a while, and slapped him in a hurry. It was shot on the back of Zheng Fengxian's head and roared, bastard, you still don't want to be a teacher. What are you waiting for? Zheng Fengxian was a little daunted. Fan maker, what's easy to learn? It's not as good as a pig slaughtering blade. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 610. After solving this pig's problem, Zhang Feng encountered another big problem. At present, things on the mountain have basically stabilized. As for the teaching building, it has basically been determined to be a three-story building under Zhang Feng's tough attitude. No way. This grandson is too thief, and now he has the old court eunuch, who specializes in cleaning people in the palace, on the mountain. Who can stand it? In case this grandson is in a hurry, when you fall asleep and get down, then he. So under normal circumstances, when everyone sees Zhang Feng, they basically feel that they are chilly and insecure. No way, who knows if this grandson will give you a loss. Although this is unlikely, they dare not pack tickets by then. At this moment, a few people squatted on the high platform at the gate of the mountain, looking at the mountain in a daze. Zhang Feng just passed by here at this time, ready to look at the food reserves in the past few days, and planned to find Sun Simi out to research a piece of hay. But from a distance, when I saw these guys being lazy, I couldn't help getting angry. I called out a few times, but these guys didn't have any reaction at all. Zhang Feng couldn't help but wondered. He climbed up to the 3 wooden sentry post. Even if he sat down, these guys didn't find it either. Why are you looking at you? I couldn't help but arouse Zhang Feng's strong interest. Looking down with everyone's eyes, the one at the bottom of the mountain, the silhouette of Shantaoist is so bad. Zhang Feng couldn't help being even more confused. When Zhang Feng's voice sounded, several people were instantly taken aback. Cheng Chumo, who was sitting on the edge, almost pierced his head. Fuck, Feng Tsai, you fucking, make a noise. It will scare people to death. Understand? Zhang Feng speechlessly shrugged. I screamed, my voice hoarse down below. You just didn't hear it. Who is to blame? But what are you doing? Why, surely Chenqian, Zhang Sanchong and the 4 of Cheng Chumo heard this and couldn't help sighing. Oh, you just wandered around that Mazu all day, and you didn't find out. Are all the people who went up the mountain today? Zhang Feng was taken aback. Isn't that good for no one? This means that the food shortage has been suppressed. Isn't this a good thing? I said that you guys are cheap. There are too many people. You complain, no one now, you guys. No, what we mean is, this doesn't even have a hair. This imperial edict should have known all the people of Great Tang, logically, so, At least a few people will come. But how long has it been? It's been July, and no one has any hair. This is not normal. A few people say it. Zhang Feng finally knew what these guys were worried about. I couldn't help but became silent. Looking at the chattering mountain road, I couldn't help but feel complacent. Isn't it just a person? There are already 60 people on this mountain with you guys. What are you afraid of? I'm not talking about these 60 people anymore. Even if there is only one person, I've said it before, my academy will continue to do it. Zhang Feng also found it strange. This is almost the imperial edict. There are more than half a month. No one, number. There is a Mazu. This is not normal. Mazu is here. The people who explain Chainan City know about it. How many people have Hao Qiujun recorded in history? Where did all this go? Also, let's not talk about Chainan City. It's been almost 20 days now. Even if the Imperial Edict is the person who sent the Imperial Edict, should he climb to the place? Are these people on the road? Zhang Feng shook his head. Fuck it. I didn't come if I didn't come. I'm not uncommon. By the way, things on this mountain are basically stable now. Li Qian, you have a wide network of contacts. Go to the city, wander around and get me dozens of peak carpenters. The carpenters have already been found. Look at these beams, they are all carpenters. I'm talking about a carpenter who does meticulous work, at least a carpenter like a carved fan. Li Chenqian was taken aback, looked at Zhang Feng and asked, why? Do you want to make a fan? Get lost. Zhang Feng said angrily, this academy looks like it will basically take shape in 1 month, and these people are idle and have nothing to do. And there will always be problems. I am thinking about ordering a batch of teaching aids. But this person, I am not at ease, so I will ask you to find a few people who know the routes and get them to the mountain. The kind that can stay on the mountain is best. The 4 of Li Chenqian are a little confused. What teaching aids? Do you still need such craftsmen? There are very few such craftsmen in Chainan City, but there are some. But they are not good for you. But what do you want? What do you do? Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain. Show them the triangles, compasses and other graphics drawn on a blueprint in your arms. Several people are big eyes staring at small eyes, and they can't read them. Finally, Zhang Feng said lightly, don't you think it's nothing to learn? You do Darbing didn't know how to learn arithmetic? Then I ask you, how long is 30 plus width 20 plus height 10 equals? This is all knowledge. This is all calculation. Do you think? How much have you learned? Come, I will give you 3 days to calculate this question. If the calculation is accurate, it will not be until the opening of the academy. What do you like to do? Li Chenqian and Duga looked at each other, then Li Chenqian asked solemnly, Feng Tsai. Is this also the calculation? Otherwise, this is the real mathematics university. Li Chenqian hearing this took a deep breath, solemnly folded this blueprint and put it in his arms. I will go to the carpenter. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 611. Li Chenqian ran away in a hurry without asking, because he suddenly realized that what kind of teaching aid Zhang Feng wanted to build this time was really to teach them great abilities. Even before, what counts as a multiplication table and a division table, what are they all? On the question just now, Li Chenqian intuitively told him that this is a calculation method for area, but he was dumbfounded when asked about something that seemed simple. What the hell is that calculation method? When they used to calculate this thing, they basically used steps to print, but now, this thing that I have never seen before, Li Chenqian's intuition tells him, it is a good thing. Although I don't know what Zhang Feng is going to do this time, I still need to prepare for the things that should be prepared. After all, when the time comes, although it may not be true that someone will come, in case someone will coming, get down the mountain. Li Chenqian hurriedly went straight to the Ministry of Works. Ministry of Works, gathered in Kit Kat's obscene skills. Basically everyone who can enter Ministry of Works is a leader of Great Tang, and if you want to find such a skilled person, that is undoubtedly the Ministry of Works is no doubt. But when Li Chenqian rode a fast horse before entering Chainan City, Suddenly, he was shocked by everything in front of him. At the city gate, countless people are rushing out of the city. That person, as if something terrible happened in the city, wanted to escape. Where did Li Chengqian see such scenes? Even when Turkic was about to enter the Waishui River, the people of Chang'an City had never lived like this. What's wrong? However, Li Chengqian stepped aside from the officialdom. After careful observation, these people have a characteristic, that is, they are young. Most of them are youngsters. Some of them have worn-out clothes and some are gorgeous. Among them, Li Chengqian even picked up several stubborn stubborns who had been acquainted with Li Qian in Chang'an City under the pseudonym Li Qian. Unfortunately, Li Chengqian stopped a few people and asked, "Where are you going?" Those stubborn ones turned out to be Li Chengqian. Somewhat surprised, "Brother Li, aren't you at Chang'an University? How did you leave the city?" Li Chengqian pointed to the crowd and asked, "What are these people? What are you going to do? What's going on in Chang'an City? What happened?" Several people looked at each other in surprise and said, "You don't know this?" Li Chengqian was also impatient. "What do I know? You really don't know?" Several people are even more surprised. This matter is basically now in Chang'an City. As long as you can understand human words, you know it. But this guy doesn't know it. Is this still the 4 great demon kings? Fuck. What's the situation? Several people showed weird faces. One of the young men came to Li Chengqian's ear and said, "Are you sure you don't know?" Li Chengqian also anxious. "If my goddamn knows, I need to ask you." When a few people saw this, they said, "The White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, you are sure I don't know?" Li Chengqian's mind could not help but sounded a buzzing. Could it be these people are going to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? Fuck that. I can't help but, Li Chengqian, I was shocked. Looking at the people who picked up hundreds of people and rushed out of the city, their hairs exploded in an instant. Not good. Li Chengqian gave a weird cry. He even forgot about going to Chang'an. He stepped on the horse and ran to Hanshan in a hurry, leaving only a few looked at each other in the stubbornness of blank dismay. Fuck. What's wrong with young Master Li? Could it be you took the wrong medicine? No, I see. The direction this guy ran must be to the direction of Mount Q. And you see this guy is just about to enter the city, isn't it? Several people couldn't help but look at each other again. A sentence flashed in their minds at the same time. This guy has already been to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. On the other side, Li Chengqian was shocked. I always felt that Zhang Feng, the academy, is too. He has been unimaginable. And he has also read Sage's book. The book is very clear. The book is not without merit, but Zhang Feng did the opposite. Not only did he not need money, but he also had something special when the time comes, arranging people into important departments in the palace. At that time, Li Chengqian and several people thought Zhang Feng's approach was unimaginable and they could understand it, but how could ordinary people accept it? But what about now? It's not that they can't accept such an academy, but that they want to get together. Li Chengqian wielded his horsewhip recklessly. I hate that this horse runs too slowly. If only a pair of wings can be plugged in. That way, you can see Zhang Feng's deflated and shocked side sooner. Jia. Li Chengqian hurried to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, waving his whip to go. Li Chengqian ignored all the greetings of people who transported materials to and from the academy along the way. Everyone who looked at was an unfathomable mystery. Not yet arrived. At the mountain gate, Li Chengqian looked at Zhang Feng and several people standing on the post from a distance, waving their white robe and shouting, "Feng Tsai, something has happened. Chang'an has a major event." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 612. Zhang Feng, who is discussing the importance of cement with Cheng Chumo, is wondering if it is playing the lute for a cow. And just now, the voice of Li Chengqian under the mountain could not help but save his life. Do you have a clear understanding of this with a few big bosses and a Tang monk? This damn thing is terrible. Li Chengqian is simply a savior. Rather than waiting for Zhang Feng in the heart, I am silently grateful to Li Chengqian. His next sentence directly scared Jiang Feng's legs and softened. Basically, the situation of several people is the same. Li Chengqian, who looked at the distant mountain on the railing of the sentry post, roared, "What's the matter?" But the distance is too far. Jiang Feng's lung capacity is not enough, so he shouted. What directly yelled him was dazzling. Jiang Feng hurriedly grabbed Cheng Chumo. Iron Knox, shout, ask what's the matter, what's the matter? Jiang Feng doesn't worry about anything else, just worry about his little tavern, and that brewery, especially the basement he dug. There are all the money he saved, and there are some 300 Tang poems that he prepared to pretend to be written. If that place is taken by a thief, then his loss was great. But when he was preparing to enter the dynasty when the time comes, he dedicated it to his imperial majesty, pretending to be a force. In one, the winery next door to tavern, now the guys on Tongyue Street are basically gone. People everywhere are basically replaced by oldly people, and the ones stored in it have sprouted, although the wheat is basically dried now and stored for brewing, when the disease is everywhere. The thing is wheat, and it is edible. If you are dizzy from hunger, go get it for him. That is basically ruining his only way of making money now. Seeing Jiang Feng's pleading, Cheng Chuma moistened his throat with a stab and roared, Master Li, Feng Tsai asks you, what's the matter? Isn't it? What's wrong with tavern? This thunderous sound exploded, instantly causing Li Chengqian, who was galloping down the mountain, to shiver under his hips, and Li Chengqian roared, said, no, there is nothing wrong with tavern. In the sound of wind and the rustling of tree trunks, everyone only heard such a passage. It's gone ... Tavern is gone ... Something went wrong. Jiang Feng hearing this, he felt that when his head sank, he was about to plant it. It's over. All his mothers is over. I'm not alive. Lao Tzu's money. Lao Tzu's collection of poems. Fortunately, Wai Shui has a few talents. Okay, when I saw Jiang Feng, I was about to fall down and hurriedly grabbed him. At this time, everyone at the gate of the mountain also heard this sentence. I couldn't help but, Old He and the others also exploded. What? Neighbors, did you hear that? Feng Tzu's tavern is gone. Tongyue Street is the guys. Copy the guys down the mountain for me to see which one eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gallbladder. Even Feng Tzu's little tavern dare to move. Walk. Feng Tzu, don't think about it, let's take revenge on you. Go and take revenge for Feng Tzu. Feng Tzu's little tavern has something wrong. At this time, follow with the spread of this incident at the gate of the mountain, and everyone was also spreading this incident by word of mouth. It was involuntarily spread by everyone, and the taste changed. Feng Tzu has an accident. Feng Tzu is gone. Feng Tzu has an accident. Go to the gate of the mountain. Someone after hitting the mountain. Something happened to Feng Tzu. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Feng Tzu, what's wrong with this? But next moment, the people who were working on the construction site were angry. If it weren't for Jiang Feng, would they have enough food there? If it weren't for Jiang Feng, they would have been starved to death. If it weren't for Jiang Feng, where would their son get the chance to enter the school? If there is no Jiang Feng, can they find a way to survive in this disaster year? But his mother, anyone dares to find things? Brothers, Feng Tzu, for our sake, sent the entire family property out. Now someone actually killed Feng Tzu. What is this? This is destroying our way of life. Can't bear it. Go, kill him, no matter who it is. Dare to attack Feng Tzu. That's my lifelong enemy. Go and go, hammer him to death. At this time, in the mountainside, that is, in the pig farm at Mount Q, Zheng Butcher, father and son and Mazu, are squatting on the ground looking at the old man. Court eunuch Lao Gao was sharpening a strangely shaped knife while talking about the technique of fanning a pig, and at this time, suddenly Guzi hurried over. Not good, it's not good, something has happened. There has been something wrong with Feng Tzu's elder brother. A few people are hearing this, suddenly shocked. What's the matter? Guzi, what happened to Feng Tzu? A few people hurriedly asked. The butcher Zheng even took up the pig slaughtering blade and ran towards Guzi, shouted angrily, What's wrong with Feng Zai? You tell me clearly. Guzi was also shocked. Quickly trembling with fear said, I heard on the construction site that Feng Zai had an accident at the gate of the mountain. It seems. I heard that it was given by someone. What? Zheng Butcher hearing this horrified. Grandma has a leg. Who dares to attack Feng Zai? Who dares to attack Feng Zai? I never end with him. During angrily, Zheng Butcher hurriedly held pig slaughtering blade, ran towards the gate and exited. Lao Gao, Ma Zu and Zheng Chufa's son looked at each other, and hurriedly followed. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 613. Mount Q is not big. The speed of the spread of this incident is extremely fast. With the spread of time, at this time, everyone knows one thing. Jiang Feng was killed. Is it still worth it? Who the hell would dare to cut their way? If Jiang Feng hadn't let go of the grain, probably most of them would starve to death. Or would they be beggared by squatting on the side of the city gate? But since Jiang Feng suppressed the price of food, he not only had enough food, but also had meat and work. You did good, and you could make a little money. Although they don't have much money, at least they can survive this disaster year. But which one eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gallbladder now, dare to move Jiang Feng? So, no matter if it is an old man up to 65 years old, down to 12 or 3-year-old dolls, the stones on the mountain are free of money anyway. Holding 2 bear pebbles, they rushed to the mountain, angrily rushed to the door. Kill. Vengeance for Jiang Feng. Who would dare to go up the mountain to make trouble? Kill him. Cheng Chumo, who was at the gate of the mountain, was stunned by these words. Taking a picture of Jiang Feng, who was also confused, and said, Feng Zai, what's the matter? How are these people shouting to avenge you? Question mark. This ghost I know. Jiang Feng was also dumbfounded. Looking at those angrily looking at the people running, they had no choice but to stand on the big cart at the gate of the mountain, and shouted, what's the matter? No more work. The fastest rush is Gan Ziyuan. But from a distance, he suddenly saw Jiang Feng climb onto a large truck. He could not help but slammed on the brakes, opened his arms, and called everyone to stop. This is where I stopped at a distance of 3 feet away from Jiang Feng and the others. At this time, everyone saw Jiang Feng. Involuntarily, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. What's the situation? What's the situation? Didn't Feng Zai say something happened? Could it be a ghost? Feng's is really dead? Everyone was dumbfounded. After Jiang Feng heard this sentence, his whole person was not good. Who said that I was dead? Who said that I was dead? Jiang Feng trembled with anger, and as more and more people rushed over, and after seeing what Jiang Feng looked like, even the women and children knelt on the ground and started crying. My mother, such a good person, who killed him with 1,000 swords. My mother. Vengeance for Feng Zai. You guys, take a look. Feng Zai, for us, in order to make our dolls worry about the academy even if they die. Take revenge. We must take revenge. I want revenge. Looking at everyone crying and saying this, Jiang Feng didn't know where something went wrong. But what went wrong, he didn't know yet. However, this damn thing is related to what the youngster Li Qian is shouting. Fuck. It's over. This is so special. Stop. Don't cry. Shut up, Felozi. It's all fucking. Cheng Chumo can't sit still anymore. Even though his head is a bit slower than others, he understands the entire process of development at this time. He wants to laugh. Why Xiu Zhang and Chong Dugu wants to laugh. But this is not the time to laugh. At the instigation of a few people, Cheng Chumo showed off his stubborn Demon King's domineering spirit, not to mention the roar. It really worked, so I didn't cry anymore. The one who yelled to avenge Jiang Feng, at this time also shrank in the crowd and did not dare to speak out. Jiang Feng squeezed his hair in handfuls, trying to say something, but after all, he couldn't say a word. So he could only sigh helplessly. Go back. I'm fine, don't believe the rumors. At this moment, Zheng Butcher crowded the crowd. When everyone saw it, their eyes brightened. Zheng Chufu is very angry. He is the ghost nemesis, so he urged him to say, Zheng Chufu, go up and see Feng Zai. Are you sure you are okay? Yes, Zheng Chufu, you are very angry. Go and have a look. Zhang Feng had no choice but to knead it a bit by Zheng Tufu. Zheng Butcher's face was furious. Feng Tsai, isn't this good? At this moment, everyone could not help but hold their breath. Zheng Tufu tied up Zhang Feng's messed up hair without saying a word, and then he waved the pig slaughtering blade angrily roared, "Fuck, Guzi, you chopsticks out for me. You fucking dare to say that Feng Tsai is dead? You are believing or not, I will kill you first." In the angry roar, Guzi, who was squeezed in the crowd, shuddered all over and hurriedly shrunk and slipped out on the ground in the crowd. At this time, with Zheng Tufu's confirmation, everyone finally knew that Zhang Feng was okay, and then he left in a jealousy. "It's okay. Ha ha ha, it's okay, just go to work. Are you lazy here?" I left. Feng Tsai is fine. Zhang Feng is speechless. Want to find someone to beat me up. But after watching it around, Chen Sheniu couldn't beat it, not to mention Big Fool Yuan Chong Tsai. There is only one soft. It is Du Darbing. But he is scared. A meal is a meal. This grandson will surround you and read the scriptures for a few days. Who can stand it? Finally, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Looking at Li Chengqian, who was galloping down the mountain, shouted angrily, "Li Qian, you bastard, die for the Lord." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 614. Li Chengqian is in a hurry. A large number of students under the mountain are running up the mountain. I just saw Zhang Feng, and even saw a large number of people gathered at the mountain gate, but now there is no one. But it doesn't matter. What matters is, now we must let Feng Tsai know the good news. The road up the mountain is not the kind of straight sloping, but a winding road built with the mountain. At this time, who can't see the road, it seems that it's just there. All went up the mountain in an instant. He even saw what was still being cooked in some shack where the fire was built. Just now, he suddenly heard Zhang Feng's roar. Although it was not quite clear, he could faintly notice that Zhang Feng was running down the mountain. Li Chengqian hurriedly waved his whip and roared, "Feng Tsai, stop coming, run back, get ready, people are coming." Lots. But these words, in the mountains and forests, especially in the windy mountains, the taste of the transmission will change. The few people running down the mountain and Gan Ziyuan and the others behind them, they heard, "Feng Tsai, don't run back. A lot of people have come." As soon as I heard this sentence, Zhang Feng's whole person is not good. Gan Ziyuan fell directly into the mud. "Mother, this is Crown Prince. Crown Prince, is this to be done like that? This is crazy." Zhang Feng didn't run away either. He was angry, and looked around. Zia pulled a thin bamboo on the side of the road. Instead, he held it in his hand and listened to the sound of horses' hoofs, and waited. "What am I running? This grandson must be here." Although he doesn't know why he wants to beat Li Qian, he can say that. And Cheng Chuma did not speak, and his mouth was sullen. Anyone with the discerning eye could see that these four goods were all working hard and laughing, but Zhang Feng didn't notice these. His attention was focused on the sound of horseshoes. Listening to the sound of horses' hoofs approaching, the smiles in the eyes of several people increased, while the panic in Gan Ziyuan's eyes became more and more intense. "Damn, it's over. What did Crown Prince just say? If this is hit with a stick, then there will be a major event. What am I going to do? Help." Still not helping. Just when Gan Ziyuan was struggling and couldn't help, Li Chengqian's white horse finally came far away. Li Chengqian saw Zhang Feng and the others waiting here. He was puzzled for a moment, but before thinking about it, he rushed towards Zhang Feng, not waiting for him to dismount. Zhang Feng picked up the bamboo sliver and greeted him with his head and face. "Ow woo dash, comma. Don't fight, Feng Tsai. You are crazy. Why are you hitting me? Fuck, stop, stop, fuck." Li Chengqian was beaten badly. The point is that this thin bamboo sliver hits people painfully, and there is no wound. At this time, Li Chengqian, who was in pain, was grinning and screaming. "Iron Knox, you fucking, still watching the theater? Come on, what do you guys mean? Grass. Ow, don't fight, you fucking fight again. Believing or not, I'm going to get angry. Also before he finished speaking, A high-pitched scream came out. At this age, Li Chenqian has never been beaten. This beat stunned Li Chenqian. Finally, Cheng Chumo couldn't stand it anymore. Cheng Chumo lifted Zhang Feng up like a kid. Feng Tsai, calm down, calm down. You let me down. You lift me up. Who is impulsive? Zhang Feng's anger disappeared, but he always feels uncomfortable being carried this matter. Feng Tsai, calm down, listen to what he said. You don't know him yet. You give him 10 courage. He dare not say you are pregnant or not. Dugu also hurried forward to persuade. Zhang Feng thought for a while, struggling to get out of Cheng Chumo's iron tongs, and asked, "What did you shout under the mountain just now?" "I just yelled. Something went wrong. A lot of people came." "People? What is this? Are you just beating me for this?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded, fiercely slapped his face. Cheng Chumo was also dumbfounded. Li Chenqian was even more dumbfounded. "Is it because of this guy hit me?" Zhang Feng finally remembered one thing at this time. When the sound spreads in the wind, there will be deviations. Why did I not expect just now? But now it's all hit. What can Zhang Feng say? Cough. "Do you know why I beat you?" Where did Li Chenqian know? Staring at Zhang Feng, his fists crackled. Seeing this posture, Zhang Feng dare not say anything. He hurriedly stabilized his emotions and said, "I will let you go down the mountain to do things. It's good for you. You just go down the mountain and you will run up. The credits for this semester will be deducted 3 points, but for your sake, this meal will replace the 3 points." Bang! Do not wait for Zhang Feng to finish. Li Chenqian hit Zhang Feng's belly with a fist. "Fuck. What the fuck do I think you do? You hit me for this? Fucking me. You look at it. You look at the mountain. What's under the mountain?" Li Chenqian is about to cry. Although a punch came out, it landed on Zhang Feng's belly, and it was just tickling. It didn't hurt or itchy. He didn't dare to hit Zhang Feng. There is no delusion disaster. This is simply no delusion disaster. But at this time, Zhang Feng and the others looked dumbfounded at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Feng patted Li Chenqian on the shoulder, and asked in a daze, "Li Qian, who are those who run wild down the mountain?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 615. Zhang Feng is a little confused. At this time, standing on this crooked mountain road, you can already see the faint silhouette under the mountain. There are many people, but it looks slightly better than those who fled. There is no shortage of people in bright clothes. This also confuses Zhang Feng. Li Chenqian didn't say anything. He rubbed a blood stain on his arm, groaned twice, turned and rode a horse, and ran up the mountain. As soon as Zhang Feng saw Li Chenqian running away, he hurriedly followed him up the mountain. But Gan Ziyuan was frozen in place. He didn't care about the people who came down the mountain. After all, now, this mountain is a piece of sweet pastry. More people are coming. But at this time, it was Crown Prince who had the greatest impact on him. He was beaten by someone and ran away without letting go. This is Crown Prince. He felt that this was ruining the 3 views. Crown Prince, that's aloof and remote person. How can this be done? On the other side, under the mountain, the people in Li's mansion could not help but feel a little excited when watching the smoky smoke, the knocking sound of Dinglin and the yelling Mount Q. "Brothers, we are here." Hao Jun. Several people hearing this, couldn't help but looked at the mountain in front of them in amazement, and asked, "This is the one mentioned on the Imperial Edict White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? It doesn't look like it here." Several people looked at this place like a construction site and couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. "This is the academy? Isn't this the construction site? Let's go. Didn't you see so many people running up the mountain? That means this place is right." Leiji wiped the sweat from his forehead. He tightened the bedding on his back, and hurriedly followed in the footsteps of Chainan. No way. The people of Chainan are very thief. While they were eating, many people were gone in just such a short time. When they stepped out of the city gate, I saw, good guy, there are more people outside the city than there are inside the city. Is it still worth it? Is this damn good? Unfortunately, people from Liuozi couldn't sit still. Sayazi ran up the mountain with him. At this moment, just as they were about to cross the Waishui River, Dozens of young people were watching the team and getting lost. One by one, I asked, "What? Excuse me, where are you going?" "Brother, where are you going?" "Chainan, is something wrong with the city?" But no one paid any attention to them. Nothing else. Because, in the eyes of people like Chainan, as long as you are younger than you are, there is no need to say that this guy is definitely going to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. How big is White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? How many people can be admitted? If all this goes up, good fellow, wouldn't you have less chance? This is our Chainan Academy. It can't be cheaper, isn't it? An outsider. So, as long as someone asks, the better ones will reply you don't know, and the bad ones, they won't even look at you. It's like meeting the enemy of life and death. At this moment, Hao Jun and a few people just passed by. These people, watching the honest duty come to aid, they were grabbed their arms. "Brother, where are you going?" "I don't know, ask someone else." Without waiting for Lei Ija to speak, a white and fat Chainan boy who just passed by, said something in the urn, and then took Lei Ija and walked forward. "Youngster, if you want to go to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, don't interrupt. If you dare to say, when the time comes, your chances of entering school will be less, when the time comes. It's up to you." Under the sign of the young man's eyes, "Oh, come to G," turning around and said, "Brother, you are also going to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning." "Here, look, we are all going to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Dot. 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 Li Yi Mansion and the others are dumbfounded. The boy was dumbfounded. Chainan, the passing boy, was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at this stark and swore the weird like a fool. "Fuck, you fucking idiot. Go and go, brothers, run faster." Hao Jun and the others are speechless, looking at Lei Ija. Although they knew that Lei Ija's approach was right, they fell apart with these people at this time. Then when the time comes, if you say something bad in front of the examiner, then a few people had to pat Lei Ija's shoulder silently. "Let's go." The boy who asked for directions, after thanking him again and again, was surprised and inexplicably ran all the way again, propagating all the way. "They are going to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. All come back. Don't go to Chainan City." "Here, all these people are going to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning." Hearing this, the people who came out of Chainan City, as well as the children with them who are ready to go to school, run faster. What's more, even carry them with you. No more salutes. I ran up the mountain with the doll on my back. No way, so many people. This is up. How many can you keep? Originally, if we didn't say anything to these old hats from other places, then we were all Chainan people and it would be fine, but now it's different. Now everyone panicked. "Chong, fuck it, don't pay the gift. As long as you enter the academy, I will sell the house and pay you the gift. Go, go, fuck, don't stand in the way." The grandiose team, like locust migrating, swarmed towards the front center in the middle of the two mountains like a tide in an instant. A small 3-packs, Hao Jun's salute on the people has long since been squeezed into. At this time, they can only rush to the mountain with the flow of people. One can imagine how dense this person must be. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 616. On the mountain, Li Chenqian sits on the big cart at the gate of the mountain, disguised as a servant's guard, and is rubbing his whole body with medicine for trauma. Li Chenqian, who is in pain, is grinning with teeth. At this moment, Li Chenqian's guard who was guarding the foot of the mountain rushed up the mountain. "Noble Sun Jiang, Noble Sun Jiang, it's not good, it's not good." Something really happened at the foot of the mountain, and almost 3,000 people suddenly swarmed down the foot of the mountain. Although everyone was disguised, most of them are youngsters, it seems. Suspected to be. What? Zhang Feng, hearing this, could not help but turn pale with fright. At this time, Li Chenqian glanced at Zhang Feng. "Now you know that you are in a hurry." Li Qian, Uncle Li, who is under this? Zhang Feng is in a hurry. Isn't this the one who met the bandits? As soon as he thinks of this, Zhang Feng can't calm down. This is possible. and it is really possible. The fact that there are 30,000 shi of food on the mountain is already an open secret. If you encounter mountain bandits, it really makes sense. Zhang Feng's hairs are all branched up. Big fool, why? Quickly get up Li Qian's horse and take a shortcut down the mountain, move the rescuers, report to the officer, and say that the mountain bandits are coming. Also, Iron Knox, if there is anyone taking advantage of it here, please call someone to keep the gate. Darbing, go to the mountain quickly to find Divine Doctor Sun, and tell someone to hide the food. Zhang Feng finally panicked at this time. He finally knows this stuff. Why is he in such a hurry? This damn, so many people are here. Why don't you even fart when you go up the mountain? Is this guy so confident? Or Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel relieved. And Cheng Chumo did not see any movement in the pestle at this time, letting Zhang Feng jump up and down like a monkey wherever he was anxious. It seems that they have already thought of something. Look around. Zhang Feng only saw the people on Tongyue Street, standing behind him with the same enemy, while Chen Sheniu and the others looked left and right. Not right. This damn thing is wrong. Zhang Feng suddenly thought of something. If it is said that the bandit is here, then the most urgent person at this time should be Li Qian. He found the craftsman in this place. He paid for the money for the construction of the academy for the time being. If this is the case, if the bandit comes, it should be him who is anxious. But this product is still so good looking. This is not right. Unfortunately, Zhang Feng's restless heart calmed down for a moment. Li Qian, Brother Li, Uncle Li, tell brother, who is the person below? Uncle E. Fuck. Don't say it's a handle. Don't say I won't wait. Zhang Feng is also getting angry. Don't you say I won't wait. Involved. Zhang Feng also sat down. Old He and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. If they can't see anything at this time, it's a waste of life, and a few people can't help but wave their hands. Leave. Go to work. Everyone left in anguish. But these people looked at Li Qian's eyes not so friendly. Okay. You are awesome. Today you offend Feng Tsai. Do you always have time to eat? Wait, when the time comes, Lao Tzu will give you some condiments. At this time, Cheng Chumo and several people also got close to Li Chengqian and sat on the shuttle bus with such a big thorn. Even Wai Shui brought a chair and sat with such a big thorn. At the gate of the mountain, even holding a pole in his hand, he would go up to fight if he didn't agree with him. They didn't make them wait too much. After all, the time for Li Chengqian to go back and forth is enough for these people to go up the mountain. The first group of people went up the mountain. Anxiously roaring at the gate of the mountain, someone who knew Zhang Feng, pointed at Zhang Feng in surprise and shouted, "Look, he is Zhang Feng. It is Zhang Feng. He is waiting for us. Quickly, tidy up, and meet the teacher." Bang dang. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Cheng Chumo was also dumbfounded. Even the pole in Wai Shui's hand fell to the ground. Feng Tsai, I said ... What's the situation? Where did Zhang Feng know? But he glanced at Li Qian's donkey face and couldn't help rolling the eyes, got up and held a fist in front of him and said, "Everyone, Zhang Feng, I don't know any advice." Everyone saw it. Hurry up and worship with various etiquette. Student Zhang San pays homage to the teacher. Student ... worships the teacher. Student Zhang San pays homage to the teacher. The sound of rushing together sounded at the gate of this small mountain. In an instant, everyone in the White Pants Academy heard it. Everyone has forgotten the work in their hands, staring blankly at the gate of the mountain. The large group of young people stunned, dumbfounded. Fuck, what's the situation? Where did the bandits go up the mountain? Why are they all bowing to Feng Tsai? Worry, could it be ... that Imperial Edict? Hiss. Thinking of this, everyone fiercely sucked in a cold breath. While watching more and more people at the gate of the mountain, and listening to the more and more laborers gathering on the mountainside, Zhang Feng and the others finally exploded. Cheng Chumo slapped his head, shaking Zhang Feng's shoulder in a little horror, and asked, "Fuck, I'm a big cow, these all are Imperial Edict played a role, and the students who came up, I'm fucking crazy, Who are these people? Get together? Question mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 617. At the gate of the mountain, in the eyes of everyone, Zhang Feng is dressed in a Confucian robe. Although he stands quietly in the wind, he feels so elegant and free. At this time, everyone only felt that Zhang Feng was like the great Confucian, bowing his head in thought. And the few masters behind Zhang Feng, they all know, after all, the 4 great demon kings of Chainan, who dare not know, and it's their peers, not to mention Zhang Feng can actually honor their governance. They didn't see it when Li Chengqian was riding a horse. At this time, I saw Li Chengqian sitting there on his neck, on the back of his hand, and there was one after another scar. How could this discerning person know that this was being beaten? Who are they? Haven't experienced it? But who is this? This is one of the 4 great demon king qualities. Wow! Do you dare to fight this? Moreover, they are submissive. Fuck. This Zhang Feng is really extraordinary. When everyone saw Zhang Feng not speaking, they became more respectful, and their backs couldn't help but lower by 1 point. Behind them, more and more people rushed to the gate of the mountain. The gate of the mountain couldn't be piled up, so they went to the hillside mountain near the gate of the mountain. Everyone was respectful. Salute. Behind Zhang Feng, Gan Ziyuan, Duke Gao, Ma Zhu, Zheng Dufu, father and son, all came. Looking at the scene in front of me, I couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. And now, Li Chengqian was also terrified by the people behind him. Nothing else. Just because there are too many people, right now on the mountain. How much food is needed for a full play? These people are all fucking here to eat. Great family, are you here? I glanced at Dugu. This guy turned the ledger in a hurry, and several people refused to be with Zhang Feng, and hurriedly asked, Feng Tsai, is this too many people? So many people, my god, are these people here to eat? Great family, what should I do? Do you want me to let the servant chase them down? Li Chengqian, it's okay not to speak. As soon as he spoke, Zhang Feng exploded. I grabbed Li Chengqian's shoulder and shook it desperately. Why? Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you go? Li Chengqian was speechless. Fucking, when I went up the mountain, you just hit your head and covered your face. But did you give me a chance to talk? Fuck. Then why don't you go up the mountain? Fuck. Say. I don't want to say. You can control it. Zhang Feng knows he is wrong, so he puts up his middle finger speechlessly. What are you doing? Are you not ready to register? Zhang Feng glared at Dugu, and several people gave them a smirk, and then they hurried away. Moved things. While Wai Shu and Cheng Chumo had nothing to do, they stood at the door. One of them picked up a pole in his hand, and glared at the crowd at the entrance of the mountain and shouted, Don't be noisy, you want to join the academy, line up Lao Tzu, not to speak, whoever dares to say a word of bullshit, let Lao Tzu roll down the mountain. Then who? You take the people, keep it for me, who dare to make trouble or fight broke your leg and throw it down the mountain. Cheng Chumo's roar was really useful. At least it really bluffed people at this time. And Zhang Sunchong climbed up the post and took a look at the bottom of the mountain, and saw that the winding trails from the mountain to the bottom were all densely packed people, and it stretched into the distant mist. Zhang Sunchong couldn't help being sucked in a cold breath. My mother, why are there so many people? Zhang Sunchong hurriedly climbed down from the guard post, pulled Zhang Feng and said, Feng Tsai, the person under the mountain. There are a lot of people on the mountain. If you say nothing, there are almost 1,000 people. What should I do? So many people, our academy. Can we pretend to be? Several people were surprised when they heard that, and hurried to Zhang Feng's side. Zhang Feng frowned. But there is not much worry in his eyes. This is the result I want. Only a few thousand people. In a nutshell, there are not so many people in any school in this later life. Zhang Feng glanced at Dugu, patted him on the shoulder and said, Youngster, do you know why I am building a three-story building? If you follow the way you said, so there are many people, even if there are 10 places as big as Mount Q. They can't fit. Indeed, even the Imperial College of Supreme Learning in Great Tang, how many people are there? At most, It can only accommodate more than 100 people, okay? But what about White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? The academy has not been repaired yet. So many people have come here. What if it is repaired? That's okay. Just this scene is enough to shocking the world. Okay. Not to mention the future, after the academy opened. But with so many people, what should we do? What about the admission procedures? Fengtsai. If you talk about so many people, don't you accept all of them? I observed. Many of these people basically want to come and eat a bowl of rice. Yes, you want such a person too? Yes, Fengtsai. Do you want all of these people? You have to think carefully. Even if it is the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, there are only 100 people who have a full budget in 1 year. You can't do it. Zhang Feng slightly frowned, looking at the people at the gate of the mountain. In their minds could not help but come up with a clever plan. In this way, Darbing, Li Qian, and Ionox, I now give you an important task. Several people hearing this, hurriedly asked, what important task? Enrollment assessment? Question mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 618 Enrollment Assessment. This thing is actually a test of whether they have a foundation and their ability to react. Isn't it possible to recruit some fools in? But Zhang Feng also considered some factors. After all, among these people, many of them were born with mud legs, and their ancestors have never known one word for 8 lifetimes. But it's okay. You only need to know a craft. There is no shortage of nothing to do here. After all, potters and bricklayers are lacking. Now, there is also a cement factory, which needs people. But, you have to say that you will not even these. Then you have a hammer. As a poor person, you are in your teens. Even if you know how to weave straw sandals, it shows that you have the ability to support yourself. But if you even this will not, get out. I don't teach fools and lazy people. This is the principle of Zhang Feng. Under Zhang Feng's detailed explanation, the gaze of a few people is called a shining one. However, Cheng Chumo also made a constructive suggestion. Fengtsai, what if someone like me is also strong as an ox? Look at that stupid, damn, this is a talent. If he doesn't have a hand with strength, it would really be a waste of his tendon. Cheng Chumo pointed to a sturdy, dark man and said. Zhang Feng glanced at the man and was a little surprised. Does this have to be 2 meters high? So high. You. Okay, why don't we call him to try? Okay. Who? The big black guy? Come here. Cheng Chumo pointed at the guy, hooked his fingers, and the guy pointed straight at his nose. After confirming that he was called, he walked out of the crowd in the eyes of everyone's envy. Then he bowed to Zhang Feng first. Then I paid my respects to Cheng Chumo, the villain Gao Kan, who has seen the teacher, and how many demon grandfather Wang. Gao Kan. Zhang Feng was surprised, but in a flash, he grinned as if he had picked up a treasure again. Gao Kan. Fuck. A famous player under Li's fucking. First I found Mazu, and now I found it again. How about a military commander? However, although Zhang Feng was already dancing with excitement in his heart, there was no trace of joy on his face at this time. It's not that he is unhappy, but the strong psychological quality that prevents him from showing a hint of surprise. Ahem, Gao Kan, let me ask you, are you literate? Gao Kan shook his head. His dark face was flushed. Then you know a craft. Does eating count? Zhang Feng held back his patience, and pointed to the cart at the gate of the mountain, as well as the bags of grain 100 catties on the cart, and asked, since you can eat so much and you are so strong, then this can be lifted, is it? Oh, Gao Kan screamed. Go to where the cart is. But when he walked to the side of the cart, he turned to look at Zhang Feng and asked honestly, then if I lift it up, I can come here. Zhang Feng nodded. Cheng Chumo impatiently urged, what are you going to say? Hurry up. I didn't see that many people are waiting behind. Dare to ask one more question, young grandpa. I will tear your mouth. Gao Kan glanced at Cheng Chumo's straight laughed. Then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, It was so direct that they raised the cart. Dr. Uck, it's a cart. Jiang Feng rubbed his eyes and counted the grain bags on the cart. That's the food for the people on the mountain today. 5 bags of grain. Just lift it up so easily. 500 catties. This pallet weighs 100 catties, so it's so easy to lift it up. What the hell is this evildoer? Not only Jiang Feng, even Cheng Chumo and the others. The eyes popped out. The students who watched him around who were about to enter the school couldn't help but sucked in a cold breath. My God, who is this stupid man? I don't know, this special mother. This is the one who grew up eating rocks? It's so powerful. What's the use of great strength? Academy is a place where you come to read and read. If you have great strength, what's the use? Literacy. And to everyone's exclaim, Jiang Feng hurriedly rubbed his hands and asked him to put down the cart. Okay, Gao Kan, you put it down, put the food truck down. When Gao Kan heard that this was a food truck, his eyes flashed excited, holding the axle's hand, retracted one and stretched it toward Jiang Feng. Master teacher, I have been hungry for 3 days. If I put it down, can I have a full meal? Jiang Feng's face is black. Took a deep breath, and then think about it. If there is a whole stupid guy around me, when the time comes, you don't have to be afraid of Cheng Chumo. Okay, enough rice. Can it be done? Go. I got the affirmation. Gao Kan put down the cart in a hurry, following Jiang Feng. Just looking at him like this, Jiang Feng is all hairy. Old he, take him to dinner. After dinner, let him go to my study and wait for me. After Gao Kan was arranged, Jiang Feng looked again, looking at those people. Bursts of hot rays of light erupted in their eyes. Ma Zu, Gao Kan and other talents have all appeared, so I think Hao Chu, John Li Yi and the others should also come. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 619. Jiang Feng has some expectations. Looking at the crowd, I sorted out my emotions, and made my voice more expressive of the majesty. Everyone, I know that you all want to enter the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. We definitely want to accept everyone, but we don't accept everyone. The rules are required, and the reason why White Deer Academy of Classical Learning can be appreciated by His Majesty is that we have broken the conventional barriers, so we can stand proudly here. I, Jiang Feng, is fortunate to be the Academy Libation Chancellor. Then this rule still needs to be in place. Confucius said that books cannot be given up. There is no free meal in the world, so the first rule of admission is that you can either write or read. Either I have a meal job, or am just like Gao Kan, let alone lifting this cart. As long as I can lift 2 bags of grain, then I can accept it at White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. But, if you can't even do this, then this construction site now needs manpower. You should treat it as looking for a meal. Enough food. What's their rule? Then Imperial Edict doesn't say that. Noble son Jiang, why are you doing this? Yeah, we are all poor people. Where can we read and hyphenate? If we can, we won't fail. Bang! At the moment when Jiang Feng's voice fell, all the people who go out of the mountain gate are frying, and it is noisy. While they were chirp, twitter, Cheng Chumo slammed a fist on a log that was thick enough for a rice bowl. In an instant, the log broke into the crowd's horrified eyes. 2 paragraphs. Cheng Chumo, following Jiang Feng's appearance, yelled with his hands behind his back. This is the rule. This is the rule here. If anyone doesn't follow the rules, this log is his role model. Now, the registration begins. His pretense is perfect. But the eyes of Li Chengqian and the others behind him are staring straight at Cheng Chumo. Right behind him, they are red and swollen. Hand, could not help but thumbs up silently. Awesome, awesome. It is awesome. In order to pretend to be forced, I don't need my hands. And Cheng Chumo's voice is also a deterrent. At this time everyone is finally honest. Jiang Feng glanced at the crowd, and then hurried away. After all, this naive Gao Kan still needs to be well trained. While waiting for Jiang Feng to leave, Li Chenqian and Dugu brought up a square couch and placed it at the entrance of the academy. Zuzi cautiously waited on the side to grind the two of Li Chenqian. Since Zuzi and Guzi followed Li Chenqian and Dugu, that's a big change in image. Especially Li Chenqian and Dugu, they are almost like comparisons. They directly regarded them as book boys. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth. At this time, Zuzi was dressed in a lifelong azure white book boy costume, with 2 white silk ribbons tied to the law harness. With such a dress, by the way, a mud doll on the street became the handsome little book boy. This is simply how a local chicken becomes phoenix. After the two of them had their bookcase supported, Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sanchong and Wai Shu did the same. They set up 3 desks, but it was made with wooden boards. After all, these 3 do not rely on writing, but on craftsmanship. Behind the 3 people, Cheng Chumo was actually following Momo. To other people, this guy still had a cold eyebrow. But, to Momo, it was more painful than Momo's father, that is, Zuzi's father. At this time, I was eating Maltose and wearing a long silk dress. Although she was only 8 years old, she could still see that she was a beauty in the bud. At this time, Momo is also well behaved, taking a mouthful of a cow. Elder brother, named Cheng Chumo Xindusul. Cheng Chumo sat in his arms with Momo in his arms, and shouted furiously with a military book in the other. If you have a lot of strength, come to me and fight me. If it makes me feel pain, or can scare Momo, even if it passes the test, no matter how bad it is, give me resistance. 2 bags of grain, disturbing Mount Q and running a lap is also considered a beginner. It is not good. Then I can tell Lao Tzu a piece of military books. Come here with craftsmanship. Register with me. P. Who can do business, come to me. Wai Shu is not so lucky to drink Zhang Sanchong. Every good one was picked away by the 3, and the 2 of them picked 2 strong guys who seemed to be clever and started. In just such a short time, the admissions career of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning has begun. After thinking for a while, everyone lined up obediently and honestly when they saw the shock of the piece of wood and the glare of the servants who looked like wolves. What's your name? Wang Erniu. Do you know how to read? If I can read and write, I can only write the name. Well, write one, and pay a penny. That's Wang Erniu's surprise. My lord, it's not that I don't want money. Li Chenqian was angry. No money for this ink, paper and inkstone. You don't even have a penny? You think this is a shantang? No money to get out. P. Wang Erniu hearing this, his face was blue and white. At this moment, Hao Qiujun blocked Wang Erniu and said, brother, this man's penny is out. Li Chenqian gave Hao Qiujun a surprised look. Only tick to tick under Wang Erniu's name, pointing to the foot of the mountain and said, when I went up the mountain, I could see the houses that were being repaired. Take this to the steward and tell me to report. Wang Erniu was taken aback. Li Chenqian roared impatiently, anyone who registers here must participate in the construction of their own residence. This can be considered for admissions assessment. If you even do it yourself, no, even if you leave the academy in the future, it will be the scum of Great Tang. If you want to enter the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, you will hear clearly. Next. Wang Erniu was taken aback, and finally still hugged Hao Qiujun and the others and left. Name: Anzi Hao Qiujun. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher. Chapter 620. Registration. Even if you only need to register a name, then take out the vouchers issued by the government where your household registration is located. Even so, it lasted from around noon until Xuxi did not end well. At this time, Li Chenqian and Gao Kan, who looked like wooden stakes, standing behind Zhang Feng, were speechless. I don't know what Zhang Feng, the youngster, said to this gadget, and he can actually let him follow Zhang Feng desperately, and Li Chenqian, who are worthy of the book boys. By his side, look at the 9 feet. Gao Kan couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. From now on, I want to abuse Zhang Feng again. It is impossible. This product is also clever. But this is not the point. The point is that this guy looked at the name on the registration roster, and actually made a wretched laugh. Unfortunately, everyone can't stand it anymore. Cheng Chumo even said something on Momo's ear, and then Momo ran over and said suddenly, "Feng Tsai elder brother, new elder brother said you." It's a wretched smile. Jiang Feng hearing this, his face was distorted instantly. Gao Kan, who was standing behind Jiang Feng, was even more glaring. He was about to beat Momo. The scared Jiang Feng hurriedly blocked Gao Kan, touched Momo's head, and said, "Go and tell him. Just say what I said, let him pick up the dung tomorrow, otherwise credits will be deducted." Puh. Ha ha ha. Ian Knox, you have nothing to do with your mother. You dare to make such a joke with Feng Tsai. Are you going to be big now? Cheng Chumo looked at Jiang Feng contemptuously, lightly saying, "Momo, your Feng Tsai elder brother asked you to pick Manu tomorrow, are you going?" "No, elder brother picks." Momo blinked his eyes, looked between Jiang Feng and Cheng Chumo, and then answered that Cheng Chumo couldn't help but confuse. "It's all right, you guys all go back to sleep, let's discuss the next thing." Jiang Feng didn't bother to say anything. To be able to collect Gao Kan today, this is simply a treasure, this guy, but it is recorded in history, in the late Emperor Taizong, and Li's early ranked 5th fierce general. Such a fierce person can be brought back to his own hands. If he is well trained, then when the time comes is a big help to himself. Furthermore, this Hao Chi-jun Li Yi mansion and other great people are also here. How can this not make him inexplicably excited? And Guzi Zuzi and Momo are gone, but the stunned King Gao Kan is still standing behind Jiang Feng, remaining unmoved, and Li Chenqian and the others looked at him speechlessly. Jiang Feng turned around curiously when he saw this, and saw that this guy was still pestering, and said, "Gao Kan, go to sleep, don't sleep, let me guard the gate." "No, you sailor, let me follow closely, I will follow closely. Go." "Then you stand." Jiang Feng didn't bother to speak, but he was a little dazed. Is this still the veteran of ranked 5th? Why is this an iron fool? But at this time, I can't control that many anymore. I knocked on the roster and said, "Today, how many people were recruited in total?" 1,125 people. It is estimated that there will be more people in the future, but they should not be as scary as today. "But Feng Tsai, with so many people, how do you want to do it?" "Just what you taught. Why shouldn't you be exhausted?" "Would you like to invite old scholar and Mr. Li Gang?" Li Chenqian holds the table with both hands, his face solemn. With so many people, although all of them have joined the construction of the construction site now, it is not a long-term solution. One day, these things will be built, but what happens after they are built? You have to teach. "What's the matter?" Jiang Feng coughed. "I just thought of these. The people I received today are very good. Among them are some very good seedlings, such as Li Yi Mansion, Lei Ji, Hao Chi-jun. These guys, all these guys need to be taken care of." Jiang Feng was silent for a moment, then looked at Cheng Chumo and the three of them said, "Do you know that there is something called military science?" What is military science? A few people are confused. Li Chenqian frowned and asked, "Are you talking about studying military science?" "That thing, it's not the academy." "Fuck, you don't want to teach this thing, right?" Li Chenqian seemed to have thought of something, and asked in amazement. Jiang Feng nodded. "Yes, it's time to score subject." "Now, I know you don't understand what a subject is, and I don't bother to explain it to you. You will understand later. But you just have to remember one thing. Since I have opened a unique academy, I must be completely separated from these things. First, what everyone has to learn is mathematics. Darbing, you get something to remember, when the time comes, let's distinguish subject like this." Duga hearing this, hurriedly took out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Li Chenqian also beat his helper to grind it. At this time, Jiang Feng said, "The main focus is on mathematics, physics, and chemistry. In fact, these three can be divided into one thing, which is called science, but mathematics is the foundation and must be learned. As for science, Only people with the same degree of you are qualified. Only learners or people with very innate talent can come into contact with this thing. Otherwise, this thing, if you don't, will have big problems, so you must use your own people. There are also medicine, military, business, and technical engineering. Zhang Feng said, after he made a regularization of the subjects that need to be learned in the elementary school of later generations, combined with the situation of Great Tang, and then said it in detail. It's just that after Zhang Feng spent 3 hours explaining all these things in detail, a few people in Li Chenqian only felt their heads dizzy. Duga glanced at a few people intently before saying, Feng Tsai, can you say it again? I didn't hear it clearly just now, it was just recording. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 621. Actually, it's not that I didn't hear clearly. The records are all recorded. Can you not hear clearly? That's nonsense. It's just that these things, he was too unimaginable, and he couldn't help but make a few people feel incredible. Li Chenqian collected some thoughts and took a deep breath and asked, Feng Tsai, we have heard of this physics before, and we also know arithmetic, but what do you mean by chemistry? This stuff, what's the use? As well as medicine. This thing is the purpose for you to invite Sun Simiao Divine Dr. Sun to come up the mountain? Also, this military, this thing, do you want to find the one on Peace Street? A group of veterans are here to teach these students. Isn't this a shit? These are incredible. Don't talk about anything else. They all know Merchant's Way. In fact, it's the art of merchants. They all knew about this before. There is also this technical school, but this military medicine, there is also science. This is what the hell is that something? Too unimaginable. Even if you said you studied Zui gossip or something, it still makes sense. But as long as you study Sun Tzu's art of war or anything, it's okay. But you just talk about military affairs. Zhang Feng knocked on the table indifferently. Do you remember the dealing with Tibet and Turkic? In fact, although this seems to be a national policy, it is not at all. This is actually military science, and Sun Tzu's art of war or something is actually also military science. Here does not include fighting, slashing, and training. It depends on the overall quality of a soldier. I remember, I told you before, I don't teach those who can only get the film to wipe their necks, nor do they teach those who can only talk on paper. I can't afford to lose that person. What I want to teach is the kind of, in the future, can be with Cheng Yo Jin Yachi Gong Li Jing, and Qin Kai and Qin Shu Bao is the same as a great man. If it is an ordinary big-headed soldier, if Zhang Feng can teach such a thing, I will hit the wall with my head. A few people amazed. Finally they remembered what Zhang Feng told them that night, to let Cheng Chumo be the kind of heavy cavalry, the invincible kind. Why Shui would be the assassin without leaving a mark for thousands of miles. And what about Zhang Sunchong? Not to mention that, before they were busy with the nothing that cannot be broken shield and the spear of nothing that cannot be broken, as well as these recent things, they really forgot. But now Zhang Feng said it again. Everyone couldn't help being shocked again. What is Zhang Feng doing? This damn thing is teaching them true ability. No way. Li Chenqian slapped the table excitedly. Get up and scream. Zhang Feng was taken aback. Why, are you crazy? Li Chenqian ignored Zhang Feng's words, but hurriedly said, Feng Tsai, such a thing, if you only give it to Iron Ox and us, we have nothing to say. We are brother, but you want to spread these things out? Do you know that His Imperial Majesty made a decrement? Do you know why it is forbidden to privately grant military books? How did Zhang Feng not know? Don't worry about this, I know what you are worried about. It is nothing more than teaching something that cannot tell good from bad. Will it rebel? SHH. Li Chenqian hurriedly covered Zhang Feng's mouth. Zhang Feng waved his hand indifferently. I've thought about this many times. Look at the current situation of Great Tang, the surrounding Tibet, Turkic, for example, Shiwai, Goguryeo, etc., and the things I teach. Don't worry, I will only give you a few core things from the professor. As for them, except for the academy, it's up to His Imperial Majesty to use them. These are not things that we worry about, But when screening people, you guys have the best snacks. You know, why do I use mathematics as the main academic course, medicine as a supplement, and poetry, etiquette, etc. as a minor? The main thing is to forge them. Personality, people, in fact, at first are not bad guys, but later, they will slowly be driven by those interests and the wildness of the heart. To grant a military scholar, you must pass first. Only after this level is it possible. So you can rest assured. But, how can Li Chengqian be so relieved? But he believes in Zhang Feng. In his hands, even if it is him, the dignified crown prince will be obedient, not to mention the bastard. If it is not possible. Li Chengqian thought therefore, a murderous intention flashed through my eyes. As Zhang Feng said, don't for me to use, kill. By the way, when did the physics you talk about started? And chemistry, what is that? Is it better than that physics? Duga kept thinking about physics. At this time, when Li Chengqian finished speaking, he hurriedly asked this question in front of Cheng Chumo. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be happy. Actually, this is nothing. Do you know why I want to build a research institute? What do you think the research institute is going to do? Do you have 1,000 10,000 Li boats and cars? Li Chengqian said this subconsciously, but Zhang Feng shook his head. Wrong. Look at what Great Tang lacks most now. Food. Li Chengqian and Duga Cheng Chumo spoke in unison. Zhang Feng mysteriously smiled. If I say that my science, if it is made out, Great Tang will not lack food, even if it is a dry day. Can you still believe that everyone is full of trouble? P. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 622, Li Chengqian. Several people were completely shocked at this time. Let the common people be full. Even Emperor Qin and ancestor of Han dare not say such big words. With the help of a small white deer Academy of Classical Learning, can you study this? Since I am shocked, quickly asked. But Zhang Feng didn't say he was killed. Just say something silly. As long as you know. The core of our White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is actually for the three major factories, the steel factories that smelt impervious to sword and spear, and the manufacturing that does not require manpower, the loom that can weave 3,000 jang cloth, and the rubber factory, will do. Others, when the time comes, what you know will be let you know. Core. Not a research institute? Dugu was dumbfounded, but Zhang Feng's eyes were rolled. Li Chengqian said dizzily with his arm, Feng Tsai means that this academy is our White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. No one except us can know the secret. Duga suddenly nodded, pointing to Gao Kan, who is standing like a wooden stake and snoring. What about him? He heard it too. Several people are speechless. What kind of deity is this? At this time, can you fall asleep? No wonder Feng Tsai will let this guy be his attendant. Is this so good? However, we are still facing a most important problem. Feng Tsai. Zhang Sanchong shrugged, said, no matter how awesome it is, you still lack manpower. With these thousands of people, shouldn't you be exhausted to death by yourself? Zhang Feng hearing this, it suddenly came to light. Really? There are so many people, he is alone. I'm going crazy. Touching his mouth, Zhang Feng groaned for a long time without thinking of a way. This Chenan University, basically, is to cover people's eyes, and to prepare for those who really don't have any innate talents. When the time comes after the first semester, those with poor grades will roll over. If you still can't get it out of Li Gang's hands, get out. This can be considered a kind of waste utilization. It cannot be revoked for the time being. In this way, no one is really available. Zhang Feng couldn't help sighing. Before I was worried, no one came. What's the matter? What is worrying now is, where do people come to bring these guys? Don't let Tang teach you word by word. So why not be exhausted? However, it is still early. Everything is too late. Zhang Feng rubbed his sore temples, waved his hand and said, go to sleep. I will only say this once. Tomorrow I will go down the mountain and go to Chenan City. Think about it. The way, and also, during this period of time, your task is to bring all your libraries up to Lao Tzu for the facade, and, Li Qian, go and ask your father. his preface to the poems collected from the Orchid Pavilion. What? How long has this been delayed? It's time to cash it out. This academy is too chilling. You guys don't worry about it, and say it's something. Oh. With a loud nagging, Zhang Feng Xiaozi left, leave only a group of people messy in the wind. What's the matter with Feng Tsai? You need a book if you want a book. And why is it so fresh and refined by him? Li Chengqian glanced contemptuously. Zhang Feng is away. Isn't this his usual style? Oh, pretend to make him pretend. It really is, fresh and refined. I fell asleep. Think about asking for a book handle like this. But ... Speaking of this, Darbing. Without waiting for Li Chengqian to speak, Duga covered his stomach. Ghost scream. Ouch. My stomach hurts so much. You guys talk slowly. I'm leaving. Li Chengqian speechless, look at Cheng Chumo, and at Zhang Sunchong and Wai Shu. Well, it seems that this matter depends on us. Everything else is easy to handle. I can get some things from me, but there are still some strange books. You have to go. Get it done. Shouldn't it be a problem? What can a few people say? The Crown Prince spoke. There can be problems. No problems. Who can compare with Dugu? Cheng Chuma doesn't matter. Anyway, although there are a lot of books in his family, it is bluntly that his dad made it to pretend. As for the real good books, Wai Shu has to come out. There are definitely more strange books in this guy's family than anyone else. Li Chengqian slapped his forehead. And finally an important thing rang. Chongtsai, I remember that you have a copy of Wai Liao's at home. Zhang Sunchong, hearing this, could not help but look a little ugly. There is, yes, but this thing is my father's beloved thing. I can't get it. It's okay, you just say Feng Tsai wants it. I will bring it out for you. There are also Jinshu, Sanliu, Six Taoist. Have you heard of these things? Li Chengqian searched, asked one by one. Take advantage of this good opportunity. All these good things have to be made. Even if it was him, he used to know these things only when he was chatting in Ligang, but he really didn't know where these things were. If you can take this opportunity to get a look, it won't be a waste of life. And Duga hiding outside the door. In fact, where is the stomachache, and went to the hut. At this moment, when I hear such good books, where can I sit still? I hurriedly said, I know this. I was in a bad guy's house and I happened to hear him talk about a book called Lu Tao. It's okay for him not to speak. With these words, Li Chengqian couldn't help but laugh wickedly. You will take care of the rest of the books. Who makes you youngster have more books? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 623. The next morning, after saying goodbye to everyone, Zhang Feng came to Chainan City with a sliding pole. Although Li Chengqian tried his best to let him sit on Great Confucian's sedan chair, or ride his white horse, Zhang Feng firstly can't ride a horse, and secondly, he doesn't want to be so public. At this time, at the foot of Mount Q, some small vendor stalls have already developed. Even the businessman who walked around here built a simple shed with trees and started small business in it. Don't even say that this business is done. It's not in Chainan City. For example, the one that sells barbecue. Nowadays, chicken and duck meat is basically the main thing. But these are just right for the appetite of hard work on the mountain. Even Cheng Chumo will stroll down the mountain from time to time to get some barbecue and drink it. Only then did a large barrel of beer sway up the mountain humming a little song. Not to mention the people. I did a day's work, and then I got off work at night and went to drink a bamboo beer. Although the barbecue can't be eaten, but at any rate they smelled the fragrance, and the wine was delicious. At this time, stand outside Chainan City. Looking at the mottled city wall, Zhang Feng has the illusion of seeing Chainan city wall in later generations. Sparse people are coming in and out listlessly, and along the way, there are some teenagers who are excited to go to the academy. Entered Chainan City. The number of victims in the city has decreased significantly. Zhang Feng is a little puzzled. It seems that the disaster has been suppressed. But his mother, how come the people on this mountain are getting more and more together? It's not a good sign to go on like this. Although there are 30,000 she of grain, but the original 5-6 thousand people, plus the current 1,200 people, It is almost 10,000 people, so many people, 30,000 she of grain. It will eat the mountain. That's it. No, I have to find a way. The streets of Chainan are very clean and there are many vendors, but there are many fewer pedestrians on the streets. At the gate of the government treasury, you can still see some refugees waiting for the porridge, but not as much as before. Walking all the way, watching all the way, Jiang Feng is thinking all the way about how to solve this thing for him. After all, it will cause big problems to sit and eat. As soon as Jiang Feng entered Tongyue Street, he was seen by several women. Yo, Feng Tsai is back. Everyone is coming out quietly. Feng Tsai is back. Feng's is back. Come out soon. In the quiet Tongyue Street, with a loud shout, gradually, people came out of the house, standing on both sides of the road, looking at Jiang Feng, and leave him a straight path to Little Tavern. Jiang Feng is a bit speechless. As for what? Isn't it just a trip out? Why are you so polite? Jiang Feng can only grin, like a second fool, clasping his fists and thanking everyone. After finally getting to tavern, Jiang Feng was finally deeply sighed in relief. Remove a piece of smoked bacon and throw it in the pot for washing and scrubbing. Then the firewood is set up, and a jar of good wine is taken out. Elated lying on the recliner, shaking it gently. I'm still comfortable in my own home. But when Jiang Feng worked out 3 dishes, prepared a pot, and then went to find old Li, tavern's door was knocked from the outside. Jiang Feng brother? Jiang Feng brother? Who? I, Old Fang. Old Fang? Jiang Feng is a little surprised. However, he put down the flask and opened tavern's door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Fang Xuanling squinting his eyes, touching his beard and looking at Jiang Feng, and beside him was followed by a white beard and grey hair in a purple robe. His face was ruddy, but the nose is extremely ruddy, like an old man scalded by boiling water. I said that this old man looks a little bit so, but that arrogant imposing manner radiates from the inside out, which is impossible to pretend. Jiang Feng couldn't help but be overwhelmed. Yeah, here is old Fang. This is. Fang Xuanling touched the white beard and glanced at Jiang Feng mysteriously, but did not speak. Instead Jiang Feng opened the door a little bit and invited the person into the little tavern respectfully. One enters the little tavern. The man saw the poem on that wall. I couldn't help but look slightly awe-inspiring. This ... little friend. Is this poem written by you? Jiang Feng can't understand this. What's the origin? I had to be nodded. Drunk and scribble. I haven't had time to clean it up. This gentleman laugh. The old man's face was stern. Such a good poem. If it is cleaned up, wouldn't it be a pity? It's very good like this, and it will add a bit of anger to your little tavern. Bring in the wine, the cups must not stop. This is the poetry that little tavern should have. Good poem. Good poem. Jiang Feng was also puzzled. Old Fang and the old man's mysterious relationship made him a little confused as to what the old man came from. Is it his imperial majesty? Not right. Can he please Li Shimin? And Li Shimin is not so old. Okay. Although Jiang Feng has never seen Li Shimin, he still remembers this history. At this time, Li Shimin was probably in his 40s. If you say he is Li Yuan, that's not like it. Moreover, if these two go out of the palace, will they not be disturbed? Why is it so peaceful? Not right. This person, simply not these two. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, sir, are you under Yushinan?" Exclamation mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 624. Jiang Feng was dazed. Too stupid. Yushinan? This master is a great writer of Great Tang, a contemporary Great Confucian, and a celebrity around Li Shimin. He is also very accomplished in politics, poetry, and calligraphy. Especially which Bidang book notes is the existence of musician. How awesome is that to leave a book in this era? Think about it and you will know. But now, I actually saw a living person in my tavern. Jiang Feng was surprised for a moment, and hurriedly wiped his hands on his body. He habitually extended the hand to shake hands with Yushinan, but only after reaching out did he realize that this damn simply is not one etiquette. This is a hurried salute. Student Zhang Feng, meet Boshi old senior. Ordinary people, when they meet Yuxinan, they are basically called Boshi Great Confucian, but Zhang Feng is different. Who made old Li capable and gave him the identity of Great Confucian? By chance, Zhang Feng knew from Li Chengqian. His collection of poems was in old Li's hands, and then he swayed in front of Yuxinan and Chu Siliang. Then, under the testimony of these four masters, Zhang Feng was so dizzy. In the case of Top Secret, he became Great Confucian. And on the plaque of Chainan Academy, there are also the signatures of these four masters. This thing, in Great Tang, is a golden sign. If most people want to become a Great Confucian, at least 10 Great Confucians will recommend it together. Then at the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, announce the Ministry of Appointments, and Dali Temple backup registration, and then an imperial court issued a document. But that's not counting. You still have to be approved by aristocratic families of Shandong. You must get a Great Confucian Jade token issued by aristocratic families of Shandong, which is equivalent to a status token. Don't ask why aristocratic families of Shandong has such qualifications, because people call themselves the descendants of the sage Confucius. Who would dare to offend him? Who dares to question him? At this time, Yuxinan also accepted Zhang Feng's bow. This is an etiquette for junior to meet the elders, not an etiquette for students to meet a teacher. If it is someone else, it is really not good, but Zhang Feng is different. He is junior on the one hand, and Yuxinan recommends on the other. This is equivalent to Yuxinan's student. At this time, Yuxinan caressed Zhang Feng himself. Fang Xuanling over there has been eating their own business for a long time. I said you too. Don't bother, brother Boshi, this is Zhang Feng's specialty, and a good wine. The entire Great Tang except here, you can't drink anywhere else. As soon as I heard the wine, Yuxinan's eyes were caught by Fang Xuanling's wine bowl, and Zhang Feng ignored Zhang Feng, each minding their own business, sitting down, grabbing a piece of braised bacon while biting and urging Fang Xuanling pours him wine. A bowl of wine and stomach. Yuxinan's red nose is like burnt iron, shiny red. Ah, good wine. This is good wine. Ha ha ha, come on, little friend Zhang Feng, sit down, let's eat and talk. Okay. Zhang Feng promised, just about to say a word of thanks. But he was suffocated for a long time, unable to speak. The question is, this seems to be his tavern, right? Zhang Feng can only sit down in disbelief, eating and drinking, each minding their own business. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the 3 of them drank 5 large jars of white wine with a degree of about 15 degrees, and then they felt dizzy and hiccuped straight on their belly. Little friend Zhang Feng, are you planning to treat this kind of wine as if it's bad? Yuxinan is very straightforward. It means that if you have a good thing, you hide it. Don't you want everyone to know? But Zhang Feng knew that if Old Li said this sentence, it must be aimed at wine, but this master is Yuxinan. What he said can't be a brainer. Zhang Feng thought for a while, and then said, Mr. Boshi joked. Although this thing is good, it is rare and expensive. Youngster also knows that being alone is not as good as others, but this wine needs to be tasted by people who know him, and those who only know the vulgar donkey drink, don't understand the true meaning of this wine. Yuxinan laughed. Does the little friend mean that your White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is the same? No, Mr. Boshi laughed. Academy. It is. How can a place for teaching and educating people be compared with wine? But did you know that a teacher's morality should not be taught lightly? Save it, but I will exempt it in transfer fees. But every student needs to work at my White Deer Academy of Classical Learning to repay debts. Hearing this, Yuxinan came interested. Then tell me, how do you work to repay the debt? How did I hear that you do work for you? Zhang Feng knew that old guy was here to ask this of. After all, the stubborn Great Confucian of this era has affirmed that books cannot be read in vain. This is also the reason why scholars literati are expert in this era. But Jiang Feng did the opposite. Is it a big taboo to let everyone have a book to read? But the reason why no one is bothering him now is mainly because of Jiang Feng's unimaginable school-running philosophy and the incomparable subjects that make everyone play around because of him. On the other hand, this academy, in the eyes of the top figures, is actually a plaything of Crown Prince. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 625. Jiang Feng said after pondering for a while. Mr. Boshi, may I ask, how much does the literati occupy in this world? Less than 1 floor. Jiang Feng is asking. Then I would like to ask, can these people raise the knife to kill the enemy when the country is in crisis? Yu Xinan thought for a while. His face became serious. No, that's good. Then I would like to ask Mr. Boshi, why is the student literati closed? 100 surnamed Gao. Why is this? In this famine year, literati is the one who suffers, and what we have learned in the book, can it help the world? When the country is in crisis, can these literati guard home, defend the country? Yu Xinan complexion changed. Sighed. No. Jiang Feng also sighed. Pointing to the window, he said, Great Tang's literati occupy 1 floor, but they have daily salary, and the poor, but they can only face the lowest. They are like peony flowers guarded by the common people. Think about it, if there are weeds and lois in a garden, is this garden beautiful? If there were not only peonies in this garden, but also flowers and grass as a foil, what would it be? This is 100 gardens. The former, just like Great Tang's current situation, youngster is not talented, can't bear to see that only 1 peony is left in this wonderful painting of mountains and rivers, so he will use this method. My own strength adds a little green to this garden. Yu Xinan is all in awe. And Fang's Yuanling is the same. Actually, when I came to Jiang Feng today, I was also entangled by Yu Xinan. Yes. In Li Shimin's study, Yu Xinan accidentally learned about Jiang Feng's calligraphy, and in Fang's Yuanling's study, he also found a poem that was not in the collection of poems. He became interested. But what he didn't know was, the collection of poems that Li Shimin showed him at the time was actually only half of it, or to be precise, none of it. It's just that Li Shimin picked a few poems, that's all. And he hasn't finished reading them. But this shocked Yu Xinan, and then he tried his best to recommend Jiang Feng. But now, Yu Xinan has a deeper understanding of Jiang Feng. This product looks a bit stunned, but when he said this, it really made Yu Xinan see the difference. On the other hand, especially Jiang Feng's view of Great Tang at this time, it's not something a person of this age can understand. Little friend Jiang Feng, you're right. But people divide into 3 or 6. This is something that has existed in ancient times. Don't you think this is also wrong? When people are just born, there is not much difference. As long as they are fed and clothed, it is enough. The difference is after the creation of spiritual wisdom. At this time, the difference between people will be revealed one after another. Some people, with a husband taking the lead, are like old ox teaching calves to plow carts. Some teach, the progress will be faster. If there is no education, the progress will naturally be slower, and even live in ignorance for a lifetime. Regardless of the evildoer like you, the gap between those who read and those who don't can be reflected. From this, up and down the difference, the 3-6 class classification came out. Ancient times, people were slashed and burned, and it was difficult to survive. Only then can there be newspaper groups to keep warm, and then there will be ethnic groups, and gregarious lives. After that, more food was obtained, and there was a trade that was only seen between ethnic groups and ethnic groups. And then something appeared. Some people got more, some people get less, so they have selfishness. They will have everything afterwards. At the beginning of a person, the nature is good, the nature is similar, and the habits are far away. In this passage, Yu Xinan spoke very slowly. Moreover, the spirit in his eyes made Jiang Feng a little surprised. But this it's a matter of philosophy. Jiang Feng nodded, said, I know what Mr. Boshi means, but you just said that at the beginning of the human nature. The 12 words are good, and they are similar in nature and far away from each other. In other words, everyone should be equal. Wrong. Yu Xinan waved his hand. Sighed. If that's the case, It's really beautiful, but do you think it's possible? The reason why there is a distinction between upper and lower classes and classes is to survive better. If there is not a centralized power to control power, who will have a good life for the common people that day? Take the three kingdoms as an example. How do you think the people are living in troubled times? Jiang Feng is also silent. Yu Xinan said, "Youngster, I know your thoughts. Nothing more than trying to create more useful people for Great Tang. This is kindly. I also support your approach, but you have to remember one thing. That is nature. Don't forget nature, otherwise." Jiang Feng's face is solemn. Why doesn't he know what Yu Xinan is saying at this time? Can't help but take a deep breath. Bow down. Students have been taught. Ha ha ha, ruins can teach you too. Brother Fang, you still won. Yu Xinan ha ha laughed. Then beckons with the hand signal Jiang Feng to fetch the wine. Jiang Feng only fetched it eagerly. A jar of wine was poured for Yu Xinan himself. However, suddenly Jiang Feng thought of something. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 626. Didn't he go down the mountain precisely for this? Now this person has taken the initiative to send it to the door. It seems that this collection of poems is still useful. If you change it, we have to distribute all the collections of poems so that those great Confucians can take the initiative to send it to the door. Isn't that elated? As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but sighed sadly. Boshy old mister, you don't know anything. Although I have the mind to teach and educate people, this clever woman can hardly cook without rice. Fang Xuanling glanced at Jiang Feng. Where does he know what the hell is happening? This youngster wants. But he can't say anything. After all, he also knows the situation on the mountain. At this time, seeing the appearance of Jiang Feng, Fang Xuanling can only help to say, Brother Boshy, Feng Tsai, you did not go. I have been here for more than 10 days. When I came back last time, I heard that almost everyone lives in shack. Don't you know, this youngster emptied the family property and got 20,000 shi of food in exchange for it. If he hadn't had his 20,000 shi of food, the current food price in Chainan City would have been up to 10 times. Yu Xinan hearing this, couldn't help but look at Jiang Feng in surprise. Touching the beard nodded. Yes, learn to learn from time to time, and learn to use. This is my role model for being scholar. Don't worry, if you have any difficulties, tell the old man that although old man has no friends, this is so open-minded, and there is no 20,000 shi to eat, but there are quite a few students from the old man. When the time comes, I am going to edit a book and ask them to help the academy and show my feelings. Jiang Feng hearing this, hurried to the left wing. Thanks to Mr. Boshy's love. Yu Xinan ha smiled. The three of them drank a glass of wine. Seeing Jiang Feng still frowning, Yu Xinan asked again. Looking at the appearance, the little friend seems to have something unspeakable. Of course, and it's still a big problem. Jiang Feng hearing this, sighed again, nodded. Yu Xinan narrowed his eyes. Let's listen. The old man would like to see, who is so bold and dare to do the right thing with the academy assigned by His Imperial Majesty Imperial Edict. Don't worry, the old man will give you bear it down, you can talk about it. After all, Boshy old mister, this is not someone who is not addressing the untargeted problem, but the youngster has said before, it is difficult for the youngster to cook without rice. Yu Xinan hearing this surprised to put down the added piece of bacon and asked, let's talk and listen. When Jiang Feng saw Yu Xinan got the bait, he said, Academy, everything is okay in these few days. We have received almost 1,000 students. If we calculate the number of students who came to the academy in these few days, it is estimated that when the time comes, there will be about 5,000 students. Yu Xinan couldn't help but exclaimed in horror, so many people, what do you want to do? Jiang Feng shrugged. The youngster just said, just to add some color to the Great Tang Scroll, and also opened a number of subjects, so these poor people, so many influx into my academy. I know what you are worrying about. Yes, my academy is indeed crowded. However, among these people, there are only a few, and they may be soaring. But what about more people? Although my academy is not like the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, It basically screams out some people, but those who can graduate from here are basically everyone can get out of poverty. The key lies in the subjects set up by youngster Yu Xinan side. In fact, he had heard of Zhang Feng's unimaginable teaching philosophy a long time ago. To be honest, at first, Yu Xinan really disdains such things. If you can find a master with old Taoist experience in the market, you can reach a higher level after learning for 3 to 5 years, and you can also earn some money to subsidize your family. Why bother to come to you? But when Zhang Feng said the picture scroll, he couldn't help but Yu Xinan also accepted Zhang Feng's idea. However, 5,000 people, one can imagine how much energy it takes to cultivate all these people. If it were him, he would really not do this. However, the so-called subject still made Yu Xinan interested. Little friends, so many people, are you sure that they are all attracted by your subjects? This is what the old man can't figure out. This academy, which one is not excellence, and you are so easy. There are people who have masquerade as having an ability. Zhang Feng saw Yu Xinan slowly taking the bait, and then said, Mr. Boshi, although there are a lot of 5,000 people, but for the current Great Tang, it's still too little. The youngster desperately hopes that if there are 50,000, 500,000, literate, then I, Great Tang, will be able to truly understand. I can live in peace and peace. How to say? It's very simple. Look at the current situation of my Great Tang. Basically, the business industry has traversed Lingnan, Cambodia, and Tibet Turkic, waiting for the country. But this is only a small group of people, and among these people, who can really understand some superb merchant's way. Furthermore, Great Tang is the best and most popular among foreigners. It is nothing more than tea, silk, and ceramics, but these things are basically in the hands of some people. Think about it, when the time comes, my Great Tang is bound to start the age of navigation. At that time, how about this little thing can meet the needs of foreigners? How can I make Great Tang a great country in the true sense? So, just one word, I am Great Tang, poor! Exclamation mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 627. Yu Xinan is a little confused. Say what the youngster said is wrong. Everything he said is correct. Basically, there is one thing in many things now, just like this fine wine, value one's own old broom. If anyone can open up such a brewing technology, wouldn't everyone be able to live it? Good day. But this easier said than done. Could it be that this youngster wants to? Youngster, you mean, you will give them all this thing in your academy? And you the shield of impervious to sword and spear that I have said, and the forging skill of the spear of nothing that cannot be broken? Yes. Zhang Feng slapped the table, then picked up the wine glass and the three of Yu Xinan Fang's Yuanling banged, and then said, Actually, old Fang knows my plan. Boshi brother, don't you know? I'll tell you a secret. Don't tell outsiders. Seeing Zhang Feng pull herself up, Fang's Yuanling can't sit still anymore. Attached to Yu Xinan's ear, he said, Classic of wonders, you should have heard of it. This youngster understands this stuff, and it is said that Mozi and Luban are both comprehend some of the things in this can realize that kind of strange and ingenious skills, and you don't know that the previous strategies against Turkic Tibet and other countries, and the lifting of Guanlong's blockade, all came from the hands of this youngster. Yu Xinan couldn't help but glanced at Zhang Feng again. You mean, this youngster tinkered with this thing? Fang's Yuanling took a look at Zhang Feng, and then said, Not only that, the cooperative, and the fine salt you praised so much was also made by this youngster. What? At this point, Yu Xinan finally couldn't sit still. Until now, he thought that this was jointly developed by His Imperial Majesty and several national duke, but how did he know that these things, from politics, national policy, and business, are all from this youngster? Finally he understood why Li Shimin and the others respect Zhang Feng so much. When thinking of this, Yu Xinan glared at Zhang Feng and asked, Then you make the beer and barbecue on the market? Zhang Feng shrugged. Not only that, but your favorite bone-strengthening powder is also made by this youngster. Fang's Yuanling simply said all these things directly. Surprised you there was chaos in Shinan's mind. The national strategy of strategizing, and the things on the merchant's way, as well as the strange and ingenious skills. These all are the youngster's tricks. Is this a person? How is this possible? He is unable to associate these with Zhang Feng. If it were not for Fang Xuanling's words today, he always thought that this locust control thing and the mother bone strengthening powder were all tinkered by Sun Simiao. That's right. Speaking of locust control, it seems that this youngster should have done it. Otherwise, if there had been a way, Divine Dr. Sun would not hide it for so long, and the outside world will not be without rumors. What kind of freak is this youngster? Did he really read the Classic of Wonders? Surian has never seen that Classic of Wonders, but this thing has been widely circulated. At the beginning, there were even more rumors that the sage Confucius obtained the Classic of Wonders, which created the Book of Songs, and then Mencius, Lozi and the others successively became the most holy great Confucian. After that, this Classic of Wonders, although widely circulated, never appeared again. Unfortunately, Yushinan started to stir a little at this time. Classic of Wonders, who doesn't watch it? Little friend, what are the subjects of your academy? Finally, Yushinan still asked the confusion in his mind. Zhang Feng hearing this, and then said, back to Boshi old mister, I am White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, leading the 3-character classic, the Book of Songs and Mathematical Studies, supplemented by such things as poetry, etiquette, etc. And this is divided into physics and chemistry subject. These things are the foundation of my academy. Therefore, only a few amazing geniuses are eligible to sign up for study, and this includes the research and development of the production of textile machines that can be manipulated and weaving day and night, and the steel essence, which is the manufacturing of impervious to sword and spear, the development of shields and spears that cannot be broken. You should have also heard that old Chen is engaged in a car factory and a shipyard. These are the most sophisticated things. When the time comes, we'll conduct research in the place I named the Research Institute, and other people can also learn some things at the primary level. There are also military studies, medicine, and business studies, as well as forging, manufacturing, brewing, and other occupations. In the end, I will temporarily establish 3 factories on Mount Q. One is a steel factory, which specializes in mass production of shields and spears, crossbow arrows, etc. There is another kind of tires for war chariot, which is the textile factory I just mentioned. On the one hand, it provides them with a profitable career. And another reason, it is also because of poverty. If this promised academy wants to run, it needs a huge amount of money to pile up. So, Zhang Feng eloquently said everything he had to say. But only those subjects, what they are, he didn't explain. However, merchant's way medicine and those techniques are nothing more than craftsmen. Yushinan can understand a little bit, not to mention the art of shading. Zhang Feng's craftsmanship, he had tasted it when he was in the palace, and he knew something about the brewing industry. But there are only 4 things he doesn't understand. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 628. Little friend Zhang Feng, this is an old man who knows it, and I have seen it in old Li's home, but this physics, although I heard a few of them talk about it, but the old man I still don't understand, let alone a chemistry. Can you tell the old man in detail? Yushinan's curiosity was aroused. He knows some of physics and the magical division and multiplication table, and he also learned some things from talking to Du Yui. Duga, who has mastered this thing, can actually run a lot of things by himself: the distribution of grain, registration, storage and so on. How shocking is this? Let the average person face thousands of people every day to buy food, or in exchange for food, then dozens of people must be busy. This cannot help but also highlights the power of arithmetic. But what is physics? Although he has heard of it, what he heard is definitely different from what Zhang Feng said. Zhang Feng also knew that Yushinan would ask that. After deliberately procrastinating, he said, Boshi old mister, in fact, these all are the highest realm of arithmetic, such as a person who is illiterate, and you don't even know the words. How do you learn the Book of Songs? But after seeing the dissatisfaction on Yu Xinan's face, Zhang Feng said hurriedly, the so-called physics is actually studying a thing. For example, how to use the power of nature to transport water to the mountain. Instead of using manpower, there is also how to make a pound of iron and a pound of cotton fall from a height at the same time, and so on. These all are more profound. All gadgets are things that can be calculated based on arithmetic. Isn't this what the God Stick studies? Yu Xinan lost interest in an instant. What about chemistry? What is this? Zhang Feng is a bit dumb up. At this time, he didn't know how to explain to Yu Xinan. There was no way to explain this thing. How do you explain this? After thinking about it, Zhang Feng said, do you remember one thing I just said? My research institute is to study how to make people eat and dress warmly, and everyone can fill the warehouse with food. There is also the ship. By the way, old Fang, have you told Mr. Bossy about this? Fang Xuanling shook his head. I haven't said this yet. I haven't finished this stuff yet. What do you say? However, if you have said it now, then I will tell him. Fang Xuanling twitched his lips. Only then did he tell Yu Xinan about the shipyard, the maritime Silk Road, and the car factory. Yu Xinan is dumbfounded, especially the kind of iron boat that can be driven by the boat without the need for human paddling. What is this? This is something I have never heard of. What is this? This is the real trick. Compared with those skilled craftsmen who claim to be masters of singularity now, if this thing is really made, then Great Tang will truly enter the period of prosperity, plus the unfinished food, and those looms also have lance crossbows that no stronghold one cannot overcome. Although Yu Xinan does not approve of war, the basics of a country lies in its military. If there is no strong army, how can the safety of the people be guaranteed? Zhang Feng, the youngster, simply includes everything from military to commerce and agriculture. This Yu Xinan dare not think about it, quickly asked, little friend, what kind of chemistry are you talking about? Yes, these things, regardless of physics and chemistry, are collectively referred to as its science. But these things are still too early. You should take it as a happy one. It will take time for this thing to show up. People in this era are completely unhappy. If you don't understand these things, you don't even understand the most basic common sense of life. If you talk too much, it will only make people think you are a lunatic. But the reason Zhang Feng would tell Yu Xinan at this time, on the one hand, this guy is the most representative great Confucian of Great Tang. His academy needs such a character to come to town place. Otherwise Zhang Feng would not bother to talk about these things. After all, if it is too early, then others will only listen to Heavenly Book. Only speaking at the right time will have unexpected results. Yu Xinan also understands what Zhang Feng means. Nodded, said, you can rest assured, I understand what you said. But what is going on with this military? Is it possible that you want to train big soldiers? This is what Yu Xinan is most confused about. Compared to science, the thing is like a divine object of sacred and inconceivable things. But what about the military? He can instantly think of the dirty picture in the camp outside Chainan City. This is simply an existence in the sky and one underground. How can it be possible to combine these two things that were originally unrelated, and still in a White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? In fact, the military is also the purpose of Fang Xuanling's visit today. He is very worried that if this thing is unfolded, it will inevitably cause ripples in the imperial court. At that time, it was not a simple academy issue, but a political issue. Fang Xuanling slapped Zhang Feng's face solemnly and asked, Feng Tsai, you can think about it. Once this military tutorial is launched, do you know what the consequences will be? And this military, isn't it just about studying military books? Is it possible that you want everyone in White Deer Academy of Classical Learning to study military books? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 629. Don't say Yu Xinan doesn't understand. Even Du Yui can't help but feel a little worried at this time. Military and academy, there are many disharmonious existences. Otherwise, the civilian court official generals will not fight against each other in the thatched hall. But what is Zhang Feng going to do now? He is trying to combine the two into one. How is this possible? Soldiers, there has always been a taboo, that is, being in politics. The same is true for politicians, but what Zhang Feng did at this time, neither of them dared to think about it. That's why Fang Xuanling's face changed suddenly. He is worried. If the imperial court learns that Zhang Feng's White Deer Academy of Classical Learning will be such a situation, then this will be the target of the entire Great Tang attack. At that time, even if His Imperial Majesty tried to resist it, it was impossible. But Zhang Feng doesn't seem to worry about this. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "Mr. Boshi, please rest assured, old Fang, your heart, just put your heart down. You think I'm stupid? This thing can teach people casually. It's still the old rules. This thing is actually plain. I don't really say it was made by ordinary people. You think this thing is for ordinary people? Made it? Wrong. I made this thing for people who are prepared, just like I Inox people with great innate talent." Fang Xuanling seems to understand but not understand, but Yu Xinan really does not understand. Actually, from the very beginning, he has always had a kind of faintness because he heard about these youngsters, what impervious to sword and spear shields, and nothing that cannot be broken spears. Worries. If you say this thing is serious, it is really a serious problem. If it is not serious, he has no problem at all. As Zhang Feng said, the Chengchumo people are all from the ranks of the army. Take Wei Zheng's sons, Wei Shu and Fang Yi. At this time, they are all working in important hubs, but which hot-blooded teenager would not have a natural desire to be attractive to reading or martial arts? At this moment, Zhang Feng also gave an answer. Some people, as soon as they are born, they are obsessed with something positive, or influenced by their parents. They will choose a path that belongs to them. Or from the heroes who are rumored in the world, the heroism that they yearn for in the autumn of the battlefield. And even more people are addicted and unable to extricate themselves from books. For example, Du Darbing. The reason why he is so obsessed with books, old Fang, should you understand it? You are on the go all day, doing housework, even working hard outside. After returning home, they will be pressured to criticize them and be sure to get ahead. Of course, I am not saying that this concern is wrong, but that you have instilled you for a long time. For your son, have you ever thought about your son? The so-called close to the vermilion. The so-called close to the vermilion, close to the ink and black. If things go on like this, their character will be qualitative since childhood. While the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, can solve this problem fundamentally. The first point is that from the moment of admission, if I have no ability, I can build a place for myself to live in. Shelter, such a nerd, I don't want it. The other kind of person is the kind of arrogant person. I don't even have the courage to raise his head. This is a kind of refinement. I once read a sentence in a book, the flowers in the greenhouse can never withstand the wind and rain. And on the contrary, if it is exposed to the wind and rain for a long time, people who want to get up urgently also want to get up. What I have to do is to let the flowers in the greenhouse give him some time to grow, and for those who have been exposed to wind and rain for a long time, I will suppress the desire in his heart. So you mean? Boshi finally couldn't help it. Although what the youngster said is correct, it is really long-winded. He couldn't help it. Everything Zhang Feng said seems to have no basis, but it is just right, especially the sentence near Zhu is red and black is black. This is something that even the contemporary great Confucian cannot fully understand. He can say such things. Yu Xinan could not help but look at it with admiration. Yu Xinan also sincerely expects the kind of military concept Zhang Feng said. Unfortunately, Yu Xinan asked again, "My little friend, what you said is that those who are close to Zhu are red and black are black. Where does this sentence come from?" Some Zhang Feng stupid. I scratched the back of my head. I was a little unsure that Yu Xinan didn't know this. But when I looked at Yu Xinan's eyes, he said, "This is not from Jin Fuxuan's Crown Prince Xiaofu Zhen, a passage in Don't Mr. Boshi know? This is a famous sentence from the ages." He didn't know. I don't know the generation Great Confucian. How is this possible? Yu Xinan hearing this, squinted for a long time. Jinxu, wait, he has read it, but this is the first time he has heard about the Crown Prince Xiaofu Zhenwen. But suddenly, Yu Xinan thought of something. That's Chu Siliang, who reads ancient books. I don't know where it is. Do you have this rare book? This guy has heard that he has been reading various auftons in the past 2 years. Is this thing also an auftun? Otherwise, he has never heard of it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 630. However, Yu Xinan feels faintly biased. Thinking about it, didn't expect a glimmer of signs, and then took a look at Fang Xuanling. Seeing Fang Xuanling's face was not strange. This could only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart, and asked, "What does the little friend mean? I want to educate them from their roots." Yes. Jiang Feng patted his thigh, searched his stomach again, and said some famous quotes. Mr. Boshi, some people are great in life. They don't worry about tomorrow since they were born. Jin Yashi reaches out, but they never thought about it. Sometimes a meal or a meal of wine is almost a poor student. The dream that I'm all looking forward to. Jiang Feng pointed to the meat on the table, and said, "Just take the one we are on the table now. This table is worth 100 words. Money, if it's in the hands of the rich and the rich, it doesn't really matter. Isn't it 100 cents? But have you ever thought that this 100 cents might be a harvest that a poor family would not even dare to think of for a year? Not to mention eating and drinking. If this persists, it will definitely cause a catastrophe." Yu Xinan and Fang Xuanling, hearing this, couldn't help but astonished and asked in unison, "What catastrophe?" In their eyes, this is just a normal thing. Jiang Feng pointed to the door faintly, and said, "People have dreams, just like before we read. What do we think when we see such a table of delicious food? It is bound to be that one day in the future, I will eat meat and drink like this. Is this normal?" Yu Xinan and Fang Xuanling don't understand Jiang Feng what to say. But hearing this, after thinking about it, it is still nodded. "You are right, this is a normal reaction of a person, but don't say it, shouldn't it?" Jiang Feng sighed and put the wine cup on the table, got up, shook his head with his back on his back and said, "Wrong. It's a big mistake. Actually, this thing is called a dream. And there is another way of saying it, called desire. Human desire is the terrifying thing. Once it is formed, then this thing is enough to destroy a home, a city, and even a country." Here Yu Xinan and Fang Xuanling really understand. If the two of you don't understand at this time, there is a real problem. Before, when Jiang Feng didn't talk about it, they thought that this is what a person should have. But at this moment Jiang Feng said so, and after savoring everything Jiang Feng said today, the two couldn't help but burst into cold sweats. Yu Xinan couldn't help asking, "Little friend Jiang Feng, you mean, you want to use military training to temper the temperament of these people?" Jiang Feng approves of it. Yu Xinan gave a thumbs up. "Yes, this is my purpose. Think about it. In the future, many of these people may enter the court as officials. I don't want to, when the time comes, was poked on the backbone and said, 'Hey, look, what kind of white deer academy of classical learning is this big corrupt official from? What is this?' This is a self-smashing sign. And more importantly, you have also seen the situation of Great Tang now. In addition to the 3-year-old 6-part system, coupled with the imperial examination system, most of the talents are basically in the hands of those great clan. In my case, the equivalent to is 1. There is a clear stream, and there is no interest relationship. I only care about how many people have been cultivated, without benefit as the purpose. How can this not teach the next generation of qualified successors?" Yu Xinan, hearing this, some touches, but it is more admiration. Get up and salute Jiang Feng with a Confucian scholar. The shocked Jiang Feng hurriedly got up to return his gift. Yu Xinan sighed deeply. "Presumably, this is all your military knowledge, right?" By Yu Xinan lay bare the truth with one remark. Jiang Feng's face is not at all red. After all, if the great Confucian Yu Xinan couldn't think of these things, then Jiang Feng, his reputation throughout his life, doubted whether he was hydrated. Yes, what Mr. Boshi said is that these things, actually called psychology, are mixed in every academic course, and in the military. This thing is called psychological tactics. Think about it, now there are so many countries around Great Tang waiting for you. Where is the black-clothed Arab Empire, which is no less than Great Tang, and some countries that surpass the Great Tang state affairs existence. And what I need is the kind of skill sandbox training, which can kill the enemy in battle, and can use the method of surrendering the enemy without fighting. This, Yu Xinan gave a wry smile, interrupting Zhang Feng's endless talk. Don't tell me any more. The old man doesn't understand these things, but I don't want to understand them. The old man knows this is your ability, and the old man can't explore it. But there is still a trace of confusion in my heart. I don't know. Can the little friend clarify? Zhang Feng's drink at this moment was a little erratic. Obviously, there are too many words. At first, Yu Xinan hadn't noticed it, but at this time, the more Yu Xinan listened, the more something was wrong. If this goes on, then it's not about studying academics, but it's about discussing military books. This is a great article. Avoid? So he can only stop Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was choked. Not annoying either. Waving his hand, I sat down again and touched the wine cup with Yu Xinan, and said, but please Mr. Boshi to inquire. Yu Xinan said. The old man has been incurious. Who is the teacher of the little friend? Who are you? Zhang Feng has long known that he wants to ask this question. After all, he had already figured out a set of rhetoric about this matter. Zhang Feng sighed and looked a little lonely. After 3 glasses of wine, he said, at this time, let's not show it for the time being, let's talk about something else. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 631. Yu Xinan almost sprayed Zhang Feng's face with a sip of wine. I waited for a long time. That's what your youngster said. Who dares to do this in Great Tang? Except for His Imperial Majesty. Few people really dare to do this. But Yu Xinan still couldn't find any signs of anger. After all, he rashly asked other people's ancestors. This is a taboo. If Zhang Feng is not angry, it is all right. Although he knew that Fang Xuanling had told him about Zhang Feng's mentorship, he couldn't stand curiosity. He can faintly hear the 8 formation diagrams and the smell of Zhuge's suicide note. However, he is not sure. After all, he hasn't studied these military books. However, seeing Zhang Feng look lonely at this time, Yu Xinan knew he could not ask. I can only come to Fang Xuanling and ask, Brother Fang, this. Fang Xuanling looked at Zhang Feng, and Yu Xinan said, actually I really forgot to tell you about this. The youngster once said that he had cultivated in Mount Yutai for 5,000 years, and that Zhuge Kongming was his disciple. At first the old man thought that the youngster was talking nonsense, but now, how can the old man feel that what the youngster said can always be combined with some things in the military book? Could it be This face changed drastically, hurrying to cover Fang Xuanling's mouth. Brother Fang, do you believe in such ridiculous rhetoric? This is just that youngster's all, that's all. Although I met this youngster for the first time, this youngster is reliable. But this mouth. Fang Xuanling hearing this sighed, nodded. This is the youngster who doesn't care about it. If you can become a family, you won't be lonely. It's like this. This youngster has suffered shock. His family was originally the great family of the 20 land. Because of a flash flood, all the family members lost all their children. If this is a normal person, it will be what it is. Yu Xinan was silent. I finally understand why this youngster is so inconsistent and why there is so much nonsense. This is all caused by loneliness. Unfortunately, Yu Xinan sympathized with Zhang Feng. My little friend, old man knows that you feel bad, but people need to look forward. Think about it, if you, the academy, once became known as Great Tang, How about you? Isn't it possible to fly to the top? When the time comes, it's the business to open up branches and leaves for your Jiang family? Jiang Feng is dumbfounded, looking suspiciously at the two old guys whispering to each other. Some doubts what the two guys are talking about. However, he didn't want to listen to the whispers of two old guys. He sighed and toasted and had a drink with Yu Xinan's words. Yes, old Fang normally looks honest and timid. Didn't expect this assistant to play beautiful. However, Jiang Feng's face still looks like a bitter hatred, and said, isn't it? That's why the youngster spent all his life learning and all his wealth, so he made this white, dear Academy of Classical Learning. So I think that in the imperial examination 3 years later, one can enter the imperial court, and the other is to take this opportunity to create more talents for Great Tang. But, Jiang Feng but a few words? Didn't expect what to say. Then he sighed deeply. After a while, he continued, I know what Boshy old mister is thinking. Actually, I told you that the psychology I just talked about is just an aid, and the one that really dominates the academy still needs some basics, such as temperament of these people, which is undoubtedly the kind of military training. Yu Xinan and Fang Xuanling looked at each other and asked in unison, military training? Is that the kind of training in the military now? Jiang Feng shook his head, and said with some contempt, those are just babies. The fighting style, I disdain to learn from him here. The military training I said is a complete system, including physical training, fighting, anti-fatigue, and even the ability to react in severe fatigue, and so on. If someone can get through this barrier, whether he is in the military, politics, or business, at least he will have a good physique, and temperament. If the temperament is not strong, within half a month, they will be eliminated automatically. You guys are so stupid because of me. So many people want to eat. Where can I get food for them? In this way, the flowers in the greenhouse can be given to him. There is an opportunity to accept the tempering of wind and rain, and the flat-headed people will also show them the hardship and pain of trying to get up, so that they will not go astray on the road of life. It took Jiang Feng about 2 more hours to tell Yu Xinan about the completeness of the military training, as well as its usefulness and benefits. Yu Xinan's disdain from the beginning, and some resistance to Jiang Feng's long-windedness, slowly shocked Jiang Feng's contemplation of human nature. This is what really shocked him. Unfortunately, Yu Xinan gradually understood from the initial disdain, to the final initiative to discuss with Jiang Feng, and then to inquiries. From today, this youngster is talking about military science. However, this also surprised Yu Xinan. This is military science. If you want to make a comparison, then the things that are prevalent in the military now are simply shit. If His Imperial Majesty knew about this military concept, what reaction would His Imperial Majesty be? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 632. Finally, I finally got the bait. Jiang Feng in the heart cheered. But at this time, Jiang Feng knew it was the real beginning. After all, it is easy to tell a great Confucian to come to the academy, but what if you tell 3 great Confucians? This is not enough. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng said bitterly again, Mr. Boshy, what about my academy? Yu Xinan smiled bitterly and shook his head. This youngster didn't say a word of praise when he was killed at first, but what about now? After showing all the good things, what can Yu Xinan say? He also wants to see what Jiang Feng's academy can make, but at this time he can't praise this little brat. He has to beat it. Yu Xinan touched his beard pretentiously and said deeply, your academy, okay, it's a bit deviant, and it's a pot of mix-up. That's all, nothing new. Jiang Feng's eyes are straight. Is this all okay? Fuck. You have the ability to go to Great Tang and find me the same one. If you are believing or not, if you can find it, I will ask that person for a WeChat and Weibo account. In this era, people who can have such advanced ideas, except for people like him, are nothing else. And such advanced educational ideas, except for noble schools, basically all a perfect teaching method that schools are implementing. Military training. What's the purpose? Although Jiang Feng doesn't know for the time being, that thing may not be effective in later generations, but in Great Tang, the meaning is quite different. This is a turbulent era. There may be someone ara doing something for you at any time, even more how in history. Next year, Turkic will have a real break with Great Tang. Li Shimin finally used to sit. The peace gained by getting off the white horse on the Waishui River only lasted for more than a year. But even with his own blending at this time, although the situation has been reversed, will Li Shimin give up playing Turkic? No. After all, the extraordinary shame and humiliation that Turkic made him suffer as a person, will not forget, even more how it is him. Furthermore, Zhang Feng had been to Peace Street and learned from the mouths of those veterans what military training in the barracks was. After all, the Chainan Navy Master is in Chainan City. It is a place that anyone can see from a distance. That is just to die. What can you train for the whole chaos in a bandit den? Sanitary conditions are dirty, messy, run down. According to Zhang Feng's knowledge, Great Tang loses at least several thousand, sometimes even tens of thousands, of non-war personnel every year. Why did these people die? Isn't it just a chaos, coupled with military measures without a little hygiene? It killed it. However, if all of these are not seen in the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, he does not have much hope that the military camp will be completely changed. And he does not have the ability. What he has to do is to start with White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, disinfect ethyl alcohol, and move the regular military training to Great Tang. Let the academy have a full bloom in all aspects of moral, intellectual, physical and beauty. This is the flower he said to Yushinan before, and it needs a foil. Seeing Yushinan commenting on him at this time, Zhang Feng couldn't help but look impatient. After all, this was his painstaking effort. He basically emptied his old foundation, but he exchanged a sentence that was okay. No way. This is so resolutely impossible. I said, Mr. Boshi, look, my academy, although there is no library yet, only owes me a preface to the poems collected from the Orchid Pavilion, and I have arranged Li Qian they went to collect a large number of rare ancient books, as well as the Book of Songs and other conventional teaching. I still use them. You must not think that I teach a little bit here, and the teaching time here is rationally regulated. In the morning, the military training starts for 1 hour at dot. During breakfast, reciting the Book of Songs and so on for 1 hour, then take a break for a quarter of an hour, while teaching arithmetic, and take a break for 50. Our afternoon is divided into 3 sections. One section of literature academic course of 100 schools of thought. Then there are common sense elective courses, medical theory common sense, and manufacturing, military details, divide, and conduct military training at the time of the day. If you think these are still not good, then the youngster really has nothing to say. Although Yushinan in the heart is already shocked, it is Fang Xuanling glanced at each other, then forced her shock down and said, what you said is just your phenomenon. Don't you know how to specialize? Youngster knows. Military training is to exercise their physique in the morning and evening. After high-intensity training in the morning, the nerves will be exhausted. At this time, reading aloud will be easy to remember. In the afternoon, it is the drowsiest time of the day. At this time, let them do things that require a high degree of concentration. This squeezes their spirit to the extreme, which is better than rote memorization, I think. Zhang Feng feels more polite as he speaks. Yushinan was also deeply attracted by Zhang Feng's teaching philosophy. He is looking forward to the breakthrough progress that the new teaching model will bring. After all, there are not a few people from him, but Yushinan still maintains his unbelief, shaking his head. But before he could speak, Zhang Feng directly shrugged. If you always don't believe me, or are you affected, come to my academy. It only takes a month. If you fail to see results, youngster shuts down the academy immediately. If youngster is lucky enough to let Mr. Boshi, satisfied, should old Mr. stay? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 633. Yushinan and Fang Xuanling's jaws both fell in shock. So, I have said so much this time, I just want Yushinan to come to the academy. Besides, the bet is still completed like this. When Zhang Feng said that he wanted to get a medical experiment, and when he heard that divine Dr. Sun Simiao was on the mountain, He suddenly thought something was wrong, but Jiang Feng didn't give him a chance at all. Just give the contract. Isn't this just strong buying and selling? Yu Xinan looked at Jiang Feng, who glanced at herself from time to time. He was angry and funny. You want to invite me up the mountain? You have to say it clearly. What you did? Yu Xinan sighed. Oh, I knew that the old man couldn't come here today for anything, but he also folded himself in. Oh, what the old man thinks you are doing. It turns out that you have been digging pits and waiting for the old man. Yu Xinan has a look of resentment on his face, in fact, but there is no wave in his heart. If he doesn't want to go, just stand up in his heart and go out. But he didn't. After all, Jiang Feng really hooked out his gluttons. Thinking about it, Yu Xinan said, well, since you have already set up a gambling agreement, if the old man is so happy, then based on your youngster's ability, within an hour, this everyone in Chainan City will know. Jiang Feng, hearing this, his eyes lit up immediately. He. Look at what you always said. Jiang Feng is that kind of person. Fang Xuanling tugged at the corner of his mouth and turned around with a cough. Can't bear to look straight. He really knows Jiang Feng's ability now. He hasn't done anything yet. So he took Yu Xinan directly. This is the literature dean who Imperial Capital needs cautiously to deal with. He, unexpectedly, just for a while, this little evildoer. Fang Xuanling couldn't help but write down Jiang Feng's problem of digging pits in his notebook again. This has to go back and study it carefully, otherwise when the time comes, he will be sold. The one who is still happily counts the money to Jiang Feng. But just now, a word from Jiang Feng caused Fang Xuanling's hand to shake the wineglass in his hand and almost threw the wineglass out. I saw Jiang Feng rubbing his hands and looking at Yu Xinan and said, Mr. Boshi, you can rest assured that this matter, as long as it is less than a month after the opening of the academy, you can see the results. The old man doesn't care about this. But I heard that Mount Kui has a unique scenery, accompanied by caves and waterfalls, and what kind of residential area your youngster built there. I heard that the house is okay, and the old man will prepare it. A big house facing the waterfall. Yes, don't worry, I will find the best location for you. Jiang Feng immediately agreed. At this time, Yu Xinan took it. Jiang Feng's heart was like eating honey. However, he rubbed his hands and asked, However, Mr. Boshi, I heard that you are old Chu Siliang old Chu, Ouyang Zonulao, and Xjingzlao. Stop. Yu Xinan couldn't help but also explode. Your youngster is not only greedy for me, but also wants to take some of their old bones into Mount Q. What do you think you have in a broken Mount Q? If it is himself, then Yu Xinan would take Li Shimin's favor, and he will come, and he doesn't want to miss this youngster in vain. But now he actually wants to give all his 3 friends pit in? How is that possible? Yu Xinan got up, her face gloomy. Youngster, don't be too much. Do you know who the 4 of us are? If you hadn't seen your collection of poems, the old man wouldn't have come to see you as a junior. He could promise you to go to the academy. That's also based on the novelty of your academy. You are still playing snakes and sticks. Want them to come? Yu Xinan also laughed angrily. Then take out your true abilities. Yes, the old man remembers the last Dragon Boat Festival poetry meet. For various reasons, it finally stopped. If you want to let the 3 of them go out, then you have to come up with the true ability. The Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meeting, which is a period of prosperity that brings together all literati in the world. When the time comes, old man will also participate in the poem meeting. If you really have yourself, you will be at the poem meeting. Let the 3 old stubborn people come to you. While speaking, Yu Xinan has already reached the door, but when he was at the door, Yu Xinan gave Jiang Feng a stop and said meaningfully, Old man is optimistic about you. Jiang Feng was speechless. How can this be played like this? But, isn't it the poetry club? It happened that when the time comes, Lao Tzu gave him a pot of stew, and Zhengzhu did not have a teacher. Did it all come to me? Good. When the time comes, Tang poetry and song lyrics, that many, I don't believe it anymore. Can I still lose? Thank you for your kind words. Youngster will definitely be there on time when the time comes. 1 inch. However, Jiang Feng's eyes rolled around and said, "Mr. Boshi, would you like youngster to give you 2 jars of wine?" Yu Xinan, who just walked out of the room hearing this, couldn't help but pause again. It seems hesitant. But in the end, reason was defeated by Jiang Feng's fine wine. Yu Xinan sighed. Is the old man the kind of greedy person? If you really want to give it, why not give it 10 altars? Good 1 inch. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 634. Yu Xinan felt like being played with by this youngster again. But he couldn't notice the slightest abnormality again, and finally he shook his robe fiercely and left. Just turned around the corner, before stepping out of Tongyue Street's crooked neck, Fang Xuanling couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yu, what do you think of Jiang Feng's youngster?" It can be a great task. But this youngster is broken, so you have to guard against it. A sentence from Yu Xinan basically judged Jiang Feng. Only at this time, Yu Xinan said again, "In fact, the old man really hopes that the old stubborn ones can come to the academy. This youngster not simple. It seems to me that so many are messy, and even some unrelated things can be perfectly assembled together. This is really beyond the expectation of the old man, and this youngster is not bad. This is what it's the most important thing." Fang Xuanling finally felt relieved. "Brother Yu, don't you know, this youngster is a no-brainer, fair and reasonable character. What to say, but this youngster knows a lot. So he can." Yu Xinan shook his head with a wry smile. Really, if it wasn't for the academy's too much business, the old man would really like to have a New Year relationship with him. But what is the truth of that person? It was outside at this time, with many eyes and ears, so Yu Xinan could also ask where Li Shimin had heard Classic of Wonders vaguely. Although he really wanted to ask Jiang Feng in front of Jiang Feng, he had many opportunities just now, but in the end he gave up. This was a pure matter, and he didn't want to become a deal. And, about Classic of Wonders, he is very yearning for it. In the conversation with Jiang Feng just now, what kind of science, what kind of physics and what kind of psychology and military science? He has a feeling, this is actually Classic of Wonders. This is what really attracts Yu Xinan. If you let the 3 old guys know about this, with their temperament, let alone no money, even if you post money, they will all go to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Yu Xinan knows the attractiveness of that thing. Although there are very few people who know this thing, as long as they know this thing, which one is not in rush. However, Yu Xinan didn't do this. After all, he always felt that he felt uncomfortable in his heart after this youngster was set today. If this spreads out, would he still have Yu Xinan's face? But all this doesn't sound like that in Fang Xuanling's ears. Fang Xuanling was already in a deep shock at this time. There are no more than 5 people in Fang Xuanling's memory who can get such an evaluation by Yu Xinan. And today, he actually witnessed it with his own eyes. Although Jiang Feng actually didn't need Yu Xinan's affirmation in their eyes, he had already grown up enough to compete with great confusion. Moreover, Jiang Feng's current status is also great confusion, but his reputation is still insufficient. However, Yu Xinan's affirmation can be obtained. If this is spread out, it will also create momentum for Jiang Feng and create extremely good conditions. Finally, when Yu Xinan entered the sedan chair, he looked at the direction of Tongyue Street and sighed slightly. Hearing this before, there are great sages in the market. Didn't expect old man to witness this life with his own eyes. It would not be a waste of this life. The other side, after Jiang Feng sent away Yu Xinan, he was really excited for a long time. After all, it was a surprise to win Yu Xinan. He was thinking about how to find her husband and go up the mountain earlier. And it's still that kind of awesome character. Didn't expect old Fang to send Yu Xinan to the door. What is this? This is dozing off. Someone will automatically come to deliver pillows. But this is only one person. Although Yu Xinan didn't say it directly, he intuitively told Jiang Feng that Chu Siliang and the others also seemed to know themselves. So that would be easy. I just don't know how many poems he uttered when I was drunk last time. Jiang Feng couldn't help but secretly regretted it. This pretending to be comfortable is now uncomfortable. How to install it behind? After all, He knows that the most memorable poems are only 300 Tang poems, songs, and those poems from Tang dynasty that he dare to embezzle, but even so, he will. It's also a total of only a few hundred hands. If you encounter something like this in the future, what should you do? No, I have to find a good time to ask coldly carefully, how much has he leaked out of this poem? Otherwise, when the time comes, when someone pretends to read the poems, it would be embarrassing. But this is the next step. After all, there are still 27 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Now that the teacher's matter has been resolved, the rest is the manufacturer's teaching aids. Thinking about this, Zhang Feng hurriedly cleaned up the little tavern, and then ran to the King Cripple. After all, I am familiar with King Cripple, and King Cripple is a veteran. In this Chainan city, the Black and White, King Cripple and the others, are still somewhat capable. There are some things, although Li Qian went to do it, but there are still some things, such as test tubes and the like, that you have to find yourself. After all, in this Chainan city, he really didn't see a few skilled craftsmen of manufacturing glazed glass. This thing, he has to accept one person, and then if he can be in Mount later. If you get a glass factory on cue, it will be beautiful. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 635. Drive. Just when Zhang Feng plunged into the veteran's den on Peace Street at the gate of Ming, he suddenly broke into Shikiku Ma. When the 10 fast horses entered the city gate, there was no slight tendency to slow down, and everyone from far away could clearly see the yellow flag on the horse's back. This is the messenger. Any great Tang citizen does not need to know the county grandfather or the city gate guard, but this small yellow sect messenger must be remembered by everyone, because this kind of soldiers are usually sent out only when they appear in the economic military situation, or when the situation is a major event. In this case, any ordinary people, no matter what you do, must give way to them. Even if you are Crown Prince, Taifu, or even first rank, he had to obediently let him go to His Imperial Majesty. There is no choice. This is the iron law of Great Tang. At this time, everyone saw that the little Huang flag of Shiki appeared at the city gate. Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly let go of the city gate, and even the city guard was here. In an instant, directly open the city gates. Driving. The shouting all the way resounded through the calm Chainan city. Even such an angry voice continued to the Vermilion Bird Gate, and it did not stop. The small yellow sect headed directly took out the portable crossbow, and there was even a small brickade hanging on the crossbow. Sang shot up at a wooden Zuzi on the city gate, and then shouted non-stop angrily, "Open the city gate quickly!" Economy and military intelligence. The guard army hurriedly unwound the tips. After seeing the above, they hurriedly shouted loudly, "Open the door quickly!" With a dull voice, Shiki did not slow down at all, rushed into the imperial city, and then ran all the way to Chi Palace where Li Shimin was. Report. Economic military intelligence. Economic military intelligence. Before arriving at Chi Palace, the small yellow sect headed by the small yellow sect hurriedly took out a waste card, and here, you can't do it like this now, it will only face thousands of Jinwu guards' strong crossbows. The headed person was Yachi Gong's son, Yachi Bailin, a man like an iron tower. He slammed at the gate of Chi Palace, and no one dared to say anything. Yachi Bailin took the token and took a look. Only then did he search the bodies of a few people, and hurriedly carried a few people to the imperial study room. Rather than waiting for Yachi Bailin's report, little Gizzy, who was waiting here early, signaled him to go down, and led a small yellow sect headed into the imperial study room of Tji Palace. Li Shimin seems to have known the small yellow sect rushing into the imperial city a long time ago. This kind of thing happened only once when he was in power, that is, when Geely Old Thief besieged the city. This time, it can be seen that things are not simple. Li Shimin waved his hand solemnly, avoiding the small yellow sect's kneeling motion. Say, small yellow sect's chapped lips are covered with bloodshot eyes, and Ekni Niels hoarsely roared, reporting to His Imperial Majesty. Long Yu's anxious report. The person who was inserted in Tibet recently reported an incident, and I also asked His Imperial Majesty to check it out. While speaking, small yellow sect shivered, started from her arms. A letter stained with blood was taken out and handed to Little Gizzy. Little Gizzy didn't dare to be careless when he saw this, and hurriedly handed the blood-stained letter to Li Shimin. Small yellow sect continued. His Imperial Majesty, at this time, where Long Yu Road and Tibet border, war has broken out. Even Tibet's refugees have been washing me on Long Yu Road for a long time. Even and Tibet's army also washed and looted a small town on the border 5 days ago. A large-scale civil disturbance broke out even in Tuihan. At this time, Tibet's civil disturbance was invisible. There is a huge force in the journey. With the introduction of the small yellow sect, Li Shimin has also read the letter. In fact, the content of the letter is not much different from this, and even more precise. It is not so much a civil disorder, but rather a change caused by a famine caused by a plague of locusts. And what this letter said, these things are far more than what small yellow sect knows, and the number of people involved in the chaos has reached at least 100,000. The most important thing is because, from the beginning of the shortage, to the end, Tibet has the phenomenon of cannibalism, which is terrifying. In the face of these things, Tibet has only one way to do it, and that is to suppress. This caused this tragedy, as well as Tuihan. Involved, Li Shimin suddenly thought of something, and asked, "Is the news about Jayanandao?" Go back to His Imperial Majesty. Jayanando's ambassador is at the door, waiting to be summoned outside. Come in all. Li Shimin waved his hand. In an instant, the remaining 9 people hurriedly entered the Imperial study room. As soon as they entered the door, the 9 people hurriedly knelt down. Back to His Imperial Majesty, Jayanandao Jibao, Yongcheng, Yozu, Queensland, and neighboring Yozu, etc., have encountered countless Tibetan refugees influx, and even a large number of sergeants participated plunder. Minzu in Guanai Road, Yozu in Hezu, etc., have also been looted many times. The local garrison requested to fight 1 inch. U Prefecture is here to report, Turkey has recently had an unusual military mobilization, which is suspected to be related to the Tibet civil strife. Listen to the report. Li Shimin's eyes suddenly shot out a killing intent. There is also an ambition. God, if you can take advantage of this opportunity to win Tibetan Tuihan, then. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 636. For the uncertain factor of Tibet, Li Shimin has long wanted to do it, but because of some things, Li Shimin can only temporarily let go. But now, this is God's will. Does God want me to subdue Tibet? I thought of this. Li Shimin interrupted everyone with a wave of his hand. Submit all the papers, and I will decide on the specific matters after the Imperial Court Assembly tomorrow. And the others after all. Li Shimin carefully after reading the documents carefully, he asked, Little Gizzy, do you think it is okay to send troops now? Little Gizzy heard this for a moment. His Imperial Majesty asked himself this way for the first time. Little Gizzy thought for a while, and then said, His Imperial Majesty, if he sends troops now, his division will be unknown. The slave servant thinks that he should first deploy in these places that are often looted, and then stationed in the heavy market, just the embankment. Li Shimin was silent. Cheng Yojin, Yachi Gong Qin Kayang and the others, come here. Zuzi. Li Shimin was very entangled. Looking at the layout of Great Tang and Tibet in the depths of Great Tang, the more you look at it, the more uncomfortable it becomes. If you can take this opportunity to get rid of it directly, it will definitely be a feat that will make him famous for all generations. Didn't the old stubbornness of the Imperial Court mean that I didn't have any great achievements during my reign? If you win Tibet. When Li Shimin thinks about it and gets more excited, he hopes to lead troops directly into Tibet now. Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin. He also walked into the Imperial study room with a relatively thin Qin Kayang, veteran last General Cheng Yojin, Yachi Gong, Qin Kayang pay respects to His Imperial Majesty. The voices of several people interrupted Li Shimin's imagination. Several ministers, Come and read these secret reports. Li Shimin pointed to the secret memoranda on the desk. The three of them accepted the decree. I checked before, but all three of them frowned deeply at this time. Even Cheng Yojin, whom Li Shimin had been looking forward to, frowned at this time. Why? Is there something wrong with this secret melodrama? Li Shimin was a little bit angry. Qin Kayang, hearing this, glanced at the three of them and said, His Imperial Majesty, these secret melodies are very detailed, but at the end I feel a little unusual. His Imperial Majesty, I also find it a bit weird. It stands to reason that if such a big thing happens in Tibet, if it is really impossible to guard it, it will definitely come to Great Tang for help. But until this time, no one has come forward. Come on, it doesn't make sense. How many people don't know what His Imperial Majesty means? To know immediately, and then instead of rushing to discuss countermeasures, but to summon some of their generals in Chainan. The implication is self-evident. His Imperial Majesty, this is for war. But when the three of them said that, Li Shimin was more determined to want to go to war. Do you think, if we were to fight Tibet and Tuhan at this time, what chance would we have? The three were surprised. His Imperial Majesty, is this a decision to go to war? Cheng Yojin pondered, and hurriedly said, His Imperial Majesty, I remember Feng Tsai once said that it is not time to use Tibet. Li Shimin is a little annoyed. The interrupted Cheng Yojin, I know this, but now it's a godsend opportunity. If we don't seize the opportunity, Turkic's defender in Yu Prefecture has a large number of signs of mobilization. It seems to be related to Tibet. If we missed it, if you have this opportunity, let Turkic go south to invade Tibet, then I will be in danger of Great Tang. His Imperial Majesty, things can't be thought of like this. If we send troops at this time, we will definitely be with Turkic. Encountered. At this time, what we have to face are three glare like a tiger watching his prey rivals. His Imperial Majesty, this matter is not trivial. If we move now, it will definitely be it moved the whole body. No, the whole thing was messed up. We have just passed the control of things, and they were already dissatisfied. If we were sending troops at this time, what would the people think about that day? Our teacher is unknown. The three of you said a word to me, and directly rejected Li Shimin's words. At this time, Li Shimin also hesitated. He waved his hand in annoyance and said, You go down first, let me think about it. The three of them looked at each other and then slowly left. As soon as they exited the door of the Imperial Study Room, the trio's expressions became heavy. Just now there is another important factor they did not say, that is the lack of food. The army now lacks 2 bowls of porridge every day. This is the time to fight. How to fight? The three of them have never been unambiguous in fighting. But these clever women can't cook without rice. They are not Jiang Feng. They can transform some things into the pot alive. They are all big and rough. If they get in those poisonous things, then they will. It's a major event. 3 of you, did you go to the Imperial Study Room? Just as the 3 of them walked out of Tji Palace, sadly, they happened to be equipped with someone who was just going to see Li Shimin. Fang Xuanling. The 3 sighed. Muffled nodded. Cheng Yojin asked in a muffled voice, At this time, I advise you not to go to His Imperial Majesty anymore. Fang Xuanling, hearing this, smiled confidently. But what about Tibet? When the 3 of them saw Fang Xuanling's expressions, they couldn't help but glance at each other, and then Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong took Fang Xuanling just like this. He said, Old man, walk around. Let's find a place to have a good chat. We have encountered some annoying things. Diff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher, Chapter 637. Between Tji Palace and Palace of Political Statement, there is an urn city. At this time, in a small room in Wenqing Arms Depot, Cheng Yojin and the others sat at the square table with a dissatisfied Fang Xuanling. Although Fang Xuanling somewhat resisted the strong body odor and sweat on the 3 of them, there were also fleas from time to time. But he also knows the purpose of the 3 people pulling him here at this time, but he also has important things in his mind to report to His Imperial Majesty, and he no longer be more reserved, and directly asked, 3. Why did the old man come here? Here is the armament depot, which is the site of their military headquarters. Come here at this time. It shows that the three of them have encountered a big problem. After hearing the small yellow sect along the way to the Imperial Palace, he faintly guessed that it must be unusual. Seeing Fang Xuanling inquiring, Cheng Yojin and the three of them are not pretentious. They were originally straightforward people. Cheng Yojin, Yachi Gong, and Qin Kaiang looked at each other before saying, "Just now we went to see His Imperial Majesty. His Imperial Majesty is going to Tibet." While speaking, Cheng Yojin's right hand swiped slightly on his neck. Where does Fang Xuanling know what this action means? And His Imperial Majesty has that meaning, but why did you choose at this time? He clearly remembers that the last time His Imperial Majesty was talking about this matter, Feng Tsai perfectly clear told His Imperial Majesty that it should not go to war at this time. What's wrong with this? Fang Xuanling couldn't help but feel anxious. What's going on? Great Tang is lacking everywhere. Although it's better, it's not appropriate to use force. And what's the situation in this matter? Cheng Yojin hadn't spoken yet. Yachi Gong sighed. Old man Fang, this matter is a bit complicated. Choose Long Yu to understand me. Jianan Road, and Guanai Road as long as it is close to Tibet and Tuihan. Basically, they suffer from daily intrusion, and even Tibet soldiers participate in the abuse. Fang Xuanling turned pale with fright, hurriedly asked, "This impossible. How how is this possible?" Cheng Yojin gave a wry smile. People eat mud when they are hungry. And you don't know that the last locust plague came from Tibet and other places? Think about what happened to Great Tang. Think about Tibet again. Fang Xuanling hearing this, his face suddenly changed. Muttered, "Is it Tibet?" "Yes." Yachi Gong patted Fang Xuanling on the shoulder and said, "This matter we at Great Tang have Jiang Feng and the youngster, so we are managing the locust plague at first. You should be clear about this. Right?" Fang Xuanling was silent. Indeed. At first, Jiang Feng said that there was a locust plague, and everyone didn't care about it. The consequences, let alone Tibet. Drought. Then the locust plague came and collided. Although Great Tang did catch enough oil and water during this period, it also added fuel to the Tibet disaster. Although this is all a strategy. But at this time, after the incident broke out, Fang Xuanling still felt incredible. What is this? This is a national policy, but if there is a war at this time, then, without waiting for Fang Xuanling to figure out a clue, Qin Kaiyan, who has been silent, said slowly, "Not only that, but I heard from spies that at least thousands of people starve to death in Tibet Tuihan every day, and even cannibalism occurs. However, the senior leaders of the two countries have no good solutions regarding the survival of the people. Therefore, an unprecedented civil unrest broke out." Looking at the secret notes, the total number of unrested people in the two countries has exceeded 100,000. There is also the news from General Yu Prefecture Li Jing that Yu Prefecture spies found that Turkey has a large number of signs of soldiers mobilizing, and it is suspected to be aimed at Tibet. Mr. Fang, if you think about it, if Turkey goes south to take Tibet, what will happen then? Hiss. Fang Xuanling couldn't help being shocked. I couldn't help being sucked in a cold breath, and I had to leave in a hurry. But before he could leave, Cheng Yojin grabbed him and said, "Don't worry, this battle they can't fight." Of course they know what Fang Xuanling is going to do. But how can they let Fang Xuanling go at this time? Cheng Yojin fortunately, Qin Kaiang and Yachi Gong are not often in Chainan. They finally caught Fang Xuanling, who had just returned from tavern when he was a child. How could he easily let him go? Furthermore, several of them went to Little Tavern 3 times and ate cold shoulder. This morning they learned that this product brought Yushinan to see Jiang Feng. What is this? Why don't they want to know Jiang Feng? What do they want to do? After all, the magical shield of swords and guns that youngster said, but baby. But at this time, it was Fang Xuanling's turn to be dumbfounded. Why did you say that this battle could not be fought again? Cheng Yojin smiled bitterly. There is a shortage of food in the army. How do you say this battle should be fought? Let the soldiers go to the battlefield hungry? Fang Xuanling was shocked. but after thinking about it, there is a shortage of food in all places in Great Tang. It is really possible that there is a shortage of food in this army. I couldn't help but nodded. Said, that's what you said. The old man first go to his Imperial Majesty, and then how about we talk? No, old Fang. You know both of us who are out all the year round. I finally found a good thing, so I want to talk to you. See His Imperial Majesty. Don't worry for a while. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 638. Yachi Gong rubbed his hands and pressed Fang Xuanling on the bench and said, actually, this matter has to be talked about from the youngster of Jiang Feng. I heard him. Isn't there a shield that can impervious to sword and spear, and a spear that can't be broken? I also heard that this youngster has set up an academy in a place where birds don't shit on Mount Q. Fang Xuanling doesn't know what the three bosses are going to do, suspiciously nodded. There are these things. Then is the youngster doing this thing? Fang Xuanling shook the head. You also know that this Mount Q is building a house now. Where is the time to do which? Furthermore, today, if it weren't for Brother Yugo, this youngster doesn't necessarily say what impervious to sword and spear shield is made, and the magical teaching philosophy. Yachi Gong couldn't help but be curious. The kind of teaching philosophy that Jiang Feng had spread before, he had also heard about it, but he just copied all the folk things into it. Is this magic? Yachi Gong could not help but asked. Aren't they just tricks? As for little tricks, Fang Xuanling glanced at Yachi Gong and said, if I said, Feng Tsai has a set of military sciences that will definitely make you jealous when you hear it. Are you believing or not? Military studies? The three of them don't catch a cold with others. After all, they are from the army, but the word military cannot help but attract the three of them, and it's still magical. Military science? The three asked again in unison. What kind of military science? Isn't it about training soldiers, studying sandbox, and then reading military books? Fang Xuanling was full of contempt. Shook the head. The wrinkled eyelids rolled over and said, vulgar. Do you think this academy just won't make it out of school? Forget it. For the sake of our officials in the same court, today's old man is good. I'm telling you about Jiang Feng's military science. Jiang Feng's military science, in his own words, would only teach the kind of reckless big-head soldiers. If it does, then his academy will be closed. For that kind of person, simply don't deserve to go to his academy. Cheng Yojin eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of something Cheng Chumo had told him after he went back. That is the heavy cavalry. Talk about the light cavalry army and the assassin. Could it be this youngster is going to do this? But Yachi Gong and Qin Kaiang, who didn't know about it, were confused. Look at Fang Xuanling, and then at Cheng Yojin, whose face was so excited that the beard on his mouth was twisting, and asked, Old Black, do you know anything? And what on earth is this youngster going to do? Didn't it mean that he is going to open an academy? This is what is going on, so I have to do this? Fang Xuanling knows what Cheng Yojin remembered. Instead, he stopped talking, just looked at the three with a faint smile. Fang Xuanling thanked these three people for a kind of comfort that he had never had before. At this time, he finally understood why Jiang Feng liked to talk like this every time. Don't be too comfortable. Cheng Yojin really doesn't want to tell these two things about this. Otherwise, because of the tempers of the two, then which of Jiang Feng's skinny chicken-like body should not be taken apart? However, he couldn't keep the two of them pulling, and said in a muffled voice, I heard from my Chumo before that Feng Tsai wanted to turn Chumo into some heavy cavalry, and 1 June passed through it. What can I do for anyone? Fang Xuanling glanced at Cheng Yojin in a bit of a surprise. This guy can actually speak literally. But after thinking about it, he was relieved. It must be Dugos youngsters. Otherwise, with his urinary sex, he can suffocate a good thing. Then he won't be surnamed Cheng. But this is not important. From the widely open mouths of Yachi Gong and Qin Kaiang, it can be seen that these two people are the most shocked. However, Cheng Yojin didn't intend to give up. Instead, he patted the shoulders of the two with some worry. This incident was too shocking. I didn't want to tell you. I was afraid you were scared to death. But now that you strongly demand, then I won't pretend. I will tell you all. Fang Xuanling's mouth twitched but still resist the nausea in my heart. He also wanted to see these two military gods. Hearing the last expressions, presumably, that was really cool. Yachi Gong was obviously shocked. His excited voice trembled. Then what? Old Black, your special mother, hurry up. Mother-in-law, believing or not I beat you? Cheng Yojin shrugged. So it's difficult, but when they saw both of them squeezing their fists, they hurriedly said, the youngster from the Zhangsun family of my good friend, do you know? This guy has nothing to do all day long and likes to pretend to be Zhao Zilong. Feng Tsai actually wants to train him to do that. The light cavalry army that doesn't leave a mark for thousands of miles, and it's still the kind of fast as lightning, especially Wei Zheng's youngster, Wei Xiu, the guy who protects a beating. Do you know what Feng Tsai wants him to do? Fuck you. Do you want to be beaten? And then, Yachi Gong and Qin Kaiyan can't sit still anymore. Zhao Zilong. Who is that? That is a generation of military gods. These two news, like two muffled thunders, kept ringing in their minds, and at this moment, the guy who deserves a beating actually said there are more. And it's Wei Zheng's child. God. Are you a bit too much? Then Wei Zheng is innocent. His son. That's stubborn. Think about my two sons of Yachi Gong, but they have been working hard. Why can't this be done? Why are they both? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 639. Yachi Gong is angry. Very wrong. Qin Shu Bao is similar. But when their nerves reached their limit, Cheng Yojin said slowly, why family? The youngster, Zhang Feng means he wants him to be an assassin. More than Jinka character like a cow. What? What is this youngster going to do? Fuck, talent, walk around. Old Black went up the mountain and got him into the barracks. For such talents, it would be a waste not to go to the barracks. While speaking, Yachi Gong got up and took Cheng Yojin and left. Fang Xuanling, who was in the theater hearing this, couldn't help but sit still. He hurriedly held the two of them and his eyes were red. What do you want to do? This academy is registered with the Ministry of Households. If you dare to do this, you can weigh up the anger of His Imperial Majesty. And Old Black, you know what to do. What should I do? Fang Xuanling was full of warnings, instantly extinguishing the restlessness in the hearts of Yachi Gong and Qin Kaiyan, and hurriedly squeezed their hair. Talents. This is the talent. 100 years. I have never seen such a talent in thousands of years. Let's not talk about that shit military science. Just take what Cheng Old Black said just now, and they knew what the concept would be if this matter was spread out. At this time, seeing the two anxious, Fang Xuanling slowly touched his beard and said, the old man knows what you are going to say. But this academy means His Imperial Majesty. You should be this the academy's weight in His Imperial Majesty's heart, and the reason why Cheng can be today? Ask Old Black. This is Feng Xi's own pocket money, and 20,000 shi of food was distributed on Mount Q. Controlled the food shortage in Chainan City. Yachi Gong was stunned. He knows this, but didn't expect this youngster to do all these things. Isn't it said that Crown Prince did it? How can this be the credit of Zhang Feng youngster? Qin Kaiyan was a little confused. What is all this? He just met Chainan City, and it was also out of curiosity about this academy. But what he learned was that this academy was created by His Royal Highness Crown Prince, and then by a Chainan genius in managing this academy. Moreover, all the rumors that have been spread now come from the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. It would be better if Crown Prince did it, but how can you listen to this thing? It's not Crown Prince. So, this youngster, who is he? Seeing Fang Xuanling and Cheng Yojin like this, Qin Kaiyan couldn't help being even more confused. Lao Fang, can you tell me what happened? This youngster named Zhang Feng is really so magical, mysterious, or I will tell you something. Well, are you all eating fine salt in your military camps now? Qin Kaiyan doesn't know what Cheng Yojin is going to say, but it is still subconsciously nodded. Yes, that's right. What do you think of this thing? Cheng Yojin knocked on the table. Old Black. If your special lady has fart, What are you doing here? Just like a woman. What's wrong with this fine salt? Yes, every day. You all use this thing for brushing your teeth. Could it be that you made a trick of this thing? Yachi Gong also exploded his hair. He didn't have a good temper in the first place. He couldn't help being watched by Fang Xuanling and Cheng Yojin in a monkey show. Seeing that he is hairy, Cheng Yojin glanced at him contemptuously. Vulgar. Okay, stop teasing you. This salt is created by Jiang Feng's youngster, and the last time you didn't forget that to deal with Tibet was the Turkic and other countries' methods that were invented by anyone. Yachi Gong's eyes were straight. Do you want to say that these all are that bastard thing made up? In Yachi Gong's horrified eyes, Cheng Yojin clicked nodded. Yachi Gong only feels the pain in his head. The brain hurts. It hurts very much. How can this such a talent be so spoiled? No, this youngster must be in his hands, otherwise he will not sleep well. Yachi Gong only felt like a piece of meat on his body was eaten by someone. That kind of weapon, shield, he just listened to that's all before, but now? This salt and those tactics were made by this youngster. Could this impervious to sword and spear shield and spear be fake? Whoever tells him these are fake now, he must break that man's third leg. At this time, Qin Kaiang is exactly similar to Yachi Gong. I came back this time, on the one hand because of the lack of food in the barracks, on the other hand, for the shield of impervious to sword and spear, as well as this kind of magical spear. The gods that were passed on were gods, and everyone at first regarded it as a rumor. But after meeting Cheng Yojin, he couldn't help being surprised. This thing is actually true. But now after he heard Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling's words, his whole body is not good. This is true. All this is true. It seems that even if there is a riot on the border this time, even if it is the Tibetan-Turkic coalition forces, if there is such a shield, and lances there, can he be afraid? Fear of a chicken. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 640. Yachi Gong can't sit still. Now the barracks are short of food, and the border is precarious, and a war may break out at any time. At this time, after confirming that Jiang Feng does have such divine artifacts, where can the two of them sit? He grabbed Cheng Yojin's back collar and ran out in a hurry. When Fang Xuanling saw this, he shook his head and said nothing. After all, Feng Tsai has said this. It's a weird thing if these people can sit still. Moreover, this military science is really important. Where can he sit still? He also hurriedly got up and went to the Imperial Study Room. And when he had just turned out of Wenqing, he ran into Zhang Sun Wuji and Wei Zhengdu Yui who were coming. When they saw Fang Xuanling coming out of Wenqing, they asked in surprise, Duke Fang, you are? Fang Xuanling's speechless strokes. I was just taken into the road by Yachi Gong. Several people hearing this expression momentarily a little weird, but didn't say anything at this time. Zhang Sun Wuji arched his hands and said, let's go. I know you are going to His Imperial Majesty too. We happen to be together. Fang Xuanling was surprised. Why are you going to His Imperial Majesty? Zhang Sun Wuji stared. You don't know this? I just heard the news that Tibetan Tuihan's emissary have entered the city. You don't know this? Where does Fang Xuanling know this? He just came out of Jiang Feng's little tavern, and then ran into these three idiots' head, and now he ran into these three. Does he have a chance to know? Fang Xuanling bowed his hands. Let's go. Let's say as we walk. The grandson is a visitor from Tibet, but it's because of the civil strife. The grandson's face is nodded solemnly. That's right. But just now the old man saw Cheng Old Black and the three guys hurried out of the palace. What does this mean? Fang Xuanling sighed. His Imperial Majesty wants to go to war. What? The three people are hearing this, can't help being shocked. His Imperial Majesty is going to go to war? Go to war? How is this possible? Doesn't His Imperial Majesty know the current situation of Great Tang? How can this go to war? The three of them are hearing this, knowing that the matter is really serious, and they are not discussing it anymore. And they hurried to the Imperial Study Room. While waiting for the entire group to report to the court eunuch at the entrance of the Imperial Study Room, Little Gizzy hurriedly signaled a few people to enter. Li Shimin waited in the imperial study room early. As soon as the four of them entered the door, Li Shimin asked directly, "Now, what do you think about Tibet? Is it going to war or not?" Fang Xuanling hearing this, he hurriedly made his way to the tunnel. "His Imperial Majesty, this matter is very important, and I just met General Cheng." Three people at the old official. From their words, I learned that there is a serious shortage of food in the army. Eat 2 bowls of porridge. I dare not go to war in this situation. And there are no armaments. How can we go to war? Besides, if we forcefully go to war on this matter, it will definitely cost Yuan, and Turkic, and even India's strong counterattack. We lost God's will. Li Shimin was angry. He threw the secret letters in front of them to the four of them. "This is the information from the spy just now. You must know the situation in Tibet and other places, and Stulai has drawn 100,000 elites from the U prefecture defenders and rushed to the western region." "What are you talking about?" "I don't need to say anything more. If there is no war at this time, then you want to wait until Turkic goes south and invades Tibet, and you are playing?" Li Shimin is angry. He insisted on going to war, which made all of Wei Zheng shocked. Wei Zheng hurriedly said, "His Imperial Majesty, although we can indeed play in the current situation, but just now, we received a report that Tibet and Tuihan's emissary are about to enter Chang'an City, in this way, seems to come to ask for help, and it is really inappropriate to play at this time." Li Shimin slightly frowned. "Is this time here?" A killing intent flashed across Li Shimin's eyes. "If he wants to come, will Tibet delay this time? I just found out now." "What does this mean?" "This shows that they are afraid that Great Tang will suddenly send troops at this time, so they want to come to explore the bottom, and ask Great Tang for help. By the way, this is really a good plot against." At this time, Li Shimin's desire to go to war has weakened a little. It's better if Tibet doesn't come, but now that people come, he can't help but feel a little worried. It's a slow strategy, he knows, but apparently Tibet has been wary of Great Tang. This is really cheap. On the one hand, they are doing things on the border, but now they are on guard against Great Tang and come to ask for help. Really, damn it. Seeing Li Shimin not speaking, Wei Zheng continued, "His Imperial Majesty, the most important thing at this time is to see what Tibet is going to do. As for the war, now Great Tang's the situation really does not allow us to go to war. Once the war starts and there is no food and grass, it will be completely exposed. At that time." Li Shimin hearing this, can't help but squeeze his fist. But why doesn't he know about it? "Oh." Li Shimin sighed, then said, That's all. See what they say tomorrow morning." Leave it. P. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 641. Boom. The moment when the third sound of Maoshi rang slowly towards the bell. A sharp and cold voice sounded from the Palace of Political Statement. "His Imperial Majesty is here." As the voice fell, numerous officials hurriedly bowed and sang in unison, "Congratulations to His Imperial Majesty." In the eyes of everyone's surprise, Li Shimin slowly stepped onto the 8-step scaling heaven stairs and sat on the dragon throne, which was faint a wave of his hand. The state of Li Shimin at this time is a bit bad. After all, who hasn't slept all night, whose face will not be too good, let alone Li Shimin, who is about to remove a big rock from his heart. Li Shimin's red eyes glanced faintly, and then the voice indifferently said, "Is there a book to play today?" "His Imperial Majesty, old official, I have something to play." Wei Zheng hurried out at the moment Li Shimin's voice fell. Li Shimin waved his hand and Wei Zheng said, "Submitting the report to your Majesty, Tibet emissary Narida yesterday, and Tuihan emissary Zak, have already lived in Honglu Temple, and are now asking to see his outside the temple." "Majesty." "Oh, what happened?" "Back to His Imperial Majesty. Do you remember Tibet's drought and locust plague? Because of these two disasters, Tibet is now like Great Tang. The food shortage is so severe that civil unrest has broken out." Li Shimin looked around everyone in surprise. Everyone just avoided Li Shimin's gaze. so Li Shimin couldn't help but secretly despise these people. In the end, Li Shimin glanced at the three Yachigongs and said, "General Yachi, is this true?" Yachigong asked himself when he saw His Imperial Majesty. Reluctantly stepped out of the queue and said, reporting to His Imperial Majesty, "What Chancellor Wei said is true. Not only that, but General Yu Prefecture Li Jing has a message that Yu Lai has dispatched 100,000 elites, but the purpose is not pure, and the news from Longyu Road is that Tibet's riots and soldiers are often harassed on the border on the Longyu side of this matter. It is very annoying. Many places in Great Tang have been ransacked." So the veteran thought that Turkic sent troops this time to win Tibet. Hearing this, all ministers in the Palace of Political Statement were shocked. What? Turkic is simply wolf ambition. His Imperial Majesty, send troops. Send troops. No. Now my Great Tang is also extremely short of food. Sending troops at this time will only bring a heavier burden to the people. When all the old officials heard about this, they couldn't help but fry the pot. No way. If Turkic really sent troops to win Tibet, wouldn't Great Tang be in jeopardy? If you don't send troops at this time, Tibet will definitely not be able to stop the Turkic cavalry. Because of the Great Tang's strategy against Tibet this time, they will lose their money in all Tibet's industries. Can they be in a hurry? But once troops are dispatched, the consequences. Who dares to think? So at this time, everyone was caught in an infinite struggle. Li Shimin was annoyed, coldly snorted, and in an instant, everyone's discussion stopped abruptly. Ministers, what do you think now? Tibet came to use this time. It must be because of Turkic's 100,000 people. You think, help or not? This. Fang Xuanling Du Nui and the others were silent at this time, because they had known the result of this incident a long time ago, but His Imperial Majesty is now exploring the bottom. Explore the foundation of these old guys. Sure enough, after a while, the Ministry of Works Minister said, His Imperial Majesty, this matter needs to be discussed again. I Great Tang at this time, I am suffering from lack of food, and it is not easy to move the people. Then I ask you, once Turkic sends troops, what should I do? This. The man is speechless. At this time, the officials who had prepared some excuses could not help but swallow them back. Yes, if you don't help, then, once Turkic wins Tibet, Great Tang's door is completely open to Turkic. When the time comes, Turkic will come when they want to come, and they will leave if they want to leave. There is no way. What should I do? This is a serious problem. At this time, another official said, His Imperial Majesty, even if Turkic really won Tibet, it doesn't mean that he will take action against me Great Tang. And now Turkic has also suffered a locust plague. At this time, there should be more food shortage than my Great Tang. The cattle, sheep, and horses are almost out of food. Where is there any experience to start a war? Li Shimin can't wait to kill people. But I still endured the impatience in my heart, and asked, tell me what you think. The person hearing this said, in fact, it is blunt. This is all because of lack of food. They can start a war against Tibet. Even if they win, it must be both sides suffer. Even more. How? At this time, Tibet has no food. In this way, even if they win Tibet. Li Shimin silently interrupted the old bastard before he finished speaking. Okay, I know what you mean. Then Li Shimin rubbed his forehead and looked at Wei Zheng and said, Chancellor Wei, you said Tibet's emissary is here. Wei Zheng bowed his hand and said, here, I am waiting outside the hall for the call. Announce. Yes. P. Little Gizzy hearing this, only then did he shake the Buddha Chen in his hand and shouted in a shrill voice, announce, Tibet emissary Narido, Tuitan emissary, Zak will see you. P. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 642, announce Tibet emissary Narido, Tuitan emissary, Zak is here to see you. Announce. With the guard scream pass the decree. After a while, two people in Tibet's characteristic costumes hurriedly entered the Palace of Political Statement. Different from the previous meeting, the two emissaries lowered when they entered the Palace of Political Statement. He lost his posture and bowed, afraid to look at the faces of Li Shimin and the others. The two people walked into the palace of political statement and stopped after 10 steps. They actually use Great Tang's courtiers to meet the monarch's etiquette, and bowed to the authenticity. Tibet emissary Narido, Zak, meet your majesty, Emperor of Great Tang. Li Shimin waved lightly, pretending to be nonchalant. No gift, someone will give you a seat. As Li Shimin's voice fell, the little court eunuch hurriedly moved 2 futons and placed them on both sides of the center of the great hall. After the two thanked Li Shimin, they sat down trembling with fear. 2 people came to my Great Tang this time. Why? Without waiting for them to sit down, Li Shimin's voice made them hurriedly get up again. Narido hurriedly took out a gilded Chinese book from his arms and said, "This is an autograph letter written by my King Songtsen Gampo to His Majesty. I hope your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, will read it." Pizak also hurriedly got up, took a copy of the credentials from his arms, and handed it to little Gizzy. After a thorough inspection of the martial arts, this appeared in front of Li Shimin. Li Shimin did not immediately read the credentials, because he knew that the content of the credentials was nothing more than asking Great Tang to send troops and so on. Li Shimin randomly placed the bookcase in front of him, then put his hands on it, but looked at the two and asked, "Why are you here this time?" The two looked at each other. Narido said, "Returning to your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, this time my Tibet has encountered a catastrophe, so my king sent a minister to ask Great Tang for help, and I hope your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, for the sake of friendly nations, I can give you some help." "What kind of trouble has you encountered?" "If it is a food shortage, then you can go back. When you came to Chainan, I should have seen it too. My Great Tang is basically exactly similar to your Tibet at this time. Want to help?" "Wait." Sure enough, seeing what Li Shimin said, Narido and Zak did not have any reaction, but were silent for a while, and then said, "Emperor, His Majesty, we also know that Great Tang is at this time circumstances, so this time I came here not to want food or anything, but to ask the Emperor, His Majesty, for the sake of diplomatic relations between the two countries, he can send troops to suppress the rebellion in the territory." Li Shimin's eyes flashed. A shock flashed in his eyes. "Oh, rebellion?" "Exactly. Because of the lack of food, I was a little embarrassed to speak out in my territory, and the people rebelled. And the lack of food in our army is really. Not only that, now India and Turkey are testing glare like a tiger watching his prey. Originally, the minister was ready a month ago to go, but there is some turmoil on the border now, so the minister only waited to return to my king's city first, and waited until my king settled the border before he could come out. But the rebellion was too rampant, so it was postponed until now. The hard one won't work. Is it going to be soft? Li Shimin glanced at Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin. Cheng Yojin didn't move. Instead, he used his foot, fiercely stepped on the back of Qin Kayang's instep. Qin Kayang felt pain and gave a creak. Li Shimin pointed to Qin Kayang and said, "Qin Minister has something to play." What can Qin Kayang say? If he doesn't understand this, don't confuse it. Qin Kayang clasped his fists and said, "Submitting the report to your Majesty, you will get Long Yu and Jianan at the end. Dao Defender's emergency report. Rumor has it that the place close to Tibet Tuihan has been looted several times within this month, and even small-scale conflicts have occurred. Many people in Great Tang have been killed and injured, and even more people have been baptized and looted. There are no fewer than 5,000 people." Li Shimin, hearing this, looking at Narido with a majestic look, "This is what you told me, little friction?" "My Great Tang people, what do you see in your eyes?" "We don't need to talk about sending troops to help. I will wait for you to leave Great Tang within 5 days, otherwise you will be caught as a Tibet spy." Great Tang. Don't wait for Narido to say what. Li Shimin waved his sleeves. "Go down." "Want to let me send troops just like that? Are you thinking too much?" After Narido and Zak heard Li Shimin's words, the complexion greatly changed, hurriedly knelt on the ground with a thump, and shouted, "His Imperial Majesty, the minister is here this time. It is a special representative. My king means that I am willing to sign a permanent subsidiary country with Great Tang, and for this Great Tang's assistance, all military expenses, food and grass, I and the two countries will bear it together. What? He still has money left? All ministers are shocked. At this time, everyone feels that this matter is more and more unusual. It is reasonable to say that if you really encounter such a thing, you can resist it if you have enough rations. Why do you need Great Tang to take action? If you haven't heard Yachi Gong say about the trends of Yu Prefecture to Yulai before, everyone will only think that there must be a problem with this matter. But what about now? Li Shimin and Wei Zheng and the others looked at each other, an unexpected expression flashed in the bottom of their eyes, lightly saying, "This matter, are you sure?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 643. Naruto didn't understand the meaning of Li Shimin, so he clicked nodded. This matter is written in the credential. Li Shimin faint smiled at Naruto, then looked at Wei Zheng and the others and asked, "Everyone minister, what do you think?" Wei Zheng eyelids twitched. His Imperial Majesty's heart is wild again. Is this really trying to fight a war? Initiating His Imperial Majesty, the old official felt that we still have to discuss this matter. If we rush to send troops, emissary also said just now. At this time, India and other countries are all around. If it's me, Great Tang dispatched troops at this time, wouldn't it be equivalent to a war with India? Du Yui and Fang Xuanling also hurriedly bowed and said, "I hope His Imperial Majesty will think twice." Imperial Court numerous officials, seeing all these have spoken, they also hurriedly shouted, "Think twice about His Imperial Majesty." Just kidding, their family has a big business, and there are so many businesses at this time because they have opened up businesses in Cambodia and Tibet and other countries. Their industries have become more numerous. If war starts at this time, then their losses are really big. Before I didn't dare to say it because the celebrities of His Imperial Majesty didn't speak. They didn't dare to stand up, but now everyone talks. What should they do? I also hurriedly discouraged. Li Shimin, hearing this, could not help being frowned, but knowing that this matter should not be rushed, he waved his hand faintly. "You can stay in Honglu Temple at ease for the time being. I know about this, but the matter is very important at this time. Let me think about it." 3 days later, success or failure will be answered. Hearing this, Naruto and the two sighed in relief, and bowed in a hurry and then stepped back. The two left. Li Shimin also lost the thought of continuing the early morning, waved little Gizzy and hurriedly said, "Retreat." And when everyone is slowly going out when we left, a few little court eunuchs, but the pretty ones, stopped Wei Zheng and the others. When a few people followed the little court eunuch to the imperial study room, Li Shimin stood on the map and was watching the map. When a few people walked into the imperial study room, Li Shimin pointed to the two unpacked books on the book table and said, "Let's take a look at these two books first, and then talk." Several people hearing this, only then picked up 2 copies of the credential and watched them. In fact, what the credential says is roughly the same. I just want to call small official and ask Great Tang to send troops to help them suppress the insurgents in the territory and resist the powerful enemies that govern them. As for the last article, Naruto said, it is not mentioned in this credential. It just says that if it is possible, emissary can choose the best, which is considered to be allowed by their king. This is really old fox. After reading this, a few people could not help cursing in the heart. Thanks to His Imperial Majesty who just didn't agree. If he agreed, then it was this hesitation that instantly saved them a large amount of military supplies. Even if they are telling the truth, then their soldiers will no longer be hungry this time. A quarter of an hour later, Li Shimin slowly turned around, looked at several people with different expressions, and asked the 3 Yachi Gong first. "Yachi, the 3 of you now feel that this battle is a fight, or help?" Yachi Gong hesitated and said, "His Imperial Majesty, if it is to help, it is okay. We only need to dispatch a 100,000 well-equipped army without food and grass." If they said it, if it is true, there will be at least 100,000 stones, food and grass left for our army. I'm afraid. Yachi Gong paused, Seeing that Li Shimin didn't speak, he continued, if it is a fight, the old official thinks it is really inappropriate to do it at this time. Why? Li Shimin asked. Yachi Gong pointed to the map on the wall and said, His Imperial Majesty, please look at this map. If what Naruto says is true, this is India. At this time, India and Turkey are both up and down, flanking, and if Tibet can come and invite us to take action, we will definitely be wary of it. If we take the opportunity to enter Tibet and win Tibet, it will inevitably make Tibet either the fish dies or the net splits, so that we will form a three-sided flanking potential. The most important thing for us is that we didn't order a bit of food. If war starts, we will be in a crisis of annihilation. If this 100,000 army has an accident, then the West Gate will be completely lost. Listening to Yachi Gong's words, Li Shimin's eyes were completely cold. No way. This is a rare opportunity. If you don't fight at this time, it means that you will not be able to find such an opportunity in the future. Li Shimin looked at the four Zhang Sun Wuji and asked, Minister, what do you guys think? What can Zhang Sun Wuji say? If there is a war at this time, it will definitely be a matter of harming others without benefiting oneself. But at this time His Imperial Majesty was so determined, he didn't know what to say, but His Imperial Majesty asked, and he could only brace oneself and said, His Imperial Majesty, the old official also thinks, I can help, but I won't be able to fight this battle. Li Shimin was completely speechless. All of them are unplayable. Is the army deployed on Longyu Road now a display? I dare not. I dare not. What else can I do? Li Shimin is a little bored, waves his hand and said, you wait to retreat first. Let me think about it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 644. Zhang Feng is very busy these days. Busy can be said that the front heel does not stick to the thick instep. An ordinary manufacturer of compasses. He just found a dozen craftsmen. His mouth was worn out, and he even painted all the things he needed on a wooden board. The craftsman made it, but he still didn't satisfaction. Several set squares are made crookedly. No way. Zhang Feng could only buy a batch of rice paper for a big price, cut the rice paper into the required size, and burn it with a thin bamboo stick with an oil lamp to make a simple pencil. It took him at least a day to make the templates for the squares, compasses and so on. Originally, he still wanted to make iron, or glaze glass, but at this time, where can the craftsman do it? So he can only retreat, but just after he retreats again and again, these veterans of Peace Street call them Chainan City. In addition to the Ministry of Works, highest carpenter, can't do it. At this time, when Zhang Feng was worried, the steward of Jiang Mansion hurriedly knocked on the door of Little Tavern. Grandpa. Zhang Feng hearing this, his face turned black, but the door still opened. What's the matter? Call me Zhang Feng, or noble son Zhang. Can you not call me uncle? Old steward smiled honestly. Good uncle. Zhang Feng is speechless. What's the matter? Lord heard that my aunt is looking for skilled carpenters all over the city. So Lord specially asked me to ask if you have found it. If not, Zhang the house has taken in a carpenter who was once a Ministry of Works on a job. Zhang Feng hearing this, couldn't help but eyes shinned. Zhang family has been operating in this Chainan city for many years and has some contact with the Imperial Palace. As for contacts, it must be much stronger than those veterans. In addition, this has been on the Ministry of Works. What does that mean? Zhang Feng couldn't help asking, where is this person now? All trembling. This Lord Marquis, who is now known as Chainan, can be greeted by Lord Marquis personally. How can the officials stand it? I hurriedly sat down and said, Auntie, this old carpenter is currently renovating the old mansion for Lord in Lanshan, his hometown. If you think it is okay, I will go to the old mansion and invite you over. No need. Zhang Feng rubbed his hands. Lanshan is not far from Mount Q. So I will give you these blueprints. I will trouble the officials to visit Lanshan in person to see if the old craftsmen can make them. If they can make them, Letty went directly to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning in Mount Q. What if I can't figure it out? Then, let's go for the small one. Official. The family hugged the blueprint and rushed out of the little tavern. At the moment when the official family was about to walk out of the little tavern, he ran into Li Shimin's arms, and Li Shimin almost squatted on the ground with his butt. Zhang Feng was also a little confused when he saw this. He hurriedly helped Li Shimin and asked, "Old Li, what are you doing? You don't have any tricks?" Li Shimin took a sigh of relief and looked trembling. The steward with fear, and the things he was holding in his hands. His expression eased a little. "I have to knock on the door when I come to you." Zhang Feng scratched his head. Li Shimin pointed to steward and asked, "This is Zhang's steward, is here." Oh. Li Shimin didn't wait for Zhang Feng to finish. He gave a meaningful sigh, then slammed into steward and said, "That's all right, let's go." Steward tears in gratitude and hurries away. As soon as steward walked away, Li Shimin sat on a stool and rubbed his chest and asked, "What's wrong with sir? So anxious? I heard that you almost took Chainan City in these 2 days. It's about to be overturned, and I'm looking for carpenters all over the city. What are you doing?" Zhang Feng pointed to old steward. "It's not to make some sophisticated teaching aids. In such a large Chainan city, I just couldn't find a superb skill. Fortunately, this mansion learned about it and said they had accepted it. An old carpenter who used to work in Ministry of Works came to ask me if I want. What kind of teaching aids are so difficult to make? As far as I know, what is the official brothel of Chainan City? All kinds of things are sold." Li Shimin was stunned. Zhang Feng shrugged and sighed. "Forget it, I haven't seen you during this period of time. What are you doing? Not because the famine is raging? All the people under your hand are hungry. Is that resolved?" Li Shimin smiled and shook his head. "If there is no solution, can I come to you to be sheik?" Zhang Feng's clear nodded. "Well, since it's here, I will burn a bastard for you today." Li Shimin's face is all green. "Bastard, that's a curse, and can this thing be eaten?" I said. Feng Tsai, "Are you scolding me?" Zhang Feng mysterious smiled. "Wait, you will know. That stuff makes up for it." Li Shimin laughed speechlessly. "Yes, then I'll wait. By the way, do you have salt and pepper locust? I'll drink it first. The wine cabinet is secret. You save me focus on it, just a little bit. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 645. Zhang Feng's bastard has actually been stewed in the pot a long time ago, so it didn't take much time to enter the room, so I worked out 3 dishes and 2 soups and placed them in front of Li Shimin. The attractive scent of turtle soup, combined with pepper, and a smell of grass that Li Shimin didn't recognize. The instant that scent made Li Shimin couldn't help putting down the bowl in his hand and picking up the soup spoon. Gently scoop up a spoonful of milk-white soup and take a sip. The instant that sweet and strong taste opened up Li Shimin's taste buds. At this meal, the rare Li Shimin didn't say a word. Zhang Feng also saw that Li Shimin had encountered something, but old Li didn't say that he was not easy to ask, so he could only accompany Li Shimin. After all, he was also full of troubles now. After all, a meal is over. Li Shimin touched his slightly bulging belly, smacked his lips, and sipped Zhang Feng's unique tea path. "Every time I come to you, I can feel that I am alive." Zhang Feng laughed. "It looks like, what happened to you again?" "Oh." Li Shimin sighed deeply. "Isn't it? This is not caused by the drought." Zhang Feng was taken aback. "Is it related to yesterday's small yellow sect's entry into the city and Tibet emissary?" Li Shimin nodded. "You don't know what to do. Because of this food shortage, Tibet has a civil unrest of as many as 100,000 people. It even continued from Duihan to Tibet. I heard that it was brought by emissary yesterday. The news says that as long as Great Tang is next to Tibet, it has been looted. As you know, after my cooperation with Cambodia, basically the focus of the industry is on Tibet. This time, old brother has suffered a terrible loss." Zhang Feng, hearing this, could not help but be a little astonished. But for this time, Zhang Feng actually had a hunch. After all, this bad idea came from him. Seeing Li Shimin at this time, Jiang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder, said with a smile, "What do I think is the major event? Isn't it this?" Li Shimin, hearing this, his eyes were staring out. "This is a small thing, don't you know? Yesterday I personally asked Lord Zhangsun about business matters. Guess what Lord Zhangsun said? Lord Zhangsun said that Turkic's Tulai Khan has mobilized 100,000 elites from U Prefecture, and India is also glare like a tiger watching his prey, and Tibet's people are here for help." "So what?" Jiang Feng glanced at Li Shimin indifferently, and TSK said, "For such a small matter, your hair has turned white again." "As for it," Li Shimin is speechless. "I said Feng Tsai, you are really not too big to watch the excitement. I heard that His Imperial Majesty wants to go to war." "Are you still talking coldly here?" Jiang Feng curled one's lip. "Who did you hear?" "Lord Zhangsun." "Then you must have heard it wrong. If you don't believe it, don't dare to make a bet with me. I bet His Imperial Majesty will definitely not send troops." Li Shimin was taken aback. With a flash of eyes, he asked, "You know, His Imperial Majesty wants to take the opportunity to completely include Tibet and Tuihan in Great Tang's territory? It's not the kind of military dispatch." Jiang Feng mysterious smiled. "I touched the wine bowl with Li Shimin and twisted the always golden grasshopper and said, I said this too. I can guarantee that His Imperial Majesty will never agree to it as long as he is not crazy. This matter." "Are you so sure?" Jiang Feng didn't speak, but just looked at Li Shimin with a smile. Li Shimin couldn't help frowning slightly. "Why?" Jiang Feng is speechless. "You don't even think about it? You still do business at a loss?" Li Shimin blushed. "Where do I know about major events in these countries? I am a businessman and I only care about my business." Jiang Feng patted the grease and table salt in his hand, said, "Well, I will give you a popular science today. I said there was a reason why this battle could not be fought. Do you remember the way I said to deal with Tibet before?" Li Shimin thought for a while. Finally, shook the head. He really doesn't know about this. I should have heard it, because he vaguely remembered Jiang Feng as if he had said it, but there were so many things that he had forgotten. Li Shimin could not help asking, "Hope to hear the details." "It seems that you really forgot." Jiang Feng sighed, then he said, "Do you remember what I said the last time Tibet came to ask for a water wheel?" Hearing this, Li Shimin instantly remembered what happened last time, nodded, said, "Remember, yes, I remember, but this time is different. At this time, the geographical position is on our Great Tang side. You can guarantee that His Imperial Majesty will not send troops, and Turkic has this idea. In case Turkic takes advantage of it, then the door of my Great Tang is completely opened." Jiang Feng smiled. "You don't understand this, right? I'm not saying that I can't fight, but I don't mean that if I don't help Tibet withstand the firepower, I will ask you, if you want to buy a house, and this house has just experienced a fire, would you want it?" Li Shimin shook his head. "That's not enough. Now this Tibet is equivalent to this messy house that was burned in the fire. Now, this person is asking you to help put out the fire. You are ready at this time to buy it at the lowest price, or wait to help him put out the fire, and then buy it when he gets it repaired. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 646. Li Shimin is naturally worthy of what Jiang Feng said just now. Don't let slip an opportunity. If once this opportunity is missed, Tibet is given a chance to struggle on whilst at death's door. He is still an uncertain factor. Even a certain amount of friction will erupt. When I thought of this, Li Shimin asked, although it is clear to the outside world, after all, you don't know if the problem on the border can be taken down in one fell swoop. Although it's a bit shabby, at least now the finished apprenticeship is well known. If in the future, then don't worry about this. His Imperial Majesty would never go to war now if it wasn't for the problem here. Jiang Feng pointed to his head. Li Shimin is speechless, but still asks, why do you think His Imperial Majesty will not go to war? Because His Imperial Majesty is not stupid. You are also in Tibet now. I know, the tattered ones are the same. If you take Tibet at this time, it will be a good time and place, and they will all be occupied. But there is another most important thing, that is, you have to take food and pay for them to feed them. Now, do you think Great Tang has the ability to separate the food in his mouth and feed the people on that large piece of land? Certainly not. And there is a most important, you didn't think about it. Although I know your old Lee's idea, after all, your main business now is on Tibet. After you received Tibet, you are the most profitable. But have you thought about it? Great Tang is now, what's the situation? Li Shimin didn't even think about it. Food shortage. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. Yes, food shortage. Think about it, now all places in Great Tang lack food. Let alone it is said that the army is in the army. The army is basically stationed on the border of the barren land. The current Chainan city has just solved the problem of food and clothing. Do you think the barren land on the border can be better? Li Shimin couldn't help but suddenly, why did Cheng Yojin, Yuchi Gong and the others who have been belligerent, at this time, shrink back because they are short of food? But Li Shimin still couldn't figure it out, and asked, then you say, if this opportunity is missed, wouldn't it be difficult for Tibet to play? After all, I heard that Tibet is here to become a minister. What is this? Zhang Feng didn't even think about it. After all, there are not many things in future generations, just more TVs. I have read a lot and understand everything. Furthermore, Zhang Feng said that although he does not have much memory of this kind of military movie novels, he can still vaguely remember some things about this aspect. Zhang Feng thought for a while, and said, in fact, this thing is very simple. If anyone really wants to win it, no matter what time it is. Li Shimin twitched his lips, watching Zhang Feng roll up his sleeves and put his feet on the stool again. It is obvious that this guy is about to start acting hard. But Li Shimin also wanted to know what kind of ability this youngster would have. Li Shimin asked along the way, then you tell me, if you wait for this time to pass, how will you close it? Zhang Feng, hearing this, patted Li Shimin on the shoulder and said, old Li, you don't understand this, right? I'll give you a popular science. First of all, it's definitely not possible now. Last time I did. Having said that, let's say it again this time. Your rags come back, you still have to sew them, and this rags will not necessarily follow you wholeheartedly, just like an unfamiliar dog. What do you want him to do? Then how to solve it? According to your method, even if the famine is over in the future, wouldn't it be more difficult? Li Shimin asked in surprise. Zhang Feng smiled slyly. Say you don't understand this stuff. You really don't understand. You say you don't understand. What are you still talking about here? Isn't it good to do your business well? Li Shimin twitched at the corner of his mouth. Isn't this just asking if you don't understand? Otherwise, when the time comes, if something big changes, my business will not be the first to be affected. When the time comes, I'm vulnerable. Didn't you also follow the small sense? And you have to spend money everywhere now? Li Shimin's words poked Zhang Feng's pain. Zhang Feng couldn't help sighing. You said you, what are you doing with this thing? Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, don't talk about this. If I'm here, you just like the bachelor of this pot, eat a wait and be steady. Li Shimin suspected that Zhang Feng was scolding him again, but he still couldn't find the evidence. At this time, Zhang Feng continued, said, in fact, this matter is plain, but Great Tang is not strong enough. Look, you can see from the current situation around Great Tang, Goguryeo in the north, Shiwai, east, Japanese pirates, Turkic, etc. are all hidden dangers. Now there is an extra India, but this is not a small problem. And the most important thing is the Arab Empire country. Arab Empire country? Li Shimin was stunned. What does this have to do with the Arab Empire state? Zhang Feng glared, faintly smiled and said, it doesn't matter, but it's only temporary. Wait until Western is opened. After the meridian of regions, with the reputation of Great Tang spreading far and wide, this Arab Empire country, which is comparable to Great Tang, will come and touch Great Tang. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 647. And between Great Tang and Arab Empire, there is a natural barrier. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes, and the Great Tang territory appeared in his mind for a moment. The map said, "You mean Tibet?" "Yes, this is what I said. Why is it not the time to move him?" "At this time, once you win Tibet, it's easier to attack and defend. You know the current situation. If we are restoring and resting while helping them, and then we spread out the spies that we had previously distributed in Tibet to form an intelligence network." Li Shimin was shocked. The more than 3,000 people sent out before learned from the security newspaper that tens of thousands of people have already developed by this time, and these people are loyal to the spies. And these 3,000 people, they are all distant relatives of National Duke's family. This is generally not a problem in terms of loyalty. At this time, Zhang Feng actually wants to make these dark moves. Finally, Li Shimin finally knew why Zhang Feng had to plant so many spies so early, but in the end he didn't plan to take Tibet, so that's how it is. Li Shimin suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly asked, "Did you think of so much from the very beginning?" "Then I deliberately used these 3,000 people to spread out, let them develop freely, and settle down in Tibet, get married, develop your subordinates." Zhang Feng blushed a little. "Well. Almost." Li Shimin saw it. Can't help but be stunned. "How did you do this?" "Since the drought broke out, Tibet asked for help." "How long has it been since the drought broke out? And so many things have happened in it. Why can you calculate it so accurately? And you can accurately estimate that His Imperial Majesty will really be sent out?" Zhang Feng pointed to his head, leaving Li Shimin speechless for a while. "To kill you still ask, Feng Tsai. Although what you said is reasonable, I still don't understand a little bit. Although this matter seems reasonable, it is a foreigner after all. We don't know what we think." "Wrong." Zhang Feng interrupted Li Shimin and said, "Although the old saying is true, it's not me. People have different minds, but you have to forget one thing. The truth is that milk is a mother. Tibet is full of people starving to death, and I don't believe it." When His Imperial Majesty Datun Liang did not tell them, the first thing to do in Tibet is to collect food. After all, in this era, whoever masters the food is equivalent to mastering the qualifications to live, such as my current Mount Q. "I have food, but I don't want to pay for repairs. What should I do?" "I take food for work." That's why it is now on Mount Q. Thousands of people are advancing side by side. What is this? This is based on the idea of living, and to give them hope that after the construction is completed, their children can see that their offspring can also learn in this academy. What is this? This is hope. And the same principle is applied to Tibet now. What do you think will happen to them? Li Shimin really knows the food now. Jingui, even in Great Tang he knew that some people were using their children, or it was a matter of exchanging an acre of land for a bucket of rice. For the same reason, this incident has appeared countless times in Great Tang, and even before, many people will be familiar with it, let alone those from the National Duke Mansion. Will they not know this? That is impossible. Li Shimin couldn't help but found out that even if he didn't send a single soldier, he only needed 3,000 people to seize this opportunity. Then within a few years, this Tibet can basically be more than half. The actual control right is in the hands of Great Tang. Li Shimin exclaimed impossible in amazement. "Feng Tsai, how did you do it?" "I am now combining what you said and all the things before, so I can see this thing clearly." "How do you do it?" "If this is the case, wouldn't His Imperial Majesty spend a few years, and within a few years, Tibet will naturally become the land of my Great Tang?" Zhang Feng smiled contemptuously. "On your mind, you can only do small business. Do you know why I want your son to come to the academy?" Although Li Shimin is despised, but he also admitted that Zhang Feng's strategy was malicious. "This is simply the most vicious genocide trick." Although I knew that Zhang Feng was going to make an extinction plan, Li Shimin couldn't help but tremble after trying to figure it out. If anyone dared to be targeted by this youngster, it would be. Li Shimin has some sympathy for Tibet at this time. However, Li Shimin still asked curiously, "Feng Tsai, what you are talking about now seems to be a little different from the national policy you said before. It seems a bit like that Zhou's the shadow of the suicide note. Jiang Feng astonished glanced at Li Shimin and said, "Oh, I didn't see it." "When did you old Li study the military note?" Li Shimin saw that he missed his mouth and slapped. "Ha, isn't this before? You said you want to teach them something about heavy cavalry?" Fine, just read the military book." Jiang Feng nodded, shook his head again. "Yes, this is indeed a kind of military books. But what you said is not complete. This is the foundation of my White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. I not only want to teach Imperial Civil Service Examination graduate, I still have to train 9 generals. This is the treasure of my townhouse, military science. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 648. What kind of person can I think of such a thing? As for what Jiang Feng said about the treasure of the town, what is the 9 Imperial Civil Service Examination graduate, and the 9 generals, he automatically ignores it. This youngster is just pretending to be forced. But he is also not sure. After all, what Jiang Feng said just now is too scary. Although he admits that Jiang Feng is talented, how much can he learn from Cheng Chumo? If you can learn the fur, it's not bad. But he was still deeply attracted by the magical military science. After all, this thing, if you think about it carefully, from the time you met Jiang Feng, it seems that everything can be combined with this, such as the strategy to deal with Turkic Tibet and other countries, and the strategizing plan. Although this seems to be a national policy, it is very similar to this military science. Afterwards, I said that the 8 rivers rescue, fine salt, etc. legendary general things, in the final analysis, are all based on careful observation in life and can be done. But no one can do it. See through. This is a bit scary. But what Li Shimin is most interested in now is that he wants to take a look at this military science in person. If there is a booklet, then this thing, no matter how expensive it is, he will have to get it and lock it. What is this in the small cabinet? This is the treasure of his Li family. I couldn't help but Li Shimin couldn't help it anymore. He personally poured a bowl of wine for Jiang Feng and handed it to Jiang Feng. This scene made Jiang Feng extremely suspicious. "What are you doing?" "Come on, Feng Tsai, let's drink one." Although Jiang Feng was suspicious, he still drank with the Li Shimin bowl. When Jiang Feng was almost filled, Li Shimin rubbed his hands and asked, "Feng Tsai, what is this military science? Can you tell me something?" Where does Jiang Feng know what fart Li Shimin is holding? When I saw this, I hugged my hands and asked, "What are you doing? Are you going to change your career to the army?" "You ass." "Oh, old, even though we are our academy in partnership, but I won't accept you." If this is spread out, I say Jiang Feng has accepted my good brother. So my big brother came to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning to learn things, then my backbone will not be given. It's broken. So what? No, I just want to hear it. Isn't this what you can do with drinking? How should we treat it as a toast? And this guides the world. What a wonderful thing this is. Jiang Feng really made a little sense when he heard it. Then he slapped his lips and pointed to the kitchen and said, "I want to hear. There is a pot of stewed pork on the stove. Go get it, I just brew it." After Jiang Feng finished speaking, Li Shimin got up and hurried into the kitchen. If this is to let others see this scene, then you must not be scared. His Imperial Majesty, actually in the little tavern, and also in the little tavern in Chainan City, was being drunk by a shopkeeper's instructions. People who see it will definitely feel that this damn thing must be dreaming. However, these are not important to Li Shimin. After all, in this little tavern, he only regards himself as Jiang Feng's old brother, which is just a good brother. And if this is to let anyone know about Jiang Feng's amazing things, let alone let him bring a pot of vegetables, just his mother's inverted chamber pot, everyone will go there. What is this? What Jiang Feng wants to say, but it is a military science that has never been mentioned in the military books. Not long after, Li Shimin simply brought out the fine salt bowl and put it on the table, and even put a lot of beer and liquor on the table, and then he sat at the place closest to Jiang Feng, watching with Jiang Feng. If it wasn't for Jiang Feng's foot on the bench, he would have liked to sit next to Jiang Feng. At this time, Jiang Feng ate a piece of pig intestine, and then said slowly, "Actually, this military science, I really have a different set of concepts here, and it can be used in my White Deer Academy of the gadget that classical learning appears. I can guarantee that it will definitely be something unprecedented in history. It's like this. Wait, I will ask someone to come in and write it down." Li Shimin saw that Jiang Feng was starting to babble again, and hurriedly interrupted Jiang Feng, hurried to the little tavern, and shouted, "Takako, come here!" Hiding in the dark, little Gizzy shook all over, hurriedly sorting out, and hurriedly appeared in little tavern like a normal person. "Quickly record every word that Jiang Feng brother said. If you dare to miss a word, go back and break a leg yourself." Little Guy's face turned pale. The three little court eunuchs hurriedly called in to help, and while Jiang Feng was doing things while boosting, one person hurriedly recorded His Imperial Majesty's words, and the two of them recorded Jiang Feng's words. Even so, the three of them are still sweating. "Mother, this animal." "You can't speak slower." Jiang Feng was forced to talk a lot. Li Shimin is also annoyed. "But I didn't dare to interrupt. I had to continue to drink." Jiang Feng desperately. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that Jiang Feng eloquently stated the concept of modern military science and military training, and until Jiang Feng finished, Li Shimin was completely confused. There is only one sentence repeated in his mind. "My God, can you train soldiers like this? Then, doesn't it mean that the things I learned before are all shit?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 649. 2 hours later, after Jiang Feng finished talking about this matter, he was finally put on the ground by Li Shimin's beer. Jiang Feng, who watched Hu fall asleep, and snored. Li Shimin waved his hand in amazement. In an instant, two eunuchs disguised as maids appeared from the door, hurriedly supporting Jiang Feng, and went to the backyard to Washington. If Jiang Feng is awake, he would never dare to fall asleep. Even if he is drunk, he has to hold on. After all, you can follow Li Shimin and serve Li Shimin's eunuch. Can you grow worse? Moreover, there are still two waiting to take a bath, which is simply. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Li Shimin looked at the things recorded on the thick sheets of straw paper in his hand, and couldn't help shaking his hands. Yes, Takako. Good job. You too. Good job. Come here to show these two eunuch. Li Shimin while speaking, just Jinwu guards hurriedly appeared, and at the moment when the two kneeling and thanking eunuch, who had no knowledge, had not yet reacted, they broke their necks. And little Gizzy seems to be aware of this for a long time, and seems to be used to it. What does this mean after all? This is a secret of the heavens. If anyone who is deliberately intent has grasped what Li Shimin is holding at this time, then Great Tang is in danger. Li Shimin is absolutely unwilling to see this. Little Gizzy knows. After dealing with the two people, Li Shimin turned around and looked at Jiang Feng, who was being pressed by two eunuchs in a big pot on the fire, lightly saying, "Today, you two stay and take care of yourself." After speaking, Li Shimin hurried away. After all, holding such a thing in his hand, he always felt that it was as heavy as holding a Mount Tai. When he walked out of Little Tavern, Li Shimin let out a deep sigh. I plunged into the sedan chair that came in a hurry and left, and Little Gizzy took a deep look at Jiang Feng with complicated eyes. "You are so blessed to be so favored by His Imperial Majesty, youngster." Little Gizzy is Li Shimin's personal slave servant. He naturally knows how important Jiang Feng is to Li Shimin, and in the eyes of Little Gizzy, the Emperor is always alone, especially after the Xuanwu Gate incident. His Imperial Majesty has become even more lonely. There is even some depression. After this, His Imperial Majesty went through the Wai River Treaty again, and this was the last straw that crushed Li Shimin. However, this was all before Jiang Feng appeared. After Jiang Feng appeared, let alone His Imperial Majesty, the current Chainan city and even the entire Great Tang became vigorous, prosperous. It has become different. Like the Great Tang before, was like an old man who was depressed and devastated, but after Jiang Feng appeared, the whole thing changed. Although Little Gizzy can't say anything, but I always feel that everything in the world is in the hands of His Imperial Majesty. Little Gizzy gently closed Jiang Feng's small tavern door, and told the Jinwu guards to guard Jiang Feng all night, and then hurriedly followed Li Shimin's sedan chair. In the sedan chair, Li Shimin looked at the things in his hands over and over again, as if he wanted to engrave every word Jiang Feng said in his mind. He was born in the army. In the first 12 years, he was the Prince of Qin, Li noble son that everyone envied. Since Tai Yuan started his army, he has become the Prince of Qin everyone is afraid of. It can be said that he spent the first 10 years studying various ancient books, and for another 10 years, he was killing people all day on horseback, or studying military books until after Xuanwu Gate he has completely become a generation of emperors. But his in the bones still has the temperament of a soldier, and he knows all the training methods in the army. But what did he see today? He actually saw a concept of military training that he had never had before. What cold resistance, diving ability, load-bearing running, fast marching, wooden stakes, etc. What are these? Although it seems to be of no use to the military camp, in his impression, the soldiers are not all training and fighting on the school field. But in Jiang Feng's military training book, he faintly felt that fighting was secondary. The most important thing was the arrangement of the array, the combat capability of the overall team, and the individual. Although these abilities seem to be a little bit so, Li Shimin, after thinking about it, was shocked to discover that if 100 soldiers were to be used, he would train according to this method. When the time comes, you don't need any arrays, just use the arrays they trained to fight with 1,000 top veterans. And as a result, this 100 people still won. This couldn't help making Li Shimin startled. Not many soldiers were hit. If there are so many people in my heart, plus the soldiers, there will be 300,000 to break the sky, and they are spread all over the north, as well as in Yu Prefecture, Longyu and other places. And if all of these military camps have learned this thing, then Li Shimin dare not think about it. He was shocked to discover that if these 100,000 people had been trained in accordance with the training method Jiang Feng said, it would only take 3 months of hard work, and 300,000 people would be treated as 100,000 or even 1 million people have used it. And what's more terrifying is that Jiang Feng hasn't said about his impervious to sword and spear shield and nothing that cannot be broken spear. If you add this, then Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 650. Old Black, can you fucking hurry up, Bester, and chirp just like a wife. The next morning, in Cheng Yojin's mansion, Yuchi Gong's loud voice was in the National Duke Mansion of Norwegian University, and the servants shiver coldly. In the courtyard, I had already changed into casual clothes, and I was getting fluffy with Yuchi Gong, who is a black tower, and Qin Kai and Qin Shu Bao. Since 2 days ago, after learning about Jiang Feng, their hearts had already flown into the little tavern of Jiang Feng. It's just that because of Tibet, they didn't dare to be careless, so they could only forcefully hold on to the restlessness in their hearts and waited. But this time, it was terrible. During this period, they also inquired about Jiang Feng. After learning that the magical porridge with bone-strengthening powder and chicken, duck, pig, was made by Jiang Feng, how could the two of them sit still? Behind them, there are also tens of thousands of brothers who are starving. How can such a good thing only make these damn people cheap, and let those soldiers starve? So early this morning, as soon as the Imperial Court Assembly was over, the two could not wait to ride Cheng Yojin back to the National Duke Mansion. As soon as they entered the door, they took off their official robes and pointed at the two. They are similar to Cheng family people. They changed into clothes and dressed up like this. Yuchi Gong, who is sturdy and full of beards, really wants to be a nouveau riche. It's just that kind of mountain bandit hair. What it looks like after getting a big fortune. Qin Kaiang is a little better. After all, he was born handsome, although he was old, and he wore military uniform all the year round. At this time, when he put on the brocade shirt, he instantly looked like that businessman. Amidst Yuchi Gong's angry shouts and curses, Cheng Yojin Pester and Chirp walked out of the room and patted a brand new jade belt on his belly. Stretched reluctantly. Let's go. You are anxious, I said. This youngster is still sleeping 2 times now. Don't you believe it? Go for a walk. Please drink the northwest wind. In this way, the 3 of them didn't even bother to ride a horse. After all, that thing was too swagger. In this way, Cheng Yojin and Yachigong were foul-mouthed along the way, and everyone was shocked and forced to retreat, thinking that the bandit had entered the city. Although it is still hour and hour, the morning market in Chainan City is still very lively, but there are many people who sell it, and there are people who buy it, so let's not talk about it. Basically nothing people. The people of Guanzhong have a bad problem. I don't know where it came from. Early in the morning, holding a teapot, or getting a bird cage, just wandered in the street, met an acquaintance, brag about it, and then walked away. Although their hungry gaga screamed, they still couldn't get rid of this problem of wandering around. And when Yachigong's distinctive height appeared on the street, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. But then look at Yachigong's full-faced beard and that crooked beard above. There was a trace of grease, coupled with that fierce look, instantly quieted the whole street. And the 3 of them seemed to be surprised. Just one person holding a large handful of roasted chicken drumsticks, hanging from his shoulders with a few squeaky beer bamboo tubes, boasted while eating things. When the 3 of them walked to the little tavern, they all touched their belly and their faces were ruddy. Cheng Yojin pointed to Jiang Feng's closed door and said, "Look, I said this youngster won't get up before noon. Even if he wakes up, he is held back by urine. You guys still don't believe it? Walk around, find a glutinous pot, let's moisten our throat." There is a chaos stall before his mother. Yachigong heard chaos and touched his huge belly. He looked at it and said, "Where? I haven't eaten the chaos of Chainan for a long time." Cheng Yojin folded his teeth and tickled the branch and said, "I went to Mount Q Academy with this youngster, and I also heard that learning from the youngster of the Du family counts." Yachigong stared. This all works. Are all the people from Tongyue Street gone? Along the way, only this Tongyue Street is the only exception different. Where is it different? It's just the people who strolled on the road. They couldn't even find a barbecue stall. Now Yachigong finally understands what is going on here. It turned out that what kind of porridge Du Tiniang went up the mountain to eat. The 3 of them had just drunk a huge amount of beer and squatted on the road for a while, and the expressions of the 3 of them suddenly became unnatural. I looked around, and there was no place to find water. Finally, in Cheng Yojin's horrified gaze, this silly guy kicked Jiang Feng's door directly with just one kick. Amid this loud noise, Jinwu guards, who had stayed behind to protect Jiang Feng in the dark, jumped out hurriedly, but Yachigong's legs trembled in shock and hurriedly bowed. "Make a gesture of please," then ran away in a hurry. Jiang Feng, who was sleeping sweetly, thought that there was an earthquake during this loud noise, and was stunned. He ran out in a hurry, and only a black choke was seen on the face, and he ran into him. "Youngster, where is the hut?" As soon as Yachigong entered the door, he saw a disheveled teenager running out just like him. It was the work of a wine tube, and Jiang Feng asked Jiang Feng like a baby boy. Jiang Feng is dumbfounded. Pointing to the backyard behind him, Yachigong let go and Jiang Feng instantly fell and squatted. At this moment, among Jiang Feng's question marks, Cheng Yojin walked in with an embarrassed look. Jiang Feng pointed to the person behind him and asked, "Old Chen, who is this naive?"